Well, happy Sunday, Mission Raceway. Yes, it is a glorious day, day 4. I think it's day 4 by my count, anyway, of Door Wars 11. I want to welcome everybody to Mission Raceway. It was a late night last night. That, I guess, is the way it goes. Everybody had a lot of fun, and they took that fun even a little after. So our plan was originally to have cars on track at 9 o'clock, and obviously we've adjusted that schedule, and that means that we are going to probably look closer to 10 o'clock. We're going to try and get a little earlier than that, but at the very, very latest, 10. So I would say now is probably a good time to start getting everything sorted and get it all in place, because we are, I know that they were dragging earlier. There is probably a spray that is coming up, and the track will be prepped. So it won't be 10 o'clock, but it's certainly not 9 o'clock either. So we'll keep you posted. It's 10 past 9 right now, so probably wouldn't hurt to be out there and get everything sorted, because as soon as we're ready, we're going to be calling cars to the lanes, and that may be as soon as 9:30. So that's sort of where we're at. The run order is going to be starting with non-electronics. Everybody gets one qualifier this morning before we go into eliminations. Non-electronics, and then we'll go into electronics, stock, super stock, and this is the run order that exists. There may be some tweaking to this run order, so just want to give you a bit of a heads up, though. We're probably going to start with non-electronics and then go into electronics, and so that will be first on the track. If there are changes, we will certainly give you the heads up with plenty of time. You can check us out on the FM band 92.7. That is where you'll find the public address system, 92.7. If it is coming through loud and clear, that would be great. If it's not coming in very clearly, it would be kind of you to send someone up to the tower and let us know. We do need to have a check on that. See, the Valley Tech people are up and about. The big screen is on, and so we'll keep you posted. I'm going to shut up now for a few minutes, but good to see everybody up and about, and we're looking to start sometime before 10 o'clock. So we'll get that sorted. I see the sprayer getting ready to go down track, and so we're inching closer to a start time. Just want to make a little addendum to the previous announcements in regards to everybody getting a qualifier. That does not include Pro Mod and Canada West Doorslammers because they had qualifiers on Friday and Saturday. So they will be going straight into eliminations, but everybody else will have one qualifier, and that includes the juniors. And so, again, we'll be looking to start sometime between, my guess is 9:30 and 10. Pro Mod and Canada West Doorslammers, you will not have a qualifier, but you've had plenty of hits at the track, and I'm sure that you have got it all figured out. Do want to mention that the Doorslammers, Canada West Doorslammers, you have a driver's meeting. 9:45 is when that driver's meeting. It's at Marcy's Trailer. 9:45. Canada West Doorslammers driver's meeting, and the ladder will be there. So head over to Marcy's Trailer. 9:45. That is roughly 30 minutes from right now. We continue to get closer to cars on the track. I have the revised run order, and it looks suspiciously similar, slightly modified, just tweaked a bit. So sometime before 10 o'clock, because we hope to get things going a little before 10, but the run order will be non-electronics, one qualifier, electronics, stock, super stock, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, Junior Street, and that will be the end of one round of qualifiers. We'll do a little bit of track prep as needed, and then first round, eliminations for Canada West Doorslammers. So that will be, let's just say 11 o'clock. But it might be sooner if there are no interruptions during the qualifying rounds and the track prep. So that is the run order for the day as we get closer to having cars down the track. getting very close to having cars down the track. National Tire, non-electronics. You will be first in the lane, so you are on standby. Radtorque Electronics, you are also going to be next, so let's say that you be ready as well, but it's a standby call for National Tire non-electronics. Once again, it is 92.7, the FM frequency for you to check out the PA on the FM band. Should you have trouble hearing the PA at any place on the facility. Also, we need to remind Doorslammers that you have a driver's meeting in about 5 minutes at Marcy's Trailer. The driver's meeting for the Doorslammers. You have about 5 minutes. It's at 9:45 at Marcy's Trailer. She has the ladder there for you as well. You do not have a qualifier this morning. You'll be going right into eliminations. Round number 1, approximately, subject to change, at 11 o'clock.
How much did you cash from yesterday?
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. So here is the call. National Tire, non-electronics, no box. We need you to the lanes. National Tire, non-electronics. We need you to the lanes. Bring them up, and that means Rad Torque Electronics, you are on standby. So bring them on down. This is your call to the lanes. National Tire, non-electronics.
We did some testing with them.
Hey, once again, National Tire, non-electronics, no box. This is your call to the lanes. We need you to the lanes for your one qualifying hit. We're going to run with non-electronics and then go into electronics and then stock and super stock. And then we go into the juniors, Thunder, Lightning, and Street, Peden Industries junior category, and then we will have just a momentary track prep before we go into round number 1 of Doorslammers. So all Doorslammer drivers, you should be at Marcy's trailer right now. Non-electronics rolling into the lanes. Rad Torque Electronics, you are on standby. All righty, welcome racers to Door Wars 11, day 4 in this epic journey. Great to see all the fans in the stands. Welcome to the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. This is going to be a capper for a lot of these classes. Final eliminations for the Pro Mod, West Coast Pro Mod, and also final eliminations for the Canada West Doorslammers. Huge field of Doorslammers here this weekend, racing for upwards of $3,000 for the winner. What did I hear? 42, 43 Doorslammers. That is pretty near a record, if it isn't a record already. So going to see some real fast action there. We're going to kick things off with the National Tire non-electronics category. So all of these racers, many of them would normally be racing in the Summit ET Racing Series, and some of them are just out here for this weekend's race, Door Wars 11. We're going to kick things off with one qualifying session. First pair out of the water box. Chevy Malibu over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, and a pickup over here Tower side. Lance Basilitz from Tofino is in the Chevy Malibu. This qualifier will be the only one that these vehicles will get this morning before they choose a dial-in for eliminations. Lance goes 10:39, 124 miles an hour, 107 miles an hour for the pickup at 12:24. And here comes Dave Shirk from Kelowna in the 86 Blazer, here Tower side. In the other lane, Rob Monroe Sr. Monroe taking full advantage of the wheelie bars and the lead weight that he put on the front end to keep the car under control. Runs through with an 8.90, 149 miles an hour. Over on the Lordco side, Dave Shirk in the Blazer, 115 miles an hour, 11:44. Here comes Robert Love and Krista Loudit. Loudit in the GMC Jimmy, sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group. Small block Chevy power in that Jimmy. Robert Love in the S10 here, Towers side. Out of the interior, Soyuz. 89 S10. Sponsors include Reflections Guest House and SS Motorsports. It's the pickup that gets there first with 10:53, 126 miles an hour. 95 miles an hour for the Jimmy, 13:57. Again, you're seeing just qualifying runs here. Not necessarily the quickest or the fastest that's going to be the winner come elimination times. It is going to be the one that's most consistent. Consistent on the dial-in they choose and put on the window and the reaction time against the Christmas tree. Here's Brad Powell now and Katie Shirk. The second Jimmy we've seen so far this morning. I can safely say that this is my first morning where I've seen two Jimmys. That has never happened before. 383 cubic inch small block Chevy under the hood of that Jimmy too. Wheels up for Brad Powell. Stay straight. Runs 10:21. 131 miles an hour, 13:18 for the Jimmy. You see the red light come on, but for qualifying, that is a nothing issue. Red lights do not count in qualifying, so you're racing against the clock to establish a time. Bert Worrell in the dart swinger here tower side. Langley is home for that orange dart. And he runs 10:02, 132 miles an hour. Cody Plewis in the Chevy goes 13:99, 97 miles an hour. So Ryan Johnston, Manitoba-based car, here regularly. 63 Corvette, big block Chevy. Providing the propulsion for that Corvette. Daryl Tippy in the other lane, 383 cubic inches. Ryan goes 820 at 165 miles an hour. Daryl in the Lordco lane, 1069, 124 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I was mentioning how certain classes are going straight into eliminations. That will include Canada West Doorslammers, the Outlaw Street classes, Pro Mod and Pro Mod Bike and Top Fuel Harley. We go straight into eliminations. No qualifier for you, as you have been qualifying all weekend long. Trevor McDonald and Dustin Brewington. National Tire non-electronics, $2,500 for grabs to the winner here. 1026 for Dustin. Trevor McDonald goes 1087. Everyone will be working off of a handicap system when it comes time for elimination. So this is their qualifier to check out the track and make sure that the vehicle is running the way that they want it to. 68 Plymouth of Eric Hansen is over on the spectator side there. Mustang over here, tower side. Mustang goes 1047, 127 miles an hour, 1276 at 105 miles an hour. And here comes Jeff Whitworth and Darren Burst. Jeff's in the 1983 Ford Mustang here tower side, sponsored by Precise Mechanical Repairs. In the other lane, from Sydney, over on the island, Darren Burst, 68 Chevy Nova. Wheels up launch for Darren goes 986, 134 miles an hour. The Mustang 1282, 109 miles an hour. This is the National Tire non-electronics class. Dustin Hunter from Chilliwack in that little fast Falcon there on the tower on the spectator side. Brendan Piskachik over here in the Ford Mustang tower side. 100 miles an hour for the Mustang, 1324. 907 for the Falcon. 907 at 147 miles an hour. You want to watch the front of Matt Warner's car. Very common wheels up launch for the Sumas Washington driver. 1966 Ford. Puts it on the back bumper pretty much. Andy Angel's in the other lane with that F100, goes 875 at 151 miles an hour, whereas Matt Warner, he goes 124 miles an hour in 1047. Here's Barry Patterson now in his Coronet. 65 Dodge. 498 cubic inches under the hood of that black Dodge out of Mission. Normally runs in the hot rod category or pro bracket here at Mission Raceway. Today in the non-electronics class. In the other lane, looks like it is an Anglia. So Patterson goes 138 miles an hour, 979. Lordco side goes 77 miles an hour at 1326. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Rad Torque Electronics. We're calling you to the lanes now. 2 through 5. 2 through 5. Rad Torque Electronics. Bring them up to the lanes. 2 through 5. Stock, super stock. You are on standby. So last pair, Ralph Ehlers in the Mustang ran 126 miles an hour, 1059. And Rick Hoekstra in the 49 Chevy ran 1047 on 129. And that brings up our next pair here, Larry Rodenizer and Ross Walker. Rodenizer in the old Yeller. I cried at that movie. But then everybody cried at that movie, I think. 46 Ford goes 938. 938 at 140 miles an hour. 1003 for Walker in the Chevy 2. 132 miles an hour, and that's going to bring to the line John Tabak and Sylvia Hoogston. John Tabak, your winner from last night. Maple Ridge is home for that S10. Sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Over here is Sylvia from Maple Ridge, property manager at Maple Ridge. Driving that popular blue Mustang. Normally competes in the hot rod category. She goes 1261, 107 miles an hour. John goes 1050, 1050 at 127 miles an hour. Once again, we have called Rad Torque Electronics to the lanes. Rad Torque Electronics, we've called you to the lanes. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Rob Monroe Jr. is in final against Senior. Junior won. Brad Owens in the 55 Bel Air in the other lane. Owens goes 981, 135 miles an hour, 1067 for Rob Monroe. Car that he built himself. Talking to Rob Sr. and said, if you want to race, here's the junker, fix it up, and it's all yours. And so they worked on it together. It's a handmade car, and at home, he's got a lot invested in that 69 Acadian. Mal Patterson now, the car he calls Malfunction. Both cars wheels up high in the air, the Acadian and the Chevy 2. John Van From Quinnell goes 1042 against a 1006 for Mal Patterson. 132 miles an hour for the Acadian. The Chevy 2 goes 95 miles an hour. Here comes Rob Hodgson, one of the regular hot rod category runners. Today, National Tire Non-Electronics is the class he's running in, and Kevin McCauley, same thing. Kevin McCauley in the Cutlass over on the spectator side. Hodgson goes 1078. 1078 at 123 miles an hour. 1188 for Kevin. 111 miles an hour in his case. A roadster belonging to Blair Criddle. 1927 Ford Roadster on the Lordco side of the racetrack, and Jeff Bell in the 78 Dart here tower side. Motoring down track in the groove, and the Roadster gets there with an 888, 146 miles an hour. 139 miles an hour for Bell in the Dart at 953. And here comes Russell Jeffrey and Sean Langley. Russell Jeffrey is in the 66 Chevy 2. The Nova with 555 cubic inches under the hood. Sean in the Mach 1. Sean's from Linden, Washington. Little Chevy's going to get there with a 928, 145 miles an hour. 1188 for Sean in the Mustang. 112 miles per hour. And here comes Chris Stone and Mike McMahon. Mikey in that Camaro with the injector stack sticking high out of the hood. Looking real old school. 69 Mustang, 496 cubic inches under the hood. And Chris Stone over here, perennial runner. It's that 68 Dodge Dart. Perfect reaction time for Chris Stone. Camaro gets there with an 885, 153 miles per hour, but it's a perfect reaction time. Trip zip for Chris Stone. 68 Dodge goes 131 miles an hour in 10.02 seconds. So we move up to the next class, Rad Torque Electronics, and their first and only qualifier for the day, Brady Lowe from Langley. Here in the dragster on the tower side, Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington in the Camaro. 1999 Camaro, 408 cubic inch LS power plant under the hood. The dragster sporting sponsorship from JBS Equipment. Brady goes 784 at 170 miles an hour. Dustin, 1025, 129 miles an hour, and that's going to bring up a couple more dragsters. Danny Hodder from Renton, Washington, in his 2002 Spitzer, the white dragster here tower side, and Jan Christensen, who decided to get in that dragster because every time he raced his Chevy 2 against a dragster, there was a good chance he wasn't going to get to the finish line first. So he said, well, I'm going to see what it takes to beat a dragster by racing a dragster. Talked to him this morning. He said, yeah, it's all about that clear field of vision and the ability to have nice peripheral vision even with your helmet on, and you get to see where in fact exactly your front tires are as you approach the finish line. So a lot more control over what the car can do over the quarter mile. 790 for Jan Christensen at 169 miles an hour. 768 for Danny Hodder, 170 miles an hour. So that is their one and only qualifying session. Al Oman, sponsored by Thrifty's Machine Shop on that motorcycle, making big changes as well. Putting some electronics on the bike, causing him to completely rethink his process. And over here, tower side, Rashid Al-Balushi. Taking Justin Bond's dragster out for a spin, qualifying here in Rad Torque Electronics. Motorcycles in, dragsters in. She goes 697 at 188 miles an hour. Good pass. 141 miles an hour in the other lane for Al at 9.10. Hey, attention in the pits. Final call for electronics. Final call for Rad Torque Electronics. Stock, super stock. This is your first call. To the lanes, please. 2 and 3. Stock, super stock to the lanes 2 and 3. Bring them up. I gotta say, I'm liking Mike Robinson's new paint job on that Roadster. The blue was okay, but it didn't look anywhere near as nice as that red and black trim. The Roadster goes 908, 143 miles an hour. Justin Gibson in the other lane in the 88 Mustang, 981 at 138 miles an hour. Brings up the Roadster of Cam Sands out of Prince George. I'm going to say Prince George. It could be Prince Rupert, but Nick Angelucci in the other lane from Agassiz. 78 Malibu. Roadster will stop the clocks at 877, 148 miles an hour. And Angelucci goes 1068, 126 miles an hour. Hey, once again, it was the final call for electronics to be in the lanes. Stock, super stock. We've called you to lanes 2 and 3, and that means all juniors are on standby. All juniors, Peden Industries, Junior Dragster, and Junior Street, you are on standby. Ted Buss heading down track alongside George LeBlanc. Buss goes 909 in the Lordco lane, 144 miles an hour, and George LeBlanc from Creston, BC in his Chevelle, 872 at 155 miles an hour. And Dustin Hunter competing both in the non-electronics category as well as the electronics category. He's in that Falcon Fast Ford from Chilliwack. It's a 1964 Ford Falcon. In the other lane, Kimberly Jonkind from Langley in the dragster. Dragster sponsored by Reckless Restorations, as seen on TV. So Kimberly will get there with an 8:10, 165 miles an hour, and Dustin goes 15:27 in the Falcon, 148 miles an hour. Once again, we have called stock, super stock to the lanes, lanes 2 and 3. Stock, super stock to the lanes. Peden Industries Junior Dragsters, you are on standby. Anthony Katnick and Mike Stewart. Mike Stewart in the white Chevy 2 here on the tower side. It'll be the Mustang of Anthony that gets there first. 928, 149 miles per hour on that qualifying pass. Anthony from Maple Ridge. Mike Stewart from Langley in his 67 Chevy 2. His run was a 10:01, 133 miles an hour. Start line crew taking advantage of a little break to do some touch-up. Stock and super stock. We need you to the lanes, please. Stock and super stock. We have called you to lanes 2 and 3. Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. We need you to the lanes now as well. Peden Industries, Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. We're going to put you in lane number 2. One of our index racers here, Quality Racing's Dan Parsons. From Powell River, 1970 Duster, goes usually in the 1090 class. And John Brenning from Parksville in the 1980 Camaro. Dan employing the throttle stop, taking power out of the car to ensure that it gets there at the time he wants. Goes 1093, 129 miles an hour. The other lane, the Camaro goes 9 flat, 150 miles an hour. Here comes Kevin McNichol now and Steve McKenzie. Steve McKenzie in the 87 Black Cavalier. He's on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Kevin McNichol, Lucas Oil sponsored Chevy 2. McKenzie goes 918, 138 miles an hour. And McNichol goes 1004, 133 miles per hour in the Nova. 2 more dragsters rolling up now, backing up from their burnouts. Jeremy Soares from Terrace. And over here, Tammy Peugeot from Abbotsford. Tammy sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Jeremy over on the Lordco side, sponsored by Soares Transport and Hot Shot. Both dragsters head down track. 761 is the time on the Lordco side for Jeremy. 761 at 169 miles an hour. Tammy goes 770, 172 miles an hour. Here comes Rick Modell and Warren Jacobson. Jacobson from Mission in the purple Chevy 2 over on the spectator side. Rick here from Courtney in the 69 Camaro. Again, you can see the throttle stop action coming into play as we are in the electronics category. Rick in the Camaro goes 849 at 161 miles an hour. 1084 is the time for Warren. 136 miles per hour, the speed of the Chevy 2. As Wes Vath and Robert Love roll up. Wes Vath is in the white Firebird, and Robert Love in the Chevy S10 pickup. Love sponsored by Reflections Guest House and SS Motorsports. And Vath, Acumen Machine Shop. Wes Vath runs 953 on that pass, 141 miles an hour. 1055 for the pickup. 1055 at 126 miles an hour. Here comes John Tabak, now running in the electronics category. Aaron Phillips from Chetwynd in the dragster on the spectator side. John Tabak, a winner from last night. Ran against Chris Stone and was looking forward to wearing a belt all through the pits, just like a WWE wrestler would do. Didn't happen. No belt. So normally these two would be racing with a handicap, and John would have been out front, but 8:13 in qualifying is the time for the dragster at 158 miles an hour. John goes 10:48, 127 in the truck. Here comes Al Quigley in the Mustang. Mustang over here on the tower side against Jeff Bell. You see the Rad Torque sponsored Mustang at a number of national events. Al takes that car to those events running in Superstock. Jeff Bell in 76 Dodge. .953 for Bell, 139 miles an hour as Al Quigley goes 1061, 162 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Street, Peden Industries, Junior Street. This is your call. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Peden Industries, Junior Street. This is your call. Bring them up to lanes 3 and 4. Junior dragsters, you should all be in the lanes as well. Emily Gerard just backing up from her burnout now in the dragster. Emily, many-time champion in the junior dragster category here at Mission Raceway, stepping up a few years ago into the big car. Emily based in Chilliwack. Sponsored by Shear Solutions and Just Mechanical, as well as the logo on board for Rad Torque Systems. We are in Rad Torque Electronics. Want to thank all the sponsors who have stepped up and participated in sponsoring our individual race categories here, not only this weekend, but all year long. Emily heading down track in the family dragster, and she will stop the clocks at 7:48, 180 miles an hour. And not even taking the time to pop the chute. Long shot off area here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. 7:48 was the time for Emily at 180 miles an hour, and that is going to do it for Rad Torque Electronics. We are going to head into NWCR Stock and Super Stock in just a moment. Do appreciate everybody joining us here at Mission Raceway for day 4 of Door Wars 11. And we have got a great day of racing in store for you. Canada West Doorslammers will be heading to the track for their first round of eliminations in, well, roughly a half an hour or so. We have got pro mods. We've got upwards of 40 Canada West Doorslammers, one of the biggest fields they've ever had. We've got about 14 pro mods on the property, and they are racing for a $10,000 payout. So they have got a lot on the line, those West Coast Pro Modified racers. This category for the weekend, NWCR Stock and Super Stock. First pair in the Northwest Class Racers Stock and Super Stock category. Dave Jung. He is behind the wheel of that 1996 Camaro. Wheels way up high on the Chevelle. Wow. TCS lane goes 1027, 125 miles an hour, 1093 for Dave at 122 miles per hour. Here comes John Bushinsky and Bruce Flodine. Bruce driving the 95 Dakota. '70 Cuda over here at Tower Side. Again, what you find in the stock and super stock classes is just the way the tires set up and the weight set up. It is wheels up almost every time. So attention in the pits. We're always receiving things that have been lost and or found in the pits. Well, somebody has lost their global insurance. We have found it. It's up here in the tower. If you have got your insurance missing, we have it up here. So James Boyce over on the Lordco side of the racetrack goes 1162, 112 miles an hour, 12 flat. Over here, Tower side, 107 miles an hour. Ed Hodder Jr. from Linwood in the 2015 Camaro. And again, wheels up launch. That is the name of the game in the Northwest Class Racers Stock and Super Stock category. So they have completed their one and only qualifying session. Everybody gets one hit except Canada West Doorslammers, the Outlaw Street classes, Pro Mod Bike, and Top Fuel Harley. They qualified yesterday and the day before, so they will be going straight into eliminations. Next up, we have got Peden Industries Junior Dragsters. So the Dragsters will come in two categories, Thunder and Lightning. So the Junior Dragsters are, they talk about them as if they are half-scale replicas of the full-size cars. They're not actually half. It's probably more of a third, but we call them half just to make it easy. The two categories, of course, Thunder and Lightning. If you are between the ages of 5 and 12 years of age, you are going to be in the Junior Thunder category. 13 to 17, the quicker of the two is Lightning. And I was looking at Lincoln Shirk's Junior Dragster in the pits earlier this morning, and wow, what a marvel of technology the Junior Dragster can become. The quickest they can go in the Lightning category is 750 at 89.99 miles an hour. Here we have got our first pair, Wesley Armstrong, sponsored by Fountain Tire in Chilliwack, Lordco, Badass Garage, and Connor Jackson in the spectator lane, the Lordco lane, sponsored by TKO Hot Tubs, Fitness Labs, and Lordco. They race to the 8th mile. This is their qualifying, one and only qualifying session from this, they'll get a dial-in time that they will put on the junior dragster, and that will be fed into the computer system for the handicap system. Pay attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're constantly looking at the run order, and with the huge field of cars in the National Tire non-electronics category, there's lots of you racers on the property. So what we are going to do is, following the junior qualifying and then some track prep, we are going to run the first round of non-electronics before the Doorslammers. That's before the Doorslammers. So be ready for your call to the lanes. Here comes Jack Green and Emily White. Emily hailing out of Mission, sponsored by White Knuckle Racing, Lordco, Walco, and TNT. Jack Green over here, part of the Green Brothers Triumvirate, Global Container sponsorship, and bumper stand. So each of these dragsters is generally tuned to run based on the age of the occupant. Jack is one of the younger competitors. Emily runs it out to a 9-second flat at 72 miles an hour, 13.98 for Jack Green, 44 miles an hour. Alex Green over here, coming up to the line now, his brother. Alex, the middle of the three. Again, sponsored by Global Container Terminals, Bumper Stand, and more in motorsports. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers. This is your 30-minute standby call. 30-minute standby call for Canada West Doorslammers. So Owen Armstrong in the other lane, Alex Green here. Owen Armstrong, brother of Wesley Armstrong. And Alex Green. Alex Green goes 11.90 at 53 miles an hour. Owen Armstrong runs 15.31 at 41 miles an hour. See the junior dragsters in the Thunder category with drivers between the ages of 5 years of age and 12 years of age. They will run anywhere from 15 seconds to upwards of 8 or 9 seconds in the 8th mile. Once we get into the Lightning category, they will run between 8 and 7:50. They'll be a lot louder, a lot quicker, too. Here's the third brother, Nate Green. Cadence Rodrigue is in the other lane in the blue dragster with the flames. Cadence from Chilliwack, sponsored by Milron Truck Body, Ken Specialty Auto, and Color Compass Corporation. Nate Green from Mission over here, Global Container Terminals, and Bumper Stand. Staging them up like the big cars. They roll into the pre-stage beams and then will roll forward another 7 inches to break the stage beams. At the stripe, 11.97 for Nate Green, 53 miles an hour, and 12.03 is the time for Cadence Rodrigue at 51 miles an hour. Hunter Thompson now. Hunter is from Mission. See as the car is, the dragster is rolling forward into the stage beams. They do the burnout as usual to clean off the tires. And then a family member or crew member will be doing the fine-tuning on the engine. They want to make sure that the RPM is right for the temperature of the air and the motor. So they'll be setting the RPM for the launch. So Hunter Thompson heading down to the 8th mile stripe and runs 892, 73 miles an hour, 892. And here comes Bentley Johnson. So Isabella Marshall over on the spectator side up against Bentley Johnson here in this qualifying run. Next time we see all these cars, they will be in eliminations. Isabella runs 9:08, 74 miles an hour, 8:93 for Bentley Johnson at 73 miles an hour. And here comes April Bond. So when he's not running the Pro Mod, Justin Bond out there tuning the junior dragsters of son and daughter, April and Nick. Spectator side, that is Hunter Gallant from Chilliwack. Hunter has sponsorship from BDL Automotive, Super Steve's Tire, and Diversified Rocket Coatings. All of those sponsors helping support Hunter's racing program. April, well, is looking to Dad at JBS Equipment for sponsorship. April over here, tower side. Hunter on the spectator side. Both cars were staged and ready to go, and the tree came down, and April and Hunter are off and away to the 8th mile. Hunter gets there with an 891, 71 miles an hour. April 902 at 72 miles an hour. Huge field of juniors for 2023. We certainly appreciate Peden Industries and their sponsorship of the category. We've gone from some races in previous years having 6. This year there are well over 20 junior dragsters racing at Mission Raceway. They have got a very strong contingent of racers, and they are every bit as stoked to win those Wallies and win the cash that is available this year from the various sponsors. So Ashton Katnick and Tanya Peterson are on the line right now. Peterson sponsored by, of course, Peterson Fabrication and Van Ross Services and Rig Construction. TK Performance, the sponsor for Ashton Katnick. There's a trio of Katnicks in the junior program. Ashton is heading down right now. Ashton goes 11.98 at 53 miles an hour. And Jackson Dew and Adam Katnick are next up. Netanya on that run in the Peterson Junior Dragster ran 12.70 at 49 miles an hour. Jackson Dew out of Langley, sponsored by JBS Equipment and Grandpa on the spectator side. Adam Katnick again, sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco here tower side. So Adam Katnick and Jackson Dew head to the stripe. 9:06 for Jackson, 9:02 for Adam. Both junior dragsters 72 miles an hour. As we get set to go a little bit quicker, a little bit faster here now. Go into the lightning category. Tower side, CL Gagnon, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Dad Nate, of course, riding one of those Nitro Harleys here on the property this weekend. CL as competitive as Dad is. In the other lane, Emma Debris Jr., Emma Debris Coos, I should say. Shawnigan Lake is home. Emma's on the spectator side, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Vancouver Car Wraps, B&D Lift Trucks, and Shawnigan Trucking. Great pair of runs here from CL and Emma. CL goes 787, 82 miles an hour. And Emma, 798, 81 miles an hour, as we are in the lightning category, the quicker of the two. And you hear it and you can see it as well. Abigail White and Kenna Thompson. Kenna from Mission, as is Abigail. Kenna sponsored by JBS Equipment. And Abigail sponsored by Lordco, Walco, and TNT. At the 8th mile stripe, Abigail runs 793 at 81 miles an hour, and McKenna Thompson 8 flat at 78 miles an hour. Like last year, you know, one of the aspects of junior drag racing is that it brings the family together. It gives the younger members of the family a very key role participating in the sport of the family. And this is Saeed Al-Balushi, sponsored by, just like the pro mod of his father runs, Bahrain 1 and JBS Equipment. So we see Saeed here once a year during Door Wars, and it's great to see his dad racing the pro mod, and it's great to see Saeed in the junior dragster. Hey, attention to the pits. Attention in the pits. This is a call to the lanes. National Tire Non-Electronics. That's no box. National Tire Non-Electronics. First round eliminations. We need you to the lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. 2, 3, 4, and 5 for National Non-Electronics. And Saeed goes 8:04, 80 miles an hour in his junior dragster, and that's going to bring up the third of the 3 Katnicks. Aiden Katnick over here, tower side, and Lexi Winterbottom on the spectator side. Lexi driving the blue and yellow junior dragster from Langley. Aiden, home is Maple Ridge, sponsored by, as you might expect, TK Performance and Lordco. Lexi, part of the Bowtie Ventures race team. Both drivers staged. Here comes the tree for their run. Junior Lightning is the category. Lexi goes 795 at 81 miles an hour, 787. The quicker of the two as Aiden goes 78 miles an hour. Was wandering in the pits early this morning, and Lincoln Shirk was working on his junior dragster. They had that whole thing apart, and they had to do some very serious maintenance on it. Got it back together again, obviously. The information provided on the junior dragster program is that in theory you can have a competitive junior dragster for about $5,000. That would be US. When you get to this level, though, of Junior Lightning, when you're looking at Lincoln Shirk's Titanium Auto Group sponsored junior dragster, that is a $20,000 unit right there. And it is a thing of beauty when you take a look at it up close in the pits, and I encourage everybody to do that. Head into the pits sometime during the day and take a look at some of the machinery that's back there. It is absolutely spectacular. Nick Bond having a problem here, tower side, so they're going to shut him off and take him back. Had problems firing it up. Lincoln Shirk, on the other hand, still running even after all the heavy-duty maintenance that they were doing. Lincoln Shirk from Langley goes 790 at 82 miles an hour, and getting close to the fast time that they can run in the Lightning category. You can run as quick as 7.50, 89.99 miles an hour. Colton Morin now, part of the Morin Motorsports team. They are one of the huge proponents of the junior program and have been extremely instrumental in getting more and more participants. So credit going to the Morin family. Colton Morin rolling up in his Mike Boss chassis junior dragster. Sponsored by JBS, Tires Plus, TDS, and Rex Cox. $7.94 is the time for Colton Morin. 7.94, 82 miles an hour. And that is going to do it for the junior dragster portion of this program. We go into the Peden Industries Junior Street program now. In Junior Street, one of the only category that I can think of in NHRA racing where you'll find two individuals in the driver's compartment. One behind the wheel with a NHRA competition license, but underage for driving on the street. And so the licensed holder is in the passenger side. And you're saying, why are they doing that? Well, it's one way of avoiding the full purchase of a junior dragster because these need to be street machines. So Richard Peterson and Tyler Smith. Tyler, who's coming off of 6 wins in a row, is over on the spectator side. Tyler's from Abbotsford. He's sponsored by Gerry's OK Tire and Zapstrap Racing, the black pickup over here. Richard Peterson, of course, son of Keith Peterson, who shepherds the West Coast Pro Mod program from Grand Prairie. Richard goes 9.77 in the pickup. The silver pickup goes 74 miles an hour, 68 miles an hour for the black pickup of Tyler Smith at 10.74. Next up, Isaac Nurchlow and Taryn Monroe. Now, Isaac over here in the 2003 Pontiac Montana. And Taryn's in the 94 blue and white Blazer. So, like their junior dragster cousins, they race to the 8th mile as well. So Isaac goes 11.23 at 61 miles an hour, and Taryn 11.44 at 60 miles an hour, and that brings up Sophia Getz. Sophia Getz goes 10-12, 69 miles an hour, and that is going to be it for qualifying. Now, as we head into first round of eliminations, a little bit of track preparation taking place on the start line. First round of eliminations will be for National Tire non-electronics. Lots of cars in the class, and so we're getting a jump on that. Canada West Doorslammers, you had a 30-minute standby call probably 20 minutes ago, so I would be getting ready if I were you. You will be following a little bit of track prep unless we are able to accomplish all of that before going into this first round of eliminations. Want to welcome once again all of you race fans here to Mission Raceway, or if you're watching us online, streaming us on the YouTubes. Want to thank all the good folks at Valley Tech for putting together an absolutely stellar program online. And also thank Lordco Auto Parts for their participation in sponsoring the YouTube videos, the streamings that we do. They are up there to watch in posterity, so if you are unable, for whatever reason, to join us each and every race weekend, you can catch up on the action on YouTube, mrplordco.tv. Half Track Snack Shack is certainly open for business. I probably don't need to remind everybody it's going to be sunny, it's going to be hot, so make sure that you stay hydrated. There is water available at the Half Track Snack Shack and the Pro Shop, so do maintain that liquid ration. And also, if you're hungry, all sorts of great combos available at the Half Track Snack Shack. And also, if you're looking just for chocolate bars, chips, and things like that, well, that's available at the Pro Shop. And we certainly hope that you take the opportunity throughout the day to wander through the pits and take a look at not only purchasing some NHRA Mission Raceway souvenirs at the Pro Shop, but also a lot of the racers have merch available as well at their individual pit locations. So I know that they would appreciate your business and support. All the money that, of course, goes into purchasing merch is just a way of paying back the racers who are here with us and supporting the whole racing program at Mission Raceway. So DOORWARZ 11 is powered by the Titanium Auto Group. We have got a wide range of classes that are racing today. The fastest pro mods in person, including Fuel Tech USA NHRA Pro Mods of B1 Racing, Khaled Al-Balushi and Justin Bond. You see their trailer sitting prominently in the pits, along with 14 other pro mod cars racing to the 8th mile, and they have got money on the line. They're racing for a $10,000 payout in the West Coast Pro Modified category. Canada West Doorslammers on the property here with over 40 racing vehicles. $3,000 on the line, along with the West Coast Outlaw Racing Series, Western Canada Top Fuel Nitro Bike Racing Series, and then the National Tire Non-Electronics and Rad Torque Electronics will be running for big money all weekend as well, thanks to their sponsors. And speaking of National Tire Non-Electronics, that is where we are right now. Round number 1 as we get set for eliminations. Drag racing, some have said a cruel sport. 2 come up and 1 moves on and 1 goes on the trailer, unless you're running in another class, of course. First pair, Rob Hodgson and Andy Antle. Andy from Lacklahash in BC, sponsored by Antle Towing. And Rob Hodgson over here, normally running in the hot rod category. He's tower side. He gets the handicap. Andy's dialed in at 876, had to wait patiently. Will he be able to charge out in front of Hodgson? Does not. Rob stays out in front, goes 1083 for the win, 114 miles an hour. Rob Hodgson advancing into the next round. Matt Marshall coming up to the line in the pickup. And in the other lane, in the Jimmy, Krista Loudit. Titanium Auto Group sponsorship on that 1990 GMC with a small block Chevy under the hood. Krista leaves the start line first. Matt is in pursuit. Handicap start means that if your reaction time is perfect and you run what's on the dial, if both cars do that, they should get there at the same time, and that rarely happens. Krista gets there first with a win, 13.64 at 94 miles an hour, as Brad Owens and Cody Plewis are the next pair. Cody in the 95 Chevy Camaro. Brad Owens from Bellingham in the 55 Bel Air. Handicap will be going to the black Camaro, dialed in at 14 flat. So Cody leaves the start line as Brad brings up the revs, launches the front wheels and gets out of it and gets back in it in an effort to get around Cody at the top end without breaking out, and he does. 993 for the win, 130 miles an hour, the 55 Chevy. Moving on into the round number 2 as Blair Criddle and Dave Shirk will be the next pair down in competition. This is round number 1 in National Tire non-electronics. It's elimination time. Blair Criddle in the 27 Ford T Roadster. Ford power under the hood of that Roadster, which is rare to see. Dave Shirk in the Blazer, way out in front on the handicap start, and will get the win because of the red light. Blair Criddle not able to sit patiently there. He still runs 896 trying to catch Dave Shirk, but it's Dave Shirk that takes the Blazer into the next round, goes 11:47 for the win. Brad Powell and Lance Peslitz. Lance over here tower side in the Chevy Malibu, dialed in at 1041, and Brad Powell from Linden, Washington in the Chevy Nova, dialed in at 1024. Handicap is going to go to Lance here tower side. Not much of a handicap, 0.2 of a second. Red light start for Brad Powell. So Lance gets the win light. He's racing out to the top end, and he can see the green light on the reader board that says winner. So Lance goes 1046 on a 1041 dial, 125 miles an hour to take it into the next round, as Dustin Hunter and Eric Hansen will be our next 2 competitors. Hansen's driving the maroon-colored 68 Plymouth. Spectator side from North Vancouver. He leaves the start line first. Waiting is Dustin Hunter. They're both clean and green here on the start line, and so it's going to be decided at the top end. Win light comes on for Dustin Hunter. 908, 144 miles an hour. Dustin Brewington now, and Chris Stone. Stone, part of the Stone Cold Racing team, sponsored by Willowbrook Chrysler. He's in the 68 Dodge Dart. On the spectator side, handicap goes to Dustin Brewington's Camaro. They both are clean and green as they head to the stripe. Win light comes on for Chris Stone. 10:08, 127 miles an hour against 10:31. So Chris Stone picks up a round win, goes into round number 2. Jeff Whitworth and Kevin McCauley now. McCauley in the black Cutlass. He affectionately calls Old School. Maple Ridge is home. Jeff Whitworth from Nanaimo in the Mustang. Sponsored by Precise Mechanical Repairs. He got the handicap start. Seemed to be struggling on the start line as well, so he manages to stay out in front of Kevin McCauley, though. Goes 13:01 on a 1290 dial. 99 miles an hour. So Jeff Whitworth takes the Mustang into the next round. Here comes Sylvia Hookston now and Ryan Johnston. Ryan's in the 63 Corvette. 598 cubic inch big block Chevy. Under that hood scoop, here tower side. The Mustang, a little more discreet. 302 under the hood. Sylvia in the blue Mustang. So win light comes on for Ryan Johnson, 825 for the win at 158 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, Canada West Doorslammers. This is your call. Bring them to the lanes, please. Canada West Doorslammers, bring them to the lanes for first round of eliminations. We normally put you in 5 and 6 with overflow 3 and 4. Wheels way up in the air for Mal Patterson in that 68 Acadian. 10-10 was the dial-in for both of these guys, and it's a heads-up race with a 10-13 win for Mal Patterson against Bert Worrell. So Patterson goes 10-13 at 131 miles an hour on the 10-10 dial. So called that one. Here's Kevin Garlock now and John Van. John Van Capel from Quesnel in the Chevy 2. Black Chevy 2 with the wheels up on the spectator side. Red light for Kevin in the Camaro. So John Van goes on. 10-5-0. 10-5-0 for the win. John Van Capel. 95 miles an hour. Is Katie Shirk and Larry Rodenizer. Get set. Attention in the pits once again. Canada West Doorslammers, we've called you to the lanes. Canada West Doorslammers, we've called you to the lanes. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro Mod, you are on a 45-minute standby. Pro Mod, you are on a 45-minute standby. At the stripe, it's Robert Love and Ralph Ehlers in the Mustang. Win light for Robert Love in the S10 pickup. Runs a 1072 rather, 114 miles an hour. And that's good for a win as Barry Patterson and John Tabak roll up to the start line. break the pre-stage beams, and then rolled forward another 7 inches to break the stage beams. We wait until every driver is fully pre-staged before rolling forward. And they are set. Here comes the tree. The handicap is going to John Tabak. The red light is going to Barry Patterson. It is one of the trials and tribulations of handicap racing to sit patiently while you see your competitor heading down track. You want to take full advantage of the Christmas tree in every way possible without turning on the red light. Perfect reaction time is 000. Andrew Weed rolling up now here tower side in the 1947 Austin Chevy Power. Tom Wartinger in the Mustang from Ferndale, Washington. Bit of tire slippage and a red light for Weed takes him out of competition here in the first round. So wind light comes on for Tom Wartinger at 10:45 at 127 miles an hour, taking that 67 Mustang into the next round. Rick Hoekstra in the 49 Chevy. And Matt Warner over here in the 66 Ford. Matt has a tendency to lift the front end of that Ford way up in the air. Sumas, Washington is home, sponsored by Linden Service Center. Once again, almost on the back bumper. And who gets to the stripe first? Well, Matt Warner, 10:78, 100 miles an hour. And so we'll see Warner in the next round. Well, we got that sorted out. Brendan Piscatchik over on the spectator side in the 1990 Ford Mustang. And Mike McMahon over here in the 69 Camaro with the great-looking injector stacks. So red light start for Brandon. And that means Mike McMahon will pick up the win, goes 869. 869 at 154 miles an hour. Jeff Bell now and Darren Burke. Chevy Nova here, tower side. That is Darren dialed in at 985, getting the slight handicap start, but then turning on the red light. So Jeff Bell picks up the win and moves on into the next round. Bell goes 965 for the win at 137 miles an hour. So Rob Monroe Sr. taking that 1931 Model A out of the water box. 414 cubic inch small block Chevy. Supercharged. Had a great visit with Rob in the pits a couple of weeks back. Talked about how he's been adding weight and making adjustments to not have that front end lift quite so high. Car does, for the most part, go straight, even with that. So Daryl Tippy getting the handicap start in his Chevy 2. Both cars clean and green. Will Rob Monroe get around him? He does not. No. Daryl goes 1075 at 122 for the win. And Rob Monroe goes back into the pits. Daryl Tippy advancing into round number 2. As Rob Monroe Jr. comes up in the 69 Acadian, sponsored by SD Performance, Gibson's Racing, Transmissions, and Horizon Paint, and Body Shop, I'm guessing. Sean Langley over here from Lyndon, Washington in the Mach 1, and Sean takes that Mustang red, turns on the red light. And so Lordco lane wins 1073, 123 miles an hour for Rob Monroe Jr. Ross Walker in the Chevy 2, tower side. Russell Jeffrey in the Chevy Nova, and the spectator side. Win light for Walker, 10:05 at 131 miles an hour. So Ross Walker will advance into the next round. 131 miles an hour, 10:05 for the win. Here's Trevor McDonald now from Airdrie, Alberta. Trevor's in the 95 GMC pickup. Odd number of vehicles in the category, so that by run, Trevor McDonald picks up the win to advance into the next round. 10:88 is his time, 113 miles an hour, and that will do it for National Tire Non-Electronics. Next up will be a slight bit of track preparation, it looks like. Just a little touch-up. We do a little scrape on the start line every so often because we want to make sure that we have just the right amount of rubber there. If there's too much rubber, the track is pretty tight, and so what will happen is they'll start, with the big tire cars, start balling up the rubber, and it just gets in the way of good performance. So you want it nice and smooth and clean, and you can do that on concrete. And then if we need to do a spray, that'll be up to the race director to take a look at, and they will make that decision. But otherwise, we just do a little bit of a scrape to get the excess rubber off the start line so that everybody has a nice, clean launch pad. With Canada West Doorslammers coming up next, big field, 42 cars. I don't know that I've ever been at a race where there's 42 cars. And Cole is back in the tower. You had a late night last night, Cole. Did you sleep in the tower?
No, fortunately, I'm just staying down the road, so it was a short commute back to my bed, which was a good thing after last night. We went late into the night, of course, crowning the winners with the West Coast Outlaws series. We got Jordan Brandon going back-to-back in Outlaw 275 for MDA Fabrication. Vanessa Richards also going back-to-back in Dolphin Fraser Financial Limited Street. But as you mentioned there, Gerry, that there is 42, I believe, Canada West Doorslammers. They had 43 qualify, one car, unfortunately, I believe, breaking last night. So 42 getting lined up and ready to go and having to actually get paired up back there in the staging lanes. So that is ongoing as the track prep getting kicked off. And you mentioned you actually want a little bit of slip with these tires. You don't want it to completely hook up, and that's why burning off that excess rubber on the starting line is going to help these guys get down the racetrack.
Yeah, when I was talking with Otto Schulte and he was talking about how tight the track is, he made me aware of the fact that even in Canada West Doorslammers, it's not just Top Fuel and Funny Car that you're working with controlled slip. Even with the Doorslammers, with those big tires, you want a little bit of slippage as you're going along down the quarter mile. Hey, listen, we just had a note. I want to make sure that if you have a dog on the property, do make sure that the dog's hearing is protected. Do make sure that they are safe, because the Doorslammers will get loud. And so you do want to make sure that you're protecting your animals. At the same time, don't just leave them locked up in a car either, because somebody's going to be up here in the tower telling us there's a dog locked in the car. So don't do that either, please. Just be mindful of your pets.
And leashes as well at all times in the pits if you got your dog there, just to make sure that they are not running around the pit area itself, because, again, race cars have the right of way in the pits. So, again, make sure that they are under control at all times.
Good idea. Good idea. So, yeah, last night was a pretty crazy time, late into the night with racing, and great to see so many fans hanging around that whole time, too.
Was a great crowd on hand here yesterday at Mission Raceway Park. And, of course, the West Coast Pro Modifieds wrapping up their qualifying last night with Justin Bond coming out on top of the qualifying order. And also in qualifying, they decided the results of the full-blown Frenzy race from Pacific Raceways. Their finals got kind of pushed back to here at Mission. And Jordan Lazick getting the first West Coast Pro Modified win of the season last night, going up against Ryan Hayward in that final. Of course, it happened during round 4 of qualifying. I know Jordan and the team are going to be looking to get their first DOORWARZ win as well, coming up a little bit later on here in West Coast Pro Modified Eliminations.
I understand. Now, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to talk about this, but there was a haircut on the line as well, and I mean on the line.
Yeah, so what happened was that Richard Peterson, Keith Peterson's son, made a little side bet with Justin Bond that, hey, if you can run a 360 at any point in the weekend, you can cut my hair. And Richard had pretty long flowing locks. So before round 3 of qualifying, because Justin, during the first session of the weekend, kind of jumped right into that 360 zone, got to cut off some of Richard's hair and give him a little bit of a shorter cut than he's used to down in the starting line before we fired off Pro Mods for their 3rd round of qualifying yesterday.
I got to head into the pits and take a look. I mean, that's something that you'd not expect to see. It's not quite like Garlett shaving when he runs a 6, but, it's close. It's real close.
It's right on there. I think Richard's been hiding at those, so you might have to get him at an inopportune time to try and take a look at that handiwork. I think I said yesterday, if I had a Pro Mod, I'd trust Justin to drive it. I wouldn't trust him anywhere near my hair with scissors after seeing the end result of that haircut. Yeah, hopefully it's been tidied up a little bit.
I know that Justin can drive everything from scooter to Starbucks to a tractor rubbing the racetrack, but scissors, that's a new skill that I was not aware of at all. It also explains why Richard was not at chapel service this morning, so just hiding out, like you say.
Yeah, and I unfortunately slept through that, as you mentioned, Gerry. I'm trying to get up on my sleep, but that happened this morning. Nice and early up here in the 3rd floor of the timing tower, and again, getting ready for some Canada West Doorslammer action coming up. Their first round of eliminations for Paradise Homes this weekend. They got $3,000 on the line there, courtesy of the folks at Paradise Homes helping them out. And Rod LeClaire, one of the owners of Paradise Homes over there on Vancouver Island, actually a competitor in the Doorslammer category. I know he's back there in the lanes getting ready for the first round of eliminations.
It's absolutely amazing. If you're in the stands, you can probably see the staging lanes. They are absolutely packed with 5 full lanes of Doorslammer cars. This is going to be quite the first round of eliminations. All these cars had to run, and there's over 40 of them. They had to run 870 or better to be in the program, and there's upwards of $3,000 on the line cash for their performance this weekend. So we should talk about the sponsor for this weekend, and that's Paradise Homes. They are located in Victoria. Paradise Homes, a company that was founded in 2001 by 2 local businessmen. And at the time, they both had full-time careers, but they had a strong desire to build quality houses. And so they created, at that time, Paradise Homes. Complementing each other well, they have been building exceptional housing ever since. Rod LeClaire, one of the principals of the company, has worked for decades in the construction industry and has a remarkable eye for details and organization. He is driving a Doorslammer in competition today, and we'll point him out as he comes to the line. Gerry Brown, the other principal in the company, has worked for more than 25 years in the real estate industry, and has a keen sense of what consumers are looking for, and that's exactly what you want in somebody in his capacity. So they are Paradise Homes, an all-inclusive real estate development firm that works from beginning to end on their projects. They purchase and rezone the land where necessary, service the project, and then build out and sell their own product all in-house. That's your weekend sponsor here, Paradise Homes Construction and Development. That's part of the Canada West Doorslammers. And they have a host of other association sponsors that, Cole, you can probably run through as well.
Well, of course, bringing them the action throughout the 2023 season, their title sponsor, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, as well as Artex Racing, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, as well as Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing over in Campbell River on Vancouver Island, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, and TCS Performance Products, as well as the Titanium Auto Group and Travelland RV and TCS Performance Transmission Products. They are a locally owned and operated business located in Langley, BC, and they are the leading manufacturer of performance and extreme automatic transmission parts and torque converters for over 50 years, with their first priority continuing to be delivering the best possible products to their customers. TCS takes pride in manufacturing improved products for many racing, off-road, and towing applications. That's TCS, that have been a huge part of racing here at Mission Raceway Park and the Canada West Doorslammer since their inception. Hard to believe, over 20 years ago now.
Yeah, you know, if you're saying TCS, I've heard that name. Yeah, you've probably seen it at the end of the scoreboard here on the racetrack. So TCS Products sponsoring the tower side of the racetrack. Canada West Doorslammers coming up to the lanes. They have quite an extensive rule book. I distilled it down to about 4 points. That's all the things that I need to know. They have to run 870 or better to be on the race ladder. All cars have to have 2 operating doors. They got to have left-hand steering, front and rear suspension. Got to have a roof. No throttle control devices are permitted, and lane choice typically goes to the faster car. So that, in a nutshell, is what identifies Canada West Doorslammer. Sort of a cross between top sportsmen and outlaw racers of a sort.
It's definitely the extreme end of bracket racing, as again, they have to dial in their time and essentially what they estimate they are going to run, but a little bit different from what we've seen in non-electronic and electronic, where they've running on a sportsman tree. Canada West Doorslammer is running on the Pro tree, so all 3 amber lights blinking on simultaneously, and throwing in a little bit added challenge when it comes to the reaction time department and making sure that you get that good light to try and put together the perfect package when it comes to running dead on the dial and having that good reaction time off the starting line.
Is there a way of knowing whether they're using a button or a clutch?
You know, I will have to ask Marcy on that one. I know at least Scott Winterbottom's Camaro is jamming through the gears with that high rev and small block, and we'll double check when Marcy gets up to the tower here next time on to see how many of them are using the clutch, or again, as you mentioned, have the shifter button on the steering wheel or right near the driver.
Yeah, there's quite a movement to using a button. Even Al Ullman in motorcycle making that move, and it does require sort of a relearning of the muscle memory. So, and we see that in alcohol funny cars. There's a few cars that are starting to do that as well. So they claim, and I've talked to a few racers, yeah, your reaction time is that much better because you're only moving your thumb as opposed to everything else that has to move. So Doorslammers are in the lanes. They are getting set for their first round of eliminations. They had five qualifying passes late into the night last night. Talking to Devin Jansen in his Canso. His last run was 10:30 last night, and so I'll turn it over to Cole to take you through all the Canada West Doorslammer action.
Thanks, Gerry. As our first car rolls up into the water box, the Rad Torque Systems Chevy Beretta of Scott Robinson, dialed in at a 768. So Scott Robinson, former Canada West Doorslammers champion, rolling into the water box, and sounds like it's going to be a competition single for Scott. So Scott's opponent in this one not able to make the call to the line for round number 1 of Canada West Doorslammer competition, and Scott will get the perfect test and tune opportunity here to move on into round number 2 of elimination, seeing how close he can run to his 768 dial-in over here in the TCS side of the racetrack. Robinson, 615 cubic inches of naturally aspirated power for the racer out of Chilliwack. The AFT Petroleum, Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, AccuCut Lasers machine getting ready to turn on that top bulb and kick things off for Canada West Doorslammers round number 1 of eliminations. Scott Robinson runs it down the TCS side of the racetrack, gets to the top end, 767 with a 6, going 3 thou under the dial. But again, since it was a competition single, he will be moving on into that next round. So Robinson runs pretty much right on that 768, just going slightly under, and want to try and get that on the right side of the dial-in for the next round of competition. Is Adam DeYoung in his 1967 Chevy Camaro for Artex Racing out of Abbotsford over against Chetwynd's Dale Phillips in his 1967 Shelby. DeYoung will get the head start with an 848 dial-in to the TCS side of the racetrack, and over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, Phillips going to have to wait with a 774 dial-in for the Shelby. So we'll see if Dale can track him down as they head down to the finish line, and it's going to be Adam DeYoung in a double breakout. DeYoung running 847 with a 6 on his 848 dial, 3 thou quicker than the dial-in. Dale Phillips gets to the stripe second and runs 8 thou under his dial-in for the racer out of Chetwynd. So Adam DeYoung will move on in to round number 2 of competition. Solid reaction time for DeYoung as well at 007, going James Bond on the tree for DeYoung in the 67 Camaro. As your next pair is already up and ready to go, Grant Howell, the TCS side of the racetrack, his 1937 Chevy out of Victoria, former Doorslammer champion, up against another Vancouver Island racer from Port Alberni, Kerry Young, in his 2003 Chevy S10 and 406 cubic inches, a small block Chevy power plant under the hood of the Young's mechanical machine. Young leaving first with an 836. Grant Howell trying to chase him down as they get to the top end, and Kerry Young breaking out over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, and Grant Howell runs 766 with a 0 on his 766 dial in to move on into round number 2. So dead on the dial there for Grant Howell. Again, 766, 0.5 of a second away from being completely perfect for Grant Howell and the racer. Out of Victoria is Mike Kenworth in the Firebird up against Dale Jansen in the Canso. Jansen dialed in at a 785. Kenworth with an 848. So the Arlington, Washington racer trying to fend off Jansen and the Acadian as they get to the top end. Jansen breaks out, and it's going to be Mike Kenworth running a 854 with a 9 on his 848 dial-in. Dale Jansen breaking out 782 with a 3 on a 785 dial, trying to track down the Firebird. So the Canso out in round number 1. And Mike Kenworth moves on to the second round of eliminations for Canada West Doorslammers. So backing up for the burnout, your number 1 qualifier with the 659 in Canada West Doorslammer competition. John DeYoung out of Abbotsford, his 1968 Chevy Camaro, and we were going to see John in Pro Modified competition here this weekend. Unfortunately, hurting the motor in the test and tune session earlier on Thursday, so John electing to break out the Canada West Doorslammer and run her through the field. So DeYoung trying to run dead on that 659, gets to the top end with a 661 with a 0, 210 miles an hour on the 659 dial-in with a 020 light, not too shabby for John DeYoung, the racer out of Abbotsford. So next pair, over the far side of the racetrack, it is going to be Jan Christensen, selected to run the El Gringo Chevy Nova over there for Preston Chevrolet. Jan dialed in with an 861. Up against Paul Debris Jr. running the split window vet. And the TCS side of the racetrack, 787 dial in for Debris, so he's going to be waiting on Christensen, who's going to leave first over there on the far side of the racetrack. Jan also in competition in his dragster in Rad Torque Systems Electronics. So Christensen already pre-staged, is both of them bumping into the beams almost at the same time. Christensen trying to hold off, and he is going to break out. Debris moves on in to round number 2, 789 with a 0 on the 787 dial-in. Christensen breaks out by 0.003 of a second at the top end. 860 with a 6 on his 861 dial-in, so 3 thou the difference for Jan Christensen. Is backing up for the burnouts. You got Jason Field out of Mission over here in the TCS side of the racetrack. That small-tired Nova with some nitrous assistance for the 632 cubic inch machine. And Johnny West over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, a 1957 Chevy for Kingsley Trucking, the J&L drive-in, and Lordco Auto Parts from Port Alberni on Vancouver Island. Field leaving first with the 818. West trying to track him down with a much quicker 741 dial in, and West breaks out trying to catch the Nova. It's a 824 with a 9, 151 miles an hour for Jason Field, and Johnny West running 739 with a 7 on his 741 dial in. So that is going to be all she wrote for Johnny West in that 57 Chevy out in round number 1 of eliminations. Jason Field in the Nova moving on into round number 2. Kathy Freeborn has got a competition single. Zach Joyce hurting the motor on his 1948 Austin last night in qualifying, unable to make the call for round number 1 of competition. So Kathy Freeborn, the 1970 Camaro for the Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, dialed in at an 850 and has got the perfect opportunity to try and check and see how close she can get to the dial in here on this competition single. Moving on into round number 2. Kathy taking a shot at the tree, going 006 red, gets to the top end with an 856 on the 850 dial, so she'll tweak that up before she comes on up to the lanes for round number 2 of competition. So again, Kathy Freeborn is moving on into round number 2. Got the signal at the top end is clear. We are good to go with the next pair with Darren Buick over there in the water box right now, as you can hear them shutting things off here for the moment. So again, a stacked field of Canada West Doorslammer competitors here this weekend as we try and run on through. So Darren Buick going up against, by the looks of things, Scott Winterbottom. As Winterbottom getting ready to roll into the water box in that orange Camaro. Looks like they are going to shut him off on the line there, and both cars going to get pushed back. So again, trying to roll on through here with Canada West Doorslammer eliminations as they have pushed that pair back out of the water box. So you can see there's just a little bit of mopping going on down there just out of the water box and the TCS side of the racetrack. So it looks like Winterbottom having some problems in the water box, and he's going to get, unfortunately, the long tow down the racetrack and the return road as Darren Buick will now have a single over there in the Chevy 2. So again, Scott Winterbottom, the opponent in the TCS side of the racetrack, having some problems in the water box and having to get pushed out of the water box and towed back to the pit. So tough break there in round at number 1 of competition as Darren Buick now getting a chance to check out that 861 dial-in over there on the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. So Darren Buick with the competition single into round number 2, runs 865 with a 5 on his 861 dial-in, so he will move on into round number 2, 155.93 miles an hour for the racer out of Mission in the Evans Excavating Chevy 2. So you can hear our next pair firing up and rolling underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. You got Devin Jansen, that 1970 Chevy Nova over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Devin dialed in with an 856. As it looks like Dave Warren in the Blue Max Bel Air will be right beside him. Dave from right here in Mission dialed in with a 783. So Jansen in the Nova out of Armstrong. Going to get the chance to leave first. We get ready for burnouts from the pair. So Dave Warren, out of Mission, longtime competitor with the Canada West Doorslammers pretty much since the inception of the category with this Blue Max Bel Air, as he took some time off from racing the last few years and then coming back last season, pretty much full force, running regularly with the Canada West Doorslammers. Back again this year in that machine, Devin Jansen. Devin's dad, Dale, unfortunately going out in round number 1 in his Acadian, and Devin in an equally strong run in Nova. Over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane again with that 856 dial-in is going to leave first on Warren in the Blue Max, and he is going to be trying to track down that Nova at the top end of the racetrack without breaking out in that Bel Air. So here we go. It's Jansen and Warren in round number 1 at Canada West Doorslammer. The chase is on at the top end of the racetrack, and it's going to be Dave Warren running a 788 with an 8 on his 783 dial. Jansen breaks out in the Nova running an 854 with an 8 on his 856 dial-in. So Dave Warren in a round number 2 at Canada West Doorslammer in the Bel Air. 016 light for Warren, 082 for Devin Jansen. So here we go with our next pair of cars. Scott Grant over there in the Chevy Camaro up against Paul Stretch. Stretch from Duncan on the island. That Chevy Cavalier for Mid-Island Engines. So Scott Grant going to be dialed in at an 815. Paul Stretch a 723. Stretch, who's campaigned a variety of different race cars with the Canada West Doorslammers, making the step up in the last few years or so in this 2002 Chevy Cavalier, a body style that became popular in NHRA Pro Stock competition. Up against Scott Grant, the 2001 Chevy Camaro. 638 cubic inches of big block Chevy power for Paul Stretch. Again, built by the folks at Mid-Island Engines in Paul's hometown of Duncan. Scott Grant from Langley over there in the Camaro, getting into the field solidly. A flurry of 18 runs. Again, dialed in at an 815, so Stretch having to do the chasing in the TCS side of the racetrack. Again, lane choice going to the higher qualified car here in the Canada West Doorslammers, so Stretch taking the TCS side of the racetrack. Down at the top end, it's going to be Stretch, able to drive around the Camaro at the top end. A 729 on the 723 dial-in, an 821 with a 5 on the 815 dial-in for Scott Grant. But Scott's reaction time starting with a 2 as opposed to the 044 light for Paul Stretch in the Cavaliers. So Stretch moves on to round number 2 as we get ready for yet another pair here in this stacked opening round of Canada West Doorslammers for Paradise Homes. And speaking of Paradise Homes, Rod LeClaire is over here in the TCS side of the racetrack. And Rod, the man behind Paradise Homes in that TCS lane. The new wrap on the Camaro for 2023, the car that was formerly blue, switching things up this year. So Rod Leclerc, your number 2 qualifier in Canada West Doorslammer competition, up against Paul Soares out of Terrace, is 1995 Pontiac Grand Prix. So Leclerc doing a longer burnout. You can see Soares, who usually does a little bit shorter burnout, waiting for Rod to at least get back to the line before he starts the procedure. And now both drivers through the burnout, so they'll get ready to bring it into the beams. And Leclerc is going to be waiting for almost, well, exactly a full second on the tree as Soares dialed in the 795, and again, just over 1 second. Rod Leclerc has to wait 1.2 seconds on the tree for the Paradise Homes Chevy Camaro. And 598 cubic inches Chevy power for Leclerc. Also has some stages of nitrous to help him out get down the quarter mile here at Mission Raceway Park. And Paul Soares with the Pontiac, 584 naturally aspirated cubic inches of power underneath the hood of that machine out of Terrace, making the long tow down from the north of BC. So here we go. We'll see if Leclerc can give chase to Soares as we wait for the Grand Prix to come in. Again, you can't deep stage the Canada West Doorslammers, so both lights on the top of the tree have to be on. Here comes the Camaro looking for a big top-end charge as they get to the stripe. It is going to be Rod Leclerc chasing him down, running a 682 with a 2 on his 675 dial-in, and a 801 with a 7 on the 795 for Paul Soares. Leclerc with the better reaction time as well, an 014 light to an 049 light for Leclerc, who's going to move on into round number 2 of competition. So Henry Zacharias, his 1953 Corvette, man behind Winter Harbor Marina and RV, the title sponsor for the Canada West Doorslammers, as attention in the pits, West Coast Pro Modifieds. West Coast Pro Modifieds, we need you guys to the staging lanes. West Coast Pro Modifieds, we need you to the lanes. Brody Shirk out of Langley is 1967 Chevy for the Titanium Auto Group and Bubba's Speed Shop, dialed in at an 835 up against Zacharias' 757. Well, this one was won and lost on the starting line. Shirk goes 299 red in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, and Henry Zacharias runs it through to an 818 with a 4 on that 757 dial-in, so probably a good thing that Shirk red lighted away that 837 with the 9 on his 835 dial. Zacharias getting a little bit lucky with that one and runs on into round number 2 of competition. Battle of the distinctly different Camaros. Andy Hatton on the tower side of the racetrack, the 1969 Camaro, dialed in at an 825, and Mike Lucas's top sportsman machine over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Mike out of Fort St. John, the Busted Knuckle Services Limited sponsored machine, former IHRA top sportsman champion back in 2016, and Hatton out of Langley, the Bubba's Speed Shop Titanium Auto Group Taves Roofing sponsored Camaro with an 825. Lucas having to leave second with a 749. So problems off the hit for Lucas, having to get off and on the throttle, as at the top end, Hatton runs it through an 828 with a 255 miles an hour for Andy Hatton, as he'll get the win and move on into round number 2 of competition. A little bit of broom work you can see on the starting line, just making sure that everything is cleared up and ready to go as our next pair already into the water box. Howie Winklehorst is tower side, as we'll put Top Fuel Harleys on standby. Attention in the pits, Top Fuel Harleys, you guys are on standby. Otto Schulte over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack is 2005 Chevy Cavalier. For the Schulte team, Georgia Straight Collision, Next Gen Hearing also helping out Otto as former pro and super pro regular. Used to have a Falcon back in the day. Stepping up on into Canada West Doorslammer competition for Otto is the racer from just outside of Campbell River on Vancouver Island, and Howie Winklehorse in the 55 Bel Air from just down the road in Abbotsford with an 821 dial into Schulte's 748. So Otto waiting on the start line for the 55 Chevy over there on the TCS side of the racetrack. So Howie Winklehorse leaves before the tree's activated. So he is not going to get an elapsed time, and Otto Schulte cruises on through to the next round. But how about Schulte running a 748 with a 5 on his 748 dial, 5 thou away from being perfect for Otto Schulte in the Cavalier. So running dead on his dial, 021 reaction time. Not too shabby for Otto Schulte. As again, Winklehorse leaving before the tree was activated. So handing the win over to Otto Schulte, and Winklehorse not getting the time. Over there on the TCS side of the racetrack is Brad Powell out of Linden, Washington. The 67 Chevelle is going to go up against Lane Woolley, Bucky's Mini Excavating, Token Fiberglass, 1970 Duster with 678 cubic inches of Hemi power plant underneath the hood of that machine. So Brad Powell, again, one of our Washington State visitors that fortunately could not come up here for a few years with the border situation, but has come back here at Mission Raceway Park. Former Doorslammer regular. And Brad, he can see it up on the scoreboard. He is going to get the win. Lane Woolley goes red and then runs a 772 with the 1 at 178 miles an hour in the 768 dial. And Powell moving on to round number 2, an 844 with an 8 on his 842 dial at 157 miles an hour for Brad Powell for the racer out of Linden, Washington. As again, Lane Woolley out in round number 1 of competition. So Steve Wilson, the Angry Pumpkin 1968 Chevy Camaro with the big block Chevy. For Steve up against Mark Thompson from Coldstream. In the Marvel Racing, Studebaker with a big block Chevy as well. 598 cubic inches of power plant for Mark Thompson, who pretty much took all the last year off of racing, coming back now for that beautifully presented 1954 Studebaker over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, leaving second. So, previous pair, Mark Thompson going to get the win with a 762 on his 758 dial and a double 07 reaction time for Thompson. On it, on the tree. Steve Wilson gets to the stripe second with an 832.4 on his 830 dial. Still not too shabby in the reaction department with an 032 light is Derek Shirk in the 55 Bel Air. The Titanium Auto Group JS Performance Bubba's Speed Shop machine up against Terry Langdon Davies. Langdon Davies Concrete Willies. Langdon Davies with an 807 718 for sure. At the top end of the racetrack, it's going to be Derek Shirk by just 6 thousandths of a second at the stripe, running a 725.2 on his 718 dial and an 813 with a 7. on the 807 for Terry Langdon Davies, but a perfect reaction time for Derek Shirk. Triple zip on the tree, seals the deal by 6 thousandths of a second at the starting line for the 55 Chevy. So it's Brian Ritchie out of Coquitlam, 1968 Chevelle, up against Peter Lacanis out of Coquitlam in the 1963 Chevy Corvette, Transporter's logistics machine. Again, Brian electing to go for the longer burnout, so Peter doesn't usually do the burnout past the Christmas tree, just waiting on Brian to back up. And that's usually communicated between the two crews with the starting line procedures, so they can all line up at the starting line at pretty much the same time and not have anybody waiting on anyone. It's Brian Ritchie, the man behind Ritchie Racing Engines, putting his own power plants to good use here with 632 cubic inches Chevy power that he has had a helping hand in building. Up against Peter Lacanis, who has taken out quite a few wins so far and is still relatively young Canada West Doorslammer's career. Lacanis trying to fend off that Chevelle at the top end. It's going to be Peter Lacanis getting the job done. 860 with an 8 on the 857 dial-in, 151 miles an hour. And Brian Ritchie, 793 with an O on his 789 dial-in. Lacanis with the advantage on the tree. As Mike Bedsworth, the 1996 Olds Cutlass, from Marysville, Washington, over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, up against Mark Schupener, the 1995 Chevy Lumina from Kelowna. Schupener showing up yesterday here to Door Wars, missing out in the Friday portion of the program, still getting into the show without any troubles. Got that thing dialed in at a 794 up against Bedsworth's 708, so the Lumino with a little bit of nitrous assistance. As you see Mark purging the system before he brings it into the beams. He's going to be leaving the line first with Bedsworth, trying to track him down in the silver on silver, the gray on silver Cutlass over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. So 2 green lights, races on to the top end of the racetrack, and it is going to be Mark Schupener getting the job done. A 797 on the 794 dial-in, 174 miles an hour. And a 712 on the 708 for Mike Bedsworth. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Top Fuel Harley and Pro Modified Bike. Top Fuel Harley and Pro Modified Bike, 2 lanes. You guys are in lane number 1. Top Fuel Harley and Pro Modified Bike. We need you guys to staging lane number 1. So Poe Freeborn from Courtney in his 67 Shelby with the big block Chevy under the hood, up against Corey Stewart from Campbell River, about 20 minutes to the north of Poe, as it is a Vancouver Island matchup here in round number 1 of competition. Stewart with an 817 dial-in over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, going up against Freeborn with a 744. So Stewart leaving the line first and Freeborn having to play catch-up. And again, it's 2 green lights as they head down to the top end. You can see the 55 Chevy going to go through the traps first with a big advantage. 818 with a 4, getting the job done in the 817 dial-in for Corey Stewart. So Stewart 052 on the tree, and Poe Freeborn's reaction time started with a 2. So a big margin of victory at the stripe for Stewart in the 55 Chevy. So this is what looks to be the final pair in Canada West Doorslammers for round number 1 of eliminations for Paradise Homes. Backing up in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, that is Ray Bollinger out of Maple Ridge, the Speed Tech Just Mechanical. 1969 Chevy Camaro and Tom Katnick, the TK Performance Lordco Auto Parts. 1968 Chevy Camaro with that metal flake paint job getting backed up from the burnout, and Derek Shirk's former ride that Tom purchased last year has been running with the Canada West Doorslammers. Ray Bollinger is just getting licensed and ready to go for competition here during Test and Tune for this weekend's racing action for DOORWARZ 11, presented by the Titanium Auto Group, and making his way into the Doorslammer field, dialed in at an 824. So Katnick going to be waiting on him with that 747, as we see most of the cars with lane choice taking that TCS side of the racetrack. Little bit of hesitation off the line for Bollinger as they get to the top end of the racetrack, and it is going to be Tom Katnick getting the job done. 754 with a 9 on the 747 for Tom Katnick. Ray Bollinger out of Maple Ridge, an 830 with a 0 on the 824 dial-in. Katnick better on the tree, gets to the finish line first and closer to the dial-in in the Chevy Camaro. So again, that's going to wrap things up for round number 1 at Paradise Homes, Canada West Doorslammer. See the West Coast Pro Modifieds lined up and ready to go in the staging lanes. We're just a few minutes away from the opening round of eliminations for the West Coast Pro Modifieds. So a quick pass to check things over with the quads. Then there you can see the Bahrain 1 Racing Camaro getting ready to roll underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge for West Coast Pro Modified competition. So the West Coast Pro Modifieds like to thank their series sponsors, Pro One USA, Chop My Rate, Daycal Ventures, 24/7 Compression, RCD Engineering Incorporated, WPI, Artex Racing, Van Ross Services, and Power Management for helping out in the 2023 season for the West Coast Pro Modifieds. And it is a stacked field of cars that they have assembled here for 8th Mile competition for DOORWARZ 11, as the first car you can see underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge going to get the single, the bye run into round number 2 of competition. He is your number 1 qualifier, Justin Bond, the Bahrain 1 Racing Camaro, the screw supercharged machine that Justin has been running in 2023 in Outlaw Pro Modified competition. Kicked off that in the World Series Pro Mod down at Bradenton, Florida, at the Bradenton Motorsports Park. So again, the first Pro Mod in the water box. We are just a few moments away from getting things kicked off for round number 1 of eliminations. Well, here we go for round number 1 of West Coast Pro Modified as the Bahrain 1 Racing Camaro. Justin Bond rolls through the water box. Bond a 368 in qualifying. And the first run of the weekend going to the top of the order, and with 15 cars on the property. Justin Bond getting the bye run into round number 2 of competition. So I'll use this as, again, a little bit of a test hit to see what the track will hold here as the sun is out. We had great conditions throughout the weekend for these West Coast Pro Modifieds, and Justin electing to save the car last night in the final qualifying session and sat out the session, still remained as the number 1 qualifier, as he will face the winner of Steve Horn and Steve Nicholson, as getting ready to roll it in. 3 NHRA national event wins so far in the NHRA Fuel Tech Pro Modified Series and quarter mile competition this year for Justin Bond, the current points leader in that division, and coming back, running 8th mile here for the 2nd year at DOORWARZ 11. Made it to the semifinals last year for the racer from right here in Mission. The owner of JBS Equipment turning on that top bulb as we get ready for round 1 of Pro Modified. Justin Bond drives it on through to a 373 with a 7, 203.71 miles an hour. Solid run there to kick things off in the low 70s second range for Justin Bond with that 373 with a 7, 203. And we've seen those Bahrain 1 cars solidly in the 370 zone. Pretty much every single pass that they've been able to get all the way down the racetrack this weekend. So Bond moving on into round number 2 of competition with that bye run, but not taking things easy, trying to get lane choice going into that second round of eliminations. So here we go with the next pair, getting ready to fire underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. J.R. Lazick on the TCS side of the racetrack, the 1957 Chevy. For the folks at Bel Air Power, rad torque, and 24/7 compression up against the nitrous-assisted entry of Keith Korecki out of Kelowna. Both racers from Kelowna. So Keith Korecki, the K&S Machine, 1967 Shelby with 814 cubic inches of nitrous power for Korecki as he gets backed up from the burnout, as J.R. Lazick, the 57 Chevy that got the win, the first West Coast Pro Modified win of the season just last night, carrying over the finals from the full-blown frenzy at Pacific Raceways, and J.R. getting the job done against Ryan Hayward's already 1 win under his belt this weekend up against Keith Korecki as the 2 racers from Kelowna lined up side by side. And JR's dad, Roy, and Keith Korecki, pretty good friends, and JR spending a lot of time around the K&S Machine shop over there in Kelowna, learning a lot about race cars and putting that to good use with his own business, Gen 3 Speed, tuning these race cars. And JR also made it to the semifinals last night, Outlaw 275 competition, rather the second round of Outlaw 275 competition, but focused on the Pro Modified for Sunday here at DOORWARZ. A screw-blown combo that is owned by Dean Bettinson, with Bettinson helping out in the tuning department as well, as we get ready to go for the first pair here in round number 1 of Pro Modified. Winner moving on to round number 2. Well, Korecki had Lazick on the tree, but Lazick able to drive around him with another 370 second run, a 379 with a 7, 200.89 miles an hour, a 490 with a 0 at 119 miles an hour. Really shot off there for Keith Korecki in the Mustang, but Lazick, who's had a high 370 bracket car essentially all weekend with a slew of 378s and 379s, keeps it up with that 379 with a 7 at 200.89 miles an hour, as we'll make the call for non-electronic. You guys are now on standby. Non-electronic, you're on standby for your next round of eliminations. Comes the next pair. We got Scott Blake And the TCS side of the racetrack, the higher qualified car coming in against Jay Severston over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, the 57 Bel Air. So Blake coming in as your number 4 qualifier up against the number 13 qualifier, and Jay Severston, who got down the racetrack with a 4:11 in the 57 Chevy up against Scott Blake, who was deep into the 372nd range in qualifying in that big cubic inch nitrous combo, 950 cubic inches of nitrous assisted power for Scott Blake as he purges the system on his way back from the burnout. And Scott, former regular with the PDRA, taking a few years off from racing, then putting together this beautiful Chevy Camaro that he's been campaigning here. He's kicked things off in 2023, really his first year back from racing, as Jay Severston. They've been struggling with that 57 Chevy that is capable of running in the 3-second zone, and Jay having to pedal it to a 4:11 last night, saving his best run for last in qualifying in the JS Power Sports Black Betty 57 Bel Air. Severson, the screw-blown combo, has gone rounds before at Door Wars, and is the runner-up at the first ever Door Wars event to John Shalpy in the battle of the 57 Chevys. As we get ready to go to see who moves on into round number 2. Again, Blake, the lower qualified car, getting to pick his lane as Severston double bulbing the Camaro of Blake. Blake up in a tire shake, and how about that? Jay Severston moving on into round number 2. So your number 13 qualifier, and Severston runs through to a 4:04 with an 190 miles an hour, his best run of the weekend to take out Scott Blake's early shutoff 489 with a 1. You can see that thing chatter the tires just before the 330-foot mark for the racer out of Red Deer, Alberta. So Blake out in round number 1, and Jay Severston moves on into round number 2. So your number 13 qualifier, again, taking out your number 4 qualifier, and Scott Blake. And we'll make the call now for non-electronics. Non-electronics for National Tire. Start making your way up to the staging lanes for your next round of eliminations. Non-electronics to the lanes. So quick check over the starting line as we get ready for a pair of nitrous cars coming up next. Steve Goddard over in the TCS side of the racetrack up against Ryan Hayward out of Marysville, Washington, over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Also, attention, the pits, electronics on standby. Electronics, you guys are on standby for Rad Torque Systems. As here we go, Steve Goddard, the GTO from Red Deer, up against Ryan Hayward out of Marysville, Washington, that is. Hayward, the runner-up in the full-blown Frenzy final last night, had that car on a serious pass before he had to click it off early. The same lane that he is running in round number 1 of eliminations. Winner of this one going to move on to take on Jay Severston in round number 2, Steve Goddard. And what Keith Peterson was saying is essentially a top sportsman car that's been really cranked up to try and run with the Pro Modifieds, and that is Scott Blake's former race car, the red Camaro that just went down the TCS side of the racetrack. Steve and Scott pitted next to each other and sharing some data between the two cars is over there on the far side of the racetrack, Ryan Hayward with 959 cubic inches of rare Morrison power and a whole lot of nitrous over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Still purging the system as Goddard's crew starts to bring him into the beams. And Hayward, who is a force to be reckoned with in Outlaw 10.5 competition here on the West Coast, putting on the big tires over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, getting ready to try and take out Steve Goddard. Goddard, your number 12 qualifier up against number 5 qualifier in Hayward. Goddard getting a little sideways, and how about Ryan Hayward? 385 with a 195 miles an hour, and that Camaro is going to move on in to round number 2 of eliminations to face up with Jay Severston. So Hayward moving on there as again the next pair rolls up. And it will be Ryan Griffin in that twin turbocharged 1967 Ford Mustang, the only turbo car on the property in pro modified competition. TCS side of the racetrack up against Khalid Al-Balushi in the Bahrain 1 Racing Camaro. Electing to take the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack as the brooms are out on the starting line. Just a quick sweep of things before we move on with this next pair. So Ryan Griffin, again, the only turbocharged car on the property, and originally had that car as an Outlaw 10.5 setup. Then really before he could even run it as an Outlaw 10.5 car, changed over to the big slicks on the back and has made his first few full pulls here this weekend at DOORWARZ up against Belushi, your number 2 qualifier over there on the far side of the racetrack. Griffin coming in as your number 15 qualifier, trying to take out the 3-time Arabian Drag Racing League champion and the multi-time Bahrain Circuit Pro Modified champion. Khalid also a NHRA Pro Modified World Champion, as well as a 4-time national event winner in NHRA Top Fuel competition. Up against Ryan Griffin out of Olympia, Washington, trying to play Giant Killer in round number 1 of competition to the runner-up at DOORWARZ last year for Khalid Belushi. So Griffin, who's got some solid passes in back-to-back runs, getting down the racetrack. The crew just in the wheelie bar height, making sure that that is all good to go at the back of that 67 Mustang. As Khalid Belushi trying to get down the Lordco Auto Parts lane, again with the lane choice, the higher qualified car over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Justin Bond already changed out of the driver's suit and up at the line, getting ready to watch Khalid Belushi go down the racetrack. Justin, with all the cars and family members that he's had running, has looked a little bit like John Force this weekend, getting some serious mileage on the scooter, running back and forth as Belushi is pre-staged. Here comes Griffin, and you're going to hear the boost build in the Mustang over here on the TCS side of the racetrack. Red light for Griffin, and it was there for the taking as Belushi, a 433 with a 447 miles an hour off and on at pedaling. Griffin was pedaling, but he went 006 red on the tree, red by 6 thousandths of a second, as Griffin knew he had to take a shot at it, and Belushi, who had to pedal it, could have been there for the taking, but moves on in to round number 2 of competition. So a close call there for Khalid Belushi as we get ready for our next pair of cars here in West Coast Pro Modified competition. It is Tom Riethmeyer in the 1971 Mach 1 Mustang over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. And Tom, Used to be unique that he had one of the few 1971 Mach 1 Mustangs in Pro Modified competition, but quite a few Pro Modified competitors kind of making a move over that. Chip King and a few others electing to run that body style, becoming more and more common in 8th mile PDRA competition up against Dave Kowalski. Kowalski making his best ever run in competition in qualifying with a 389. That'll put Kowalski in the number 6 qualifying position, taking on your number 11 qualifier in Tom Riethmeyer over there in the Ford-powered Ford Mustang. 526 cubic inches of Ford power with that Root supercharged setup for Riethmeyer, and also a Root supercharged Hemi for Dave Kowalski in that C7 Corvette, which was one of the first C7 vets that was built for Pro Modified competition. With that body style, as Dave Kowalski used to run that car in Top Sportsman and is really taking the turn, stepping up the program with that beautiful red vet up against Tom Riethmeyer, who's been in the 4.0s this weekend. Kowalski again running in the 380s, so Riethmeyer trying to step up the program here, but we've seen some close races and already an upset here in round number 1 of competition, so Riethmeyer trying to knock out the lower qualified car as we get ready to go for Kowalski and Riethmeyer in round number 1. The Mustang getting a piece of the fence almost down there at the top end, and Dave Kowalski looking like a sprint car out there, sliding all over the racetrack. 497 with a 164 miles an hour, and using up all of the possible real estate here at Mission Raceway Park. It does look like Riethmeyer got a piece of the wall over here in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. You can see the mark in the right side lane if you're looking from the pit side of things, where the Mustang side slapped the fence as Riethmeyer tried to coax that thing down the racetrack. 740 for Riethmeyer, coasting through at 53 miles an hour as both cars straight up into tire shakes, smoking the tires on the hit, and both drivers on and off the gas and all over the racetrack. But Dave Kowalski comes out as the winner in that one. And Gerry Lucky, I know you were watching alongside. That was a wild one and showed both how much those drivers wanted to get that round win and advance on into round number 2.
Boy, you know, Pro Mod has always been a class that's just on the razor edge of sane and insane. And he managed to just hang on to that enough where he didn't do, I don't think, a whole lot of damage, but he definitely got in the wall. And it's a good thing the wall was there because it kept him going to the top end in the right direction.
And again, a glancing blow for the Mustang over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side for Tom Riethmeyer. You can see that the MRP safety team down there just check things over, make sure that everything is A-OK in the Mustang, and help assist Tom's car off of the top end over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Tough break for the racer out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, and that beautiful Mach 1 Mustang, again, just getting a piece of the Lordco Auto Parts wall over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack.
It is hard to visualize or feel the impact of tire shake that occurs when these cars leave the line. There is I mean, they joke about how you lose a filling or you'll have to go, you get your bell rung or whatever. But their tire shake can be extremely violent, and it causes the car and the driver to go through a lot of stress inside. So trying to keep it off the wall and on, keep the roof up. That's the goal. You want to keep the roof up all the time and wheels on the ground.
Well, the good news is Tom out of the car down there at the top end of the racetrack. Tough break for the racer out of Sherwood Park. Give Tom and the team a round of applause. Tough way for their Door Wars to end here at Mission Raceway Park. As again, getting the report that the driver is out of the race car and okay down there at the top end.
So I see they're taking the dollies out to the race car, so something tells me that they'll need to jack it up and they'll use the dollies to get him off the top end.
So looks like just a little bit of downtime here with still at least one more pair left. Looks like a single potentially after that. So still some more West Coast Pro Modified action to carry on here for Door Wars. Then after that, the Top Fuel Harleys coming up for their first round of eliminations is, again, just getting Tom's car off of the top end of the racetrack after a little bit of contact with the right side wall here at Mission Raceway Park over in the spectator side of things. And Dave Kowalski moving on to round number one in a wild pair of Pro Modified here in round number one of competition.
So you can see the safety crew up at the quarter-mile stripe as they are looking to jack up the car and get it moved off. The tractors will just do a little sweep, make sure that there's no debris on the racing surface. We do not have a FOD mat. FOD mat known as the Foreign Object Debris Mat, but the brushes do the job quite well. So you do have a few minutes if you are looking to get yourself a drink or grab a quick bite to eat. I suspect that you have a few minutes. Car is heading off through the short chute, and so we will be back in action here pretty quick. I wouldn't go too far.
It's getting cleanup ongoing, and while the West Coast Pro Modified gang might be out of the tent right now, once things wrap up here in round number one of eliminations, make sure to head on back and get yourself some West Coast Pro Modified merchandise. Their 2023 merch is on sale at their tent down by where the vendor row is, right before the washrooms. A half-track snack shack over here on the pit side of things. You also got stickers to give out as well, so make sure to head on over to the West Coast Pro Modified tent. Get yourself your 2023 West Coast Pro Modified merchandise. here for Door Wars, and also your Door Wars merchandise. Final chance to get that here for Door Wars 11 at the Pro Shop right across from the Half Track Snack Shack.
You know, I know that there's a lot of race fans who are very detail oriented. Statistics and numbers, there's a lot of that our race fans they enjoy. So I feel it's always important to clarify that the Half Track Snack Shack is not actually at Half Track. But you know, it's just close enough.
That's about what, a quarter track Snack Shack?
Yeah, it might be about quarter track. Yeah, because
Doesn't quite have the same ring to it though.
No, it's a lot harder to. It doesn't roll off the tongue quite as eloquently. So we have the forklift going out, just making sure that the wall continues to be aligned properly. And that is important because the infrared beams that go through and bounce off of the orange blocks need to be aligned as well for all of us and racers to have the incremental timers, timing information that they use in setting up their cars. So the orange blocks are located at 60 feet, 330 feet. There's a couple of them at 1,000 at the 8th mile mark. There's 1,000 foot, and then there's a couple of them at quarter mile. And all of that gives the drivers and crew members the incremental information on how the car is doing as it goes down the quarter mile. So we just need to make sure that everything is aligned properly.
So here we go, the final pair. We have a competition single after this. Firing up for round number 1 of Pro Modified, Tony Moretto. The TCS side of the racetrack up against Garrett Richards in the Lordco lane. Garrett Richards out at Tacoma, the Walt Austin Racing Boss Hemi-powered Shelby Mustang, getting backed up from the burnout that has been solidly in the 390s all weekend, and comes into this pairing as the higher qualified car in the lower qualified car in the number 7 spot up against Moretto. Qualified number 10 position with 4-0 run last night, saving his best run for last this weekend as he backs up the Bel Air. Moretto out of Kelowna, and Richards, the Washington State driver that's been out of Door Wars competition for the last few years. 2-time Door Wars winner, and again coming back for the first time since 2019 to Mission Raceway Park for this weekend's racing action. So the final purge in the Nitro system for Moretto and the screw-blown Boss Hemi getting ready to go down the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack in Garrett Richards. Try to go for a three-peat of Door Wars wins this weekend as he gets guided into the beams. And Richards taking that Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Also, that gives him a little bit better visibility when it comes to staging that race car, as he doesn't have to look around the supercharger that protrudes with that massive injector hat on that Shelby Mustang. It's Tony Moretto in the 900 cubic inch nitrous assisted 55 Chevy, trying to take out Garrett Richards, the number 7 qualifier. Moretto shuts it off, 393 with a 6 at 197 miles an hour. Garrett Richards moves on in to round number 2 of competition here for the West Coast Pro Modifieds as we get ready for the final Pro Mod in round number 1 of competition. And it will be Steve Horn. As you get a quick look at the instant replay up there on the big screen, we'll get ready for Steve Horn. Again, he was supposed to go up against Steve Nicholson and Steve's 63 split window Corvette, but unfortunately Steve not making the call for round number 1 of competition. So Steve Horn will get the competition single, as you get a great look up there on the big screen and on the Lordco Auto Parts live stream, and at that Root supercharged combination for Steve as they get that thing fired up. JS Power Sports Willys, that again was extensively reworked from a little bit of an incident at the Lang Loafers Old Time Drags last year here at Mission Raceway Park, and that car making its first full passes here this weekend since getting the rebuild. Steve and the team working hard and trying to join the JS Power Sports 57 Chevy. Jay Severson here in round number 2 of competition. So Steve Horn going to get the competition single, and he is going to face, in round number 2, Justin Bond. So not an easy matchup ahead of the red 41 Willys for Horn, as he's going to try and lay down a representative run here in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack for your number 8 qualifier. So here we go. Horn turning on the top bulb, getting ready to light the bottom bulb in the final car, round number 1. Horn stays with it right over to the center line into the 396 with a 491 miles an hour. As Steve again a little bit out of the groove as you get a look at that in the instant replay. That car driving over towards the center line, and Steve staying with it right into the traps, as even as that tire gets completely out of the prep portion of the racetrack right up on the center line, but still drives it through to a 396 with a 491 miles an hour, and that's going to Finish things off for West Coast Pro Modifieds is Burnaby's Steve Horn moving on in round number 2, and we've got Top Fuel Harley in the water box getting ready to fire up.
All right, Top Fuel Harley action as they get fired up. Notice that they fire them up standing on the side. They wear Kevlar chest protectors, and that's all because they want to stay away as they start them up from the twin V manifolds. That is a precarious time. So about 1,000 horsepower sitting between the legs of each of these riders. We get set to go for the first pair. So here's a little taste of Nitro. Ron Howney and Nate Gagnon. Ron from Mission, taking some time off. He is back on the scene after a brief time away, a few years. Nate has been carrying the Top Fuel Harley flag for a good number of years. The Big Kids Racing program that he has. If you ever go through his pit area, there's at least 3 or 4 bikes that he's working on. Nate's over on the Lordco side. Ron's over here on the TCS side. Nate is pre-stage, just waiting for Ron to bump forward a little bit. Not much steering ability on the bikes. You'll watch them wrestle, manhandle, moving around on the seat to keep it in the groove. The front wheel off the ground as they sail on down the quarter mile. They are staged. Here comes the tree. Nate way up in the air about the half track, 670 at 211 miles an hour. Nate Gagnon gets that win. Ron goes 696, but if you were watching here on the replay, you can see Nate's front wheel off the ground for the full 8th mile there, and he will come back around, do another pass. So Nate Gagnon, 670 at 211 miles an hour. They were certainly looking to set a new track record. Track record was set way back in 2014 here at Mission Raceway by Damian Cowden. And Damian ran 624, and Tony Grimes did this mile per hour record of 234. So they were hoping after almost 10 years that we could be resetting those Top Fuel Harley records. So the day is young. We still got a few more runs to go, and that certainly might happen. Nate's run there is 670 at 211 miles per hour. Sorry? So our second pair, Pete Waugh and Jim Schellenberg. Jim from Surrey and Pete from Nanaimo. The winner of this pair will match up with Nate for a final. So Pete Waugh over here, tower side. Jim Schellenberger in the blue Top Fuel Harley. He's ready to get in there. There we go. Wow, Jim out of shape and has to get off the throttle to stay upright. Meantime, Pete Waugh goes 680 at 196 miles per hour, and he drops the laundry out at the top end. Here you can see again on the replay on the big screen as Jim gets over to the wall and pretty much out of the prepared traction area and has to lift off the throttle. So his run, 1078, 143 miles an hour. But Pete Waugh will go and face Nate Gagnon in a final 680 at 196 miles per hour. That's not all the motorcycle action. We have got Pro Mod motorcycle action. So just sending the safety crew out to make sure that nothing is amiss on the wall. Jim Schellenberger getting very close. So we will see the Top Fuel Nitro bikes in a final. It'll be Pete Waugh and Nate Gagnon having sort of a duel later on this afternoon. The Pro Mod bikes that are on the property are doing some testing runs. That's what we will see next before we get into the next rounds of eliminations. Hey, attention in the pits, Jeff Bell. Jeff Bell, this is a personal call. Jeff Bell, we need you back to your car, please. Jeff, please return to your car. Following the motorcycles that are in the water box and under the bridge, we have got round number 2 of National Tire Non-Electronics. That will be round 2, and all of those racers are contending for $2,500 in prize money. And so they will be coming around under the bridge momentarily. We're still having the safety crew do a check on the racing surface. Hey, attention in the pits. We had somebody turn in a DOT certified racing helmet. It is up here in the tower. If you have lost that helmet, it's certified, and so it's a good looking helmet. You may want to come on up to the tower and retrieve it. There might be a skill testing question involved, but we have the helmet. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are making the call for Rad Torque Electronics to the lanes, please. Rad Torque Electronics to the lanes. This is your call, and juniors, you are on standby. Steve Abusini and Matt Smith. Matt Smith on the Lordco side, heading down the quarter mile, pops the chute on the motorcycle, goes 797. 110 miles per hour. Steve Abusini, Phoenix Racing Performance. He will stop the clocks at, well, a coasting 20 seconds. 20.72 to be exact. 48 miles an hour, so not able to hook up on the start line and just off the throttle coasting through at the top end. So Matt Smith, on the other hand, 797. One more motorcycle to go before we head into round number 2 of National Tire Non-Electronics. Out of the water box, Jeff Petrie from Yellowknife, Northwest Territories. Making the long haul, sponsored by Peden Productions. Pro Mod Motorcycle. Many of these racers do participate in the CMDRA that was here earlier this year. They take one race weekend, and all of their motorcycles are on the property. So if you're a fan of motorcycle racing, you want to mark the CMDRA event on your calendar, as Jeff Petrie just leaves before the tree was activated, and so does not get any incremental information but other than what is on his bike. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. While it's quiet, we are going to put stock, super stock on standby as well. Stock, super stock, you are on standby. And Rad Torque Electronics, I see you assembling in the staging lanes. That is great. You have been called to the lanes, and juniors, you're on standby as well. We are going to get back into racing action here momentarily. Staging lanes are full with National Tire Non-Electronics. So a lot of the cars that you will see might be double classing, although as the field gets smaller, that happens less and less, but there are different types of electronics that can be fitted into the car that you can disarm and no longer use and run the car in non-electronics, and then at the same time reattach all of the electronic points, and whether that's a delay box or whether it's a button starter, that's your call. Here we go. National Tire non-electronics, round number 2. And we kick things off with Krista Loudit and Rob Monroe Jr. Rob Monroe out of Surrey, car that he put a lot of love, care, and attention to. When they brought that car home, that blue Acadian, it was essentially a hunk of junk. And he's made it into a pretty formidable race car. 383 cubic inch small block Chevy under the hood. Rob Monroe's dialed in at 1073, so the little Jimmy gets the handicap start, and Rob goes red. Not going to be happy about that. Win light will come on for Krista Loudit. She will be happy about that. Takes the 90 GMC Jimmy into the next round, running at 13:54, 96 miles an hour. As Katie Shirk, Lance Pesolitz get ready for their second round matchup. Katie from Langley in the 86 Jimmy, sponsored by Titanium, calls it the Blue Genie. Lance from Tofino, a great resort town on the island. 1981 Chevy, waiting patiently there, and they both leave clean and green, but Lance has got a lot of real estate to make up. He wants to get ahead and does not do it. Katie Shirk got there with a 1333, 101 miles per hour, and here comes John Tabak and Robert Love, the battle of the pickups. 289 S10s on the line. 383 cubic inches for Robert. John has 365, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems, and Robert sponsored by Reflections Guest House and SS Motorsports. John's dialed in at 1054, so just a tick of a handicap to Robert, but it's going to make it work because John goes red, 002 red. So the win light is on the scoreboard at the top end. Robert saw that the win was his. He goes 1058 on a 1060. You can drive under your dial if the win light is on, of course, or if it's a single. So John DeBack will probably see coming back around in the electronics category. Here comes Rob Hodgson now, and John Van Capel. He staged from Quesnel. Wheels way up high on the wheelie bars. That Chevy 2. Trying to make up that handicap difference. And does not do it as Rob Hodgson goes 1096 at 108 miles an hour to pick up the win. Mission Racer will be coming back for round number 3 as Matt Warner and Brad Owens get set. So Brad Owens from Bellingham in the 55 Bel Air, not known for picking up the front end, but Matt Warner certainly is. Sumas, Washington. You want a picture of a wheelie? This is a good one. So the win light comes on for Matt Warner as Brad Owens turns on the red light. 1055 with a 9 at 117 miles an hour for Matt. Brad Owen, well, he runs 970, but turned on the red light, and in eliminations, that is a immediate foul. Tom Wartinger now from Ferndale, Washington, driving the 67 Black Mustang. And once again, the red light determines the winner in this pair as well, as Trevor McDonald gets the win. Tom going red. Trevor goes 1084 at 125 miles an hour for the win. Mal Patterson and Daryl Tippy face off. Handicap start will be going to Daryl Tippy, about 0.06 of a second, or a little better than half a second. Daryl Tippy in the gold-colored Chevy 2. Mal Patterson in the red Acadian, easily identified by the malfunction. So many races determined on the start line. Who will it be here? Well, when you have a perfect light like Daryl Tippy did, that's going to be pretty hard to beat. Daryl Tippy gets a perfect reaction time, runs a 1085 at 117 miles an hour for the win. Margin of victory is about 0.07 of a second at the stripe. Mike McMahon and Dustin Hunter now. Dustin in the Falcon Fast, 1964 Falcon. He gets the handicap start. Mike McMahon, with those injectors sticking out of the hood of that Camaro, will play catch-up. No need, though, as Dustin goes red, and so win light comes on for Mike McMahon, who goes 869 at 154 miles an hour. Next pair rolling out of the water box and to the start line is Ross Walker here in his silver 66 Chevy 2, and Dave Shirk in the Blazer. Dave out of Kelowna, dialed in at 11:47, so the Blazer's going to have the handicap start here. Leaves the line first. Turns on the red light, though, and that disqualifies him. Dave Shirk fouls out of competition. Win light comes on for Ross Walker, and he runs 10:08, 131 miles an hour. And that brings up Jeff Bell and Jeff Whitworth. Two Jeffs, one with a J, one with a G. Jeff Whitworth with a J in the Ford Mustang from Nanaimo, dialed in at 1290. Slower of the two cars getting the handicap start, spinning the wheels on the start line, though, and here comes Jeff Bell with a G in the dart. We have got a race, the win light for Jeff Bell, and that goes 960, 134 miles an hour. So the margin of victory there, wow, 0.03 of a second. Well, if I'm rounding up, 0.04 of a second. Chris Stone and Ryan Johnston. Ryan in the Corvette. Big block Chevy under the hood of that flamed out Corvette. Dialed in at 826, the faster of the two cars. Chris Stone leaving the line here in his Dodge Dart. Here comes Johnston in hot pursuit. Will the Corvette get around the Dart? Does not. Chris Stone has the better reaction time by about 4 hun. Goes 10:11 on a 10:08 dial. 127 miles an hour. So Stone Cold Racing picking up another win as they move on into round number 3. And that is going to do it for National Tire non-electronics. We now move into Rad Torque Electronics, where all those things that I said they couldn't use, they use. Delay buttons, boxes, all sorts of throttle stops if they want. It's a category that if you want to use your electronics, if you're comfortable using the electronics to aid in your consistent running of the car, well, you have the opportunity to do that. It's once again based on a handicap start, so everybody competes on an equal basis. So Mike Robinson and Jan Christensen coming up to the line. These two competitors have faced each other many times over the years here at Mission Raceway. Mike Robinson, you may remember him running that 27 Ford when it was painted blue. And it was blue for many, many years. And it was a nice blue. I mean, it was okay. You couldn't complain about the blue. But trust me, this red, this is way nicer. Mike Robinson, I talked to him in the pits, and I said, when did this happen? And he said, you know, I've been wanting to do this for a long time, to repaint it. And over the winter was the time that it happened, and I got to tell you, that is a beautiful looking red with black trim. Jan Christensen getting the goods on the dragster drivers so that he can get around them in El Gringo, his Chevy 2. And the only way to do that, he said, is to race the dragsters with a dragster. So that's what he's doing here. Hey, attention in the pits. Super Stock, we need you to the lanes. Super Stock. Stock, bring them up to the lanes. This is your call. Super Stock to the lanes. So Jan Christensen from Langley, Mike Robinson from Chilliwack, Roadster versus Dragster. The Dragster has a quicker dial-in of 792, Mike Robinson 909. So it will be the Roadster leaving the start line first, sponsored by JBS Equipment and JS Power Sports. They're both pre-staged right now, and they'll bump forward another few inches to break the stage beams. Here comes the tree. Mike Robinson getting just a little out of shape as Jan Christensen comes in hot pursuit and takes the win. Goes 794 at 162 miles an hour. So Jan Christensen having a great run there, advancing. 794. His reaction time, wow, 009 on the tree. So working with the button on the Christmas tree, your thumb reflex obviously a lot better than the whole foot reflex thing. Or at least that's the way it's working out today. Brady Lowe and Rashid Al-Balushi. Couple more dragsters here, one from Langley and one from the United Arab Emirates. Brady's dialed in at 787. Will leave the start line first. Rashid 701. That's the quicker. The blue dragster's the quicker of the two. And so Rashid will have to be patient, waiting about 0.8 of a second on the start line. Almost 2 bulbs. Almost. Everybody's clean and green. Reaction time's a coin flip, and here is the winner. It is going to be Brady Lowe. Goes 792 at 162 miles an hour, 013 to an 014 reaction time, so it was very close, almost the same. 708 was the time for Rashid at 184 miles an hour, 792 on a 787 dial, good for the win. As George LeBlanc and Danny Hodder now get set to battle in the Rad Torque Electronics category. So you hear the start line crew, the ever vigilant start line crew, looking for things that need to be attended to, and they decided to shut off both competitors here as they attend to what looks to be just a little bit of offending matter on the racing surface. So they'll spray a little bit of traction compound, rub it in a little bit with a broom, and that typically will take care of whatever it is. A lot of times, if it's just fuel that spills out, the fuel will evaporate pretty quickly, so not much of an issue there. And there are all kinds of other things, of course, that race cars have, oil, differential oils, and that kind of thing. And so it doesn't look like it's serious enough for us to provoke the tractors into business, and that's always a good sign. We're in the middle of Rad Torque Electronics eliminations, round number 1. So Danny Hodder turning on the red light. The wind light will go into the TCS lane. George LeBlanc picking up the win, going 878. 878 at 154 miles an hour, and that's going to bring up Jeremy Soares from Terrace and Steve McKenzie. Steve McKenzie in the Black Cavalier here tower side, boasting 505 cubic inches of big block Chevy power. Jeremy Soares, 584 cubic inches over in the dragster, sitting behind him. He's dialed in at 761. McKenzie, 883. So the door car will be leaving the line first. Like that. Here comes the dragster, well known for their top end charge, hard to beat. And there it is. Jeremy Soares goes 769, able to stay under his dial-in of 761, goes 163 miles an hour to do it, and he advances into round number 2. As Justin Gibson and Al Omand are the next pair. Al in the electronics category because he has put a button on the bike, has changed or is changing, working on changing all the muscle memory of standing, holding the bike ready, staging the bike, where to put your feet, where to put your hands, what to do with your eyes, all of those things. He is slowly getting a handle on it. He feels that it's one of the things that he needs to improve his performance, and boy, that sure worked today. Al Omand picks up the win, goes 916 rather, 140 miles an hour. Al sponsored by Thrifty's Machine Shop. He's 15-time track champion here at Mission Raceway, too, and 2-time Division 6 champion. So he's looking to add some more trophies and plaques to his and belts to his collection. Here comes John Brenning and Anthony Katnick. Anthony in the Mustang. John in the Camaro, Ford versus Chevy. Heads up, $8.95 each. So the dial-in is the same. Tree comes down together, and they are off. It's all about reaction time and keeping it under the dial at the top end. Win light. John Brenning picks up the win. Goes 9:07, 146 miles an hour. Slower reaction time, but closer to the dial. So John Brenning advancing into round 2 as Kimberly Johnkind and Mike Stewart get set to do battle. Mike Stewart from Langley, as is Kimberly. Stewart's driving the white Chevy 2. Wants shout-outs to Ken's Specialty Auto, Bucky's Mini Excavating, and Stewart Brothers Racing. All of the brain trust and money behind that venture. Mike Stewart on the Lordco side. Kimberly Johnkind, Reckless Restorations as seen on TV. And Titanium Auto Racing. So it's green lights a pair. Handicap for Mike Stewart, and he stays out in front, goes 10:05. It's a classic case where the reaction time for Kimberly started with a 3 and Mike started with an O, and that is going to be tough to surmount on any day of the week. So Mike Stewart advancing one more round as Kevin McNichol and Emily Gerard will be the next pair. Emily Gerard in the dragster, a multi-year champion in the junior dragster category here at Mission Raceway before stepping up to the family's big car. Emily home is Chilliwack. She's sponsored by Shear Solutions and Just Mechanical. Kevin McNichol over here on the tower side, 2014 Super Pro champ. Driving the 67 Nova with 434 cubic inches of small block Chevy power. Sponsored by Lucas Oil, obviously. Handicap for Kevin is 10:07. Emily, 7:51. So the dragster you expect to be quicker. Kevin will be leaving the start line first, and we want to take full advantage of that green, as does Emily, chasing him, but Emily goes red. Turns on the red light, and her day is done. Done like dinner. 10:07, 133 for Kevin. 10:07 at 133 miles per hour. Kevin McNichol advancing to the next round. It's Cam Chance and Rick Model will be up next. Rick from Courtney in the 69 Camaro. And we're trying to figure out where Cam is from. Prince Rupert, Prince Albert. It's Prince Rupert. There we go. There's a couple of places. I had a couple of options there. Red light for the Camaro. Rick goes way red. Wind light comes on for the Lordco lane 883. So Cam Chance is going to pick up the win. 883 at 147 miles per hour to go into the next round. Nick Angelucci and Warren Jacobson. Next up, Warren is staged. Oh, Nick goes deep. Turns out the top bulb. Nick Angelucci here on the tower side in the 78 Malibu. Not able to stay out in front. Had a good reaction time, 0:02. But it's Warren Jacobson that gets the win. 11:04 at 126 miles an hour. Here comes Al Quigley now. Car that he runs on the national circuit at some races. Al out of Aldergrove in the 1998 Ford Mustang. Big block Ford power. 99 Camaro here, Towerside. Dialed in at 10:29. That is Dustin Brewington. 10:29 versus Al's 10:62. So it'll actually be the red Mustang that leaves first. Got the delay box in play for a long time also. The longer that delay box is on, the faster you know that car can be. So Al picks up the win, goes 10:69 on a 10:62. Normally runs a lot quicker, so he's dialed it back so that he can run in this class in the 10-second range. Dustin Brewington, just for the record, 10:32, 124 miles an hour. Wes Vath over on the spectator side. That is the Firebird, the white Firebird. So opposite Wes Vath is Tammy Peugeot from Abbotsford in the Rad Torque sponsored dragster. So that's a fast Firebird dialed in at 9:50, but the dragster's quicker. Manages to get around Wes Vath, goes 7:77 at 168 miles an hour. The margin of victory is 8 thousandths of a second. So Wes was way out in front, and that dragster just got around by 8 thousandths of a second, or to be technical, 84 10,000ths of a second. There you see on the big screen, that is the 34 Ford of Ted Buss. Great looking hot rod that has Chevy power. I was going to say under the hood, but it doesn't actually have a hood. 34 Ford Ted Buss from Shawnigan, dialed in at 9:09. Robert Love in the other lane in the pickup. Leaves the line first on the handicap start with a 10.60. Here comes Ted Buss. Closing at the stripe. Win light for Robert Love. Goes 10.64 on a 10.60 dial. 115 miles an hour, so manages to stay out in front, and that is exactly what his plan was all along. On the big screen now, John Tabak from Maple Ridge. Rad Torque sponsored S10. He's dialed in at 10:57, and he's up against Dustin Hunter. Moving through the classes. John not faring so well in the non-electronics. Has a chance to redeem himself here in the electronics class and go rounds. And he goes red. So John Tabak out of competition as Dustin Hunter goes 9:09, 147 miles an hour. So just adding insult to injury, yeah, we're looking at the numbers on the screen here, and John goes, he's dialed in at 10:57, and he runs a 10:57. Had he just stayed on the start line for a fraction of a second, that could have been a whole different result. But that's drag racing. Aaron Phillips now and Jeff Bell. Jeff Bell from Oliver is in the 76 Dodge He's dialed in at 9:57. So the dragster from Chetwynd goes dialed in at 8:12. As to be expected, the Dodge leaves with the wheels up, and Aaron goes red. As a matter of fact, they both went red, but the lesser of the two is Jeff Bell. Goes 961, 138 miles an hour, and that's good for a win. Jeff Bell going 008 red as opposed to 022 red. So Bell having a lesser red light issue and gets the win. Bell advancing with a 961, 138 miles an hour into the next round. Hey, attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, this is your standby call. Standby call for Canada West Doorslammers. We'll be calling you to the lanes shortly. By run for Dan Parsons in the Quality Racing Duster. Parsons goes 10.96 at 129 miles an hour. Northwest Class Racing Stock and Super Stock now. Daryl Stobie over here, Tower side. So Daryl Stobie over here, Tower side, got the wheelie bars out. They're hidden away so you don't see them, but that car launches hard. Taking full use there. Red light start. Lordco side, so Stobie picks up the win in the Super Stock class. Goes 10.25 at 125 miles an hour. We'll see the front ends come up on all of these cars as that's the nature of the Super Stock class. Dave Jung and James Boyce. Boyce in the 1988 Mustang from Duval, Washington. Dialed in at 11.65. And Dave Jung in the Camaro, 10.96. A lot of tire slippage for Dave Jung. So the question is, will he be able to make that up further down track? No, does not. 11.73 at 104 miles an hour for James Boyce from Duval, Washington to advance into the next round. Here comes Bruce Flodine and Ed Howder Jr. Ed driving the 2015 Camaro and Bruce the 95 Dakota. '95 Dakota is dialed in at 13.09. Ed 10.26. Camaro is in pursuit of that Dakota and looks to get around the Dakota as well. 10.56. 10.56 at 111 miles an hour for Ed Hodder from Linwood, going rounds. And John Bushinsky gets a bye run with the odd number of cars in the category. And the CUDA goes 11:02 at 117 miles an hour. So John Brzezinski going into round number 2 of Northwest Class Racing Stock and Super Stock. That will do it for that category as we now move into Peden Industries Junior Dragsters. A category that has seen a lot of growth this year. We've gone from maybe about 6 racers in some years to almost 30 this year. So naturally, we're proud to keep drag racing alive with that new generation of kids who are racing in the juniors program, and nobody has made that more possible than Neil Smith. So we want to thank Neil for his support, because this year the kids can now win cash prizes, and the program has grown, as I say, from over half a dozen racers to over 30. Now, Neil himself is a car lover and a drag racer like many of us here today, and he is also in the excavation business, helping farmers make better use of their land. So if you own property and want to clear out some trees or make room for crops or get some of your bushes turned into rich mulch for your soil, Neil is the guy to call. And right now, if you mention drag racing, Neil will give you 5% off and match that in a donation to the juniors program. So if you're looking to develop your land and want to help keep kids on the track, and who wouldn't, call Neil. For a free quote on your project, find him online at pedenindustries.ca, or you can call 604-341-7374 to start your development. Again, that is pedenindustries.ca, 604-341-7374. So on the line, Cadence Rodrigue. Cadence getting the bye run again with the odd number in eliminations. Somebody gets the bye run, and Cadence was it, qualified in a way that made that happen. Chilliwack is home for Cadence. She runs 12:19 at 51 miles an hour. Very healthy junior dragster program here. We start with the Thunder cars. These are for racers aged 5 to 12. So that's right, anywhere between the ages of 5 years of age and 12 years of age. That's what these dragsters are designed for. The younger you are, the slower the dragster is tuned to, but then it's all on a handicap system, so everybody has an equal opportunity to win. Emily White here from Mission. Tower side, dialed in at 894. And Hunter Thompson in the other lane from Mission, dialed in at 890. So it's a pretty close race, heads-up racing. A lot is going to be determined by their reaction time to the Christmas tree, to the green light. Wow, one of these is, they're going to be happy about that. And it's a win light for Emily, who had a reaction time of 006. 006 reaction time for Emily White to pick up the win. She runs 897 at 71 miles an hour. As Connor Jackson and April Bond make their way now out of the water box. Connor from Abbotsford, April from Mission, of course. April's dad, Justin Bond, doing double duty, triple duty. Always when he's home, takes the opportunity to do the fine-tuning on his kids' junior dragsters. April dialed in at 899, sponsored, of course, as you might expect, by JBS Equipment. And Connor Jackson here from Abbotsford, 2009 Martin Junior Dragster, sponsored by TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, and Lordco, dialed in at 893. So again, pretty close heads-up racing here. 899 to an 893. We're talking about April getting nothing but a 0.06 of a second handicap start. But they managed to keep it nice, clean, and green, and they head down to the 8th mile in the win light for April. April Bond goes 906, 72 miles an hour for the win. This is first round of eliminations for the juniors. Alex Green now and Isabella Marshall. Isabella dialed in at 913. Alex 1190. Alex has sponsorship from Global Container Terminals, Bumper Stand, and Morin Motorsports. Alex, of course, part of the three-race team. There's Jack, Alex, and Nate. That's the order. Alex is in the middle. Red light start for Alex Green. He had the handicap and he wanted to get out on Isabella Marshall, but went too soon. Turned on the red light. 904 for Isabella. Goes 73 miles an hour, and so she will move into the next round. Here comes the oldest of the Green Brothers racing team, Nate Green. Over here, tower side. Great looking wrap on that junior dragster. It's all sort of like the Junker Bunker Pro Mod car, a patina that looks all rusted and everything else. It's a great looking wrap. If you're in the pits, stop by, take a look, and then you got to admire how much time and attention that these families put into their race cars looking as good as they do. In the other lane, Wesley Armstrong. Wesley, part of the team of Armstrong Racing, sponsored by Fountain Tire, and Lordco, and Tubu Towels, Badass Garage, who are on the property. I meant to talk about them. I'll do that after. So Wesley Armstrong dialed in at 1192. Nate Green, 12 flat. It's Wesley that goes red this time. Wesley turns on the red light, 17 thou. So win light will come on for Nate Green, 1204 at 52 miles an hour. And here we are with the third of the Green brothers, Jack Green. Jack's the youngest. So we can see this junior dragster being tuned to be the slowest of the three. 1398 is the dial-in. Bentley Johnson in the other lane, 895. We're in the Thunder category. So this is for junior dragsters with drivers between the ages of 5 and 12 years of age. Bentley Johnson from Mission, as is Jack. Handicap will be going to the green dragster here on the tower side. 1398 is the dial-in. You can see that on the reader board at the top end of the racetrack. On the other side, the Lordco side, you can see the 895. That's the time dialed in for Bentley Johnson. That dial-in is the time that they anticipate that their car will run, all things being equal. Big handicap start for Jack as he heads out down to the 8th mile stripe. Bentley now trying to run him down before they get there. Does not do it. Jack Green advances. Goes 14:05 at 43 miles an hour and manages to pick up that win to go into the next round. Adam Katnick and Hunter Gallant talking about multi-car teams. The Katnick clan has 3 junior dragsters, and I've lost track of how many other cars in different categories. That's Tom Katnick tuning up the junior dragster. Again, you take a look at the equipment sitting behind Adam there, and that's a pretty polished affair. Not just your average low ball Briggs & Stratton 5 horsepower engine. A lot of work done to that, and he's dialed in at 899 as opposed to Hunter Gallant in the other lane. He's dialed in at 890. So again, pretty much heads up, 899 to 890. You're not going to see that 1/100th of a second difference. Win light for Adam Katnick goes 909 on an 899. 909 at 69 miles an hour. And that brings up Jackson Dew from Langley and Tanya Peterson. Tanya from Grand Prairie, Alberta. Peterson Fabrication, Van Ross Services, Rig Pig Construction. 2001 Mike Boss chassis junior dragster, and Jackson Dew from Langley with also a Boss dragster. Jackson the quicker of the two here with a dial-in of 908. Natanya 1268. So Natanya will leave the start line ahead of Jackson by roughly 3 seconds. Jackson will have to sit there and be patient, watching the competition fly down the track. Patience is a virtue, they say. So they're both pre-staged and bump in now, and Tanya goes deep, rolls forward a little bit more than she anticipated, probably. Red light for Jackson. So win light for Natanya. As Jackson Dew goes 600, almost 700 red. And it's a 1298 win light for Natanya Peterson. Owen Armstrong and Ashton Katnick. Peden Industries Junior Dragster Lightning category. So this is for racers who are 12 and older. Saeed Al-Balushi is over here on the tower side in his Bahrain 1 Junior Dragster. Saeed from the United Arab Emirates. Abigail White in the other lane from Mission. So Saeed dialed in at 8:04. And Abigail 7:90. So the quicker one will be on the Lordco side. Abigail will have to wait. variants of it? Colton Morin over on the spectator side, and McKenna Thompson here on the tower side. Again, we are talking about $791 apiece, so heads up. So McKenna Thompson here, tower side, going up against Colton Morin. Both live in Mission. Both of them are now pre-staged and roll forward ever so slightly to get into the stage beams. And starter sees that, clicks the button, and the tree comes down. Wind light for McKenna Thompson. 799, 78 miles an hour for the win. So the third in the junior category is Junior Street, and that is what we will see that will close out this first round of eliminations before we do a little bit of touch-up to the racing surface. Junior Street competitors will be coming around underneath the bridge momentarily. As I talked about earlier, two individuals in the driver's compartment, one with an HRA competition license and one with and regular driver's license and insurance for the vehicle. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers. This is your call. Call to the lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Bring them up. Canada West Doorslammers, lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. First pair in the Junior Street category, Isaac Nirchlow from Chilliwack and Richard Peterson. So Richard from Grand Prairie, his dad, you see the logo on the side of the pickup, West Coast Pro Mod Association. Richard's father is the guy who shepherds that whole group together. And Isaac, out of Chilliwack, is driving that 2003 Pontiac. Not fast enough to advance into the next round as Richard goes 10:01 for the win, 63 miles an hour. Isaac had a better reaction time, but Richard was closer to the dial-in, so runs a 10:01 for the win. Taryn Monroe and Tyler Smith. So Tyler Smith having got a pretty good track record of 6 in a row. And so he is over here tower side. And Taryn Monroe over in the Blazer on the spectator side. Who gets there first? Taryn? No. Tyler. Tyler gets there with a 10.79. Keeping the streak alive, Tyler Smith. 10.79 at 62 miles an hour. Sophia rolls up to the line in the Mustang. Ragtop gets the bye run with the odd number of cars in the category. And Sophia will break the beams to a 10.11, 67 miles an hour. So as we are getting set to go into Canada West Doorslammer racing action, round number 2, and I know that you're all excited about that, and Cole's all excited about that because he's drinking like some sort of frozen coffee or something that is keeping him up after last night's epic adventure here at Mission Raceway. Would that be fair to describe it that way?
Yeah, I think I've started chain drinking coffee today, so we'll see how that holds up as the eliminations and the day wears on. But yeah, Canada West Doorslammers are rolling on into the lanes. They're just getting paired up right now into their elimination ladder, which don't envy Marcy with the Canada West Doorslammers because she's got a tough job of trying to ladder all of these race cars up and put them in pairs and get them organized along with our crew in the staging lanes and put them all in the right order.
Yikes. Hey, when I go for my walk, I'll look for some coffee beans for you just to chew on.
Sounds good. I'll sample some. That'll be good.
So we just have a few minutes here of track preparation while we do a little bit of scraping. You can see that on the big screen, nice up close. The professionals, safety crew, looking at what needs to be attended to. So they'll do the scrape, actually physically heating up the rubber and burning it off, scraping it off, and repositioning it in places where there is absolutely no rubber and putting it in places where it needs to be. So that's what we're just going to get set to do here. It shouldn't take too long as we are getting ready for second round of Canada West Doorslammer action. Might be a good time to head over to the concession stand, grab a quick bite or go into the pro shop and grab a hat. That's pretty random, I know. But, or you could get a chocolate bar. I did that. Get a chocolate bar, get some freezies, ice cream sandwiches of some sort. All that good stuff is available in the pro shop, along with the latest apparel and all sorts of great souvenirs.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible. Not power like a superpower with laser eyes. More like power with financial advice and spreadsheets. Oh yes. Because with great goals comes great responsibility. Something we've taken to heart for more than 80 years. When you have the freedom to live the life you want, that's when your possible becomes real. So let's talk. Gulf and Fraser. Power your possible. At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible.
See folks at home with the live feed.
Blue Ford Ranger, the Vanishing One stunt team. And the wind light is looking for that outside line. We are going to wrap it up big time from here. Expecting pro competition. A beauty.
$2,500 cash winning drive.
Really awesome. Sure, the replay is about that was up to this. This is just the beginning, folks.
Just want to make sure that everybody's up to speed. We are still just in the final stages of some track preparation here. Always important that the track be kept up to shape, especially when we've got 200-mile-per-hour race cars going to attack it in just a few more minutes. They're all in the staging lanes gathered for their round 2, so you want to make sure that the track is nice and tight. And one of the things that has occurred this year is that the racetrack is a lot tighter on a more consistent basis, and all of that plays into how the racers set up their cars, because if you're not attacking it aggressively enough, you're going to run into a whole bunch of tire shakes. So you do want to make sure that the track is consistently the same nature. Once the track starts to get bad in one lane or changes, whatever happens to the track, that's not fun for the racers. So the start line crew is ever vigilant. You see Brian out there with the professional scraper, and he is the gentleman who makes sure that he makes the call about all of the preparation that needs to happen. How much spray, what the percentage of spray traction compound is. I'm not sure how many race fans out there have had the opportunity to walk on a prepared racetrack, but there is an NHRA rule that no flip-flops are allowed because you will not be in them for long. That track is super, super sticky, and you do need shoes with laces for the most part to stay on.
And in the NHRA Heritage Series, particularly in the Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car class, the good indication of if the track is prepped correctly is if Bucky Austin's shoe comes off when he's guiding Bobby Cottrell back from the burnout.
Yeah, that's always a good gauge. So I think we're getting pretty close. They got some water in the water box. All of the second round Canada West Doorslammers are in the lanes. Hopefully you've had a chance to grab some refreshments. Make sure that everybody's staying well hydrated. I noticed that a lot of you are in the shade. That would be my place. I'd be moving over there.
Also, with any racers for that this is applicable to, we have some checks up here in the tower for any racers that placed in the money. So make sure to come on up to the tower to get your checks if you, again, placed in the money. Last night and yesterday afternoon, we have some checks for applicable drivers up here in the tower.
You know, if you're enjoying yourself at the racing action here this weekend, boy, you want to make sure you mark your calendar for a couple of future events. Namely, we've got more door car action with the West Coast Classic that's coming up at the end of July. And then we've got the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags that's going to be the first weekend of August, 4th, 5th, and 6th. The Old Time Drags, always a well-attended event. And then we've got the Lordco Smoke, Fire, and Thunder event with some Top Fuel action. We've got the Dark Side Top Fuel Dragster on the property, a couple of Jet Dragsters, Jet Funny Cars. The Pro Mods will be back at the property, as will the Doorslammers and the Outlaws, Junior Drag Racing League, Top Fuel Nitro, going to be here as well. So big, big weekend for racing. So attention in the pits, we're just getting set to start second round of Canada West Doorslammers, so we're going to put Pro Mod on standby. Pro Mods, you are on standby. We'll be calling you shortly. So, Cole, I understand you are going to be back for a couple of these races. The Smoke, Fire, and Thunder event you're going to be back for?
I'll be back for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Also, the West Coast Outlaws shootout to wrap up the West Coast Outlaws series, as well as the West Coast Pro Modified season here at Mission Raceway Park coming up at the end of September and October. So big events here in the Mission Raceway Park schedule, and looking forward to capping off the rest of the season here at Mission. But I know a full month of July here as well, with drifting coming up on the road course next weekend. We got the drag boats back in the Fraser River after quite a few years absence. And then, as you mentioned, the TNT shootout for some big money bracket racing coming up towards the tail end of the month as well.
Yeah, so there is nary a dull weekend here at Mission Raceway because, of course, we've got the Summit ET Racing Series, and that happens on a regular basis as well, almost every 2 weeks, except over the summer where we've got all these other events. So lots of racing action. If you're into drag racing, do check out the Facebook page. Do check out the missionraceway.com website as well. All of the event dates are listed there. So I hear Doorslammer starting up, so I am going to hand the mic over to Cole Sorensen to take us through second round of Canada West Doorslammers.
Thank you, Gerry. Rolling into the water box right now up here in the TCS side of the racetrack. That is Paul Debris Jr., the 1963 split window vet up against the green 1969 Camaro of Andy Hatton in round number 2 of Doorslammer. There is your Canada West Doorslammers ladder up there on the big screen here at Mission Raceway Park, and you can see that it is a pretty stacked ladder. Those were your round 2 matchups, as we actually couldn't fit all the cars on the ladder that we had up on the big screen in round number 1. Again, 42 cars coming up for round number 1 of competition. So Paul Debris Jr., who we thought was going to take some time off of racing, but back behind the wheel of a race car in a Canada West Doorslammer here at Mission Raceway Park. Paul, of course, running his Valiant here the last few years. And then Andy Hatton over there in the Grinch Camaro for Bubba's Speed Shop, Titanium Auto Group, and Taves Roofing. An 825 dial-in for the Camaro and a 788 dial-in for Paul Debris Jr. So Debris having to wait on Hatton, and the chase is on here in round number 2 at Doorslammer Eliminations. And Hatton trying to hold off Debris, and it's going to be Andy Hatton running an 829 with a 1 on that 825 dial-in, 157 miles an hour, 792 with a 771 miles an hour for Paul Debris Jr. So it's Paul Stretch from Duncan for the Mid-Island Engines gang and his 2002 Chevy Cavalier up against Adam DeYoung out of Abbotsford. Second half of the Artex Racing team. Adam over there, the white Camaro, the graduate out of junior dragster competition, and in the car that Dad John got his feet wet with in Doorslammer competition. Adam dialed in at an 848 to Paul Stretch's, easy for me to say, 724. Stretch, very experienced campaigner with the Canada West Doorslammers for the racer, again out of Duncan over there on Vancouver Island, and Adam DeYoung from just down the road in Abbotsford in his 1967 Chevy Camaro. Well, this one's going to be decided on the starting line. Adam DeYoung getting the win. Paul Stretch goes 003 red by 3 foul at the tree for Paul Stretch. In that Cavalier, Adam DeYoung gets the win with an 855 with a 457 miles an hour. So again, Paul Stretch going 003 red on the tree is your next pair, getting ready to bring her into the beams. Jason Field over in the TCS side of the racetrack. So an 851 dial-in for Mike Kenworth, an 823 for Field. Something a little bit weird happened for Field there in the tree, so they'll back him up. So Kenworth going down the racetrack. So a little bit of talk between the tower down there with the tree there is, again, you saw the dial-in numbers coming up for Field and Kenworth. That's Kenworthy, Mike Kenworthy out of Arlington, Washington with that 851 dial-in. So Kenworthy going down the racetrack there is things going quiet for a second. Just double checking over there is Jason Field with that 823. And then Mike Kenworth going down the racetrack and getting to the top end for Illusion Motorsports and Speed Marts. So again, just double checking over things for the moment. So still hanging on, as you can see, just discussing things still down there on the starting line as your next pair is getting ready to roll underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge as soon as they get the go signal here for Paradise Homes, Canada West Doorslammers. And again, the folks at Paradise Homes stepping up big time to give the Doorslammers $3,000 to win this weekend here at Mission Raceway Park. And great to see that as, again, just getting everything sorted out down there and making sure that that pair is good so that we can advance on with the rest of round number 2 and Doorslammer eliminations. So something weird happening there. Again, neither driver getting a time slip. So just double checking down there with some of the track officials and everybody up here in the tower. All right, so moving on in with the next pair, you got Otto Schulte already in the water box. Dave Warren over here in the TCS side of the racetrack in the 62 Bel Air. Warren advancing into round number 2 of eliminations up against Otto Schulte, who ran dead on his dial in round number 1 of eliminations. Schulte dialed in over there in the far side of the racetrack with a 750. as Dave Warren with a 787 over here on the TCS side of the racetrack. So Schulte, Lordco Auto Parts lane, again, the experienced racer out of Black Creek over there on Vancouver Island. Used to see him in competition in a Falcon previously in some of the Summit ET series before moving on up into Canada West Doorslammer's competition with that car that used to be a gray Chevy Cavalier. Then the gang from Vancouver Island getting that thing painted up in Auto's distinct blue colors up against the Blue Max. So slight head start for Warren. Schulte going to try and track him down close at the start line, close at the finish line. And Otto Schulte runs a 750 with an 8 on his 750 dial. 8 thousandths of a second away from being dead on that dial for Otto Schulte. An 043 light, 006 light for Warren. Runs a 791 on his 787 dial. Margin of victory on that last race, 2 thousandths of a second, 28 10,000ths of a second at the stripe in favor of Otto Schulte over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Is backing up for the burnout, John DeYoung making the move into round number 2 for Artex Racing up against Henry Zacharias and the Corvette, who got a little bit lucky in that machine. The 53 Corvette for Zacharias for Winter Harbor Marina, NRV, and TMT Auto Finance. Zacharias running an off-song 818 on his dial, which you can see up there on the TCS side of the scoreboard, is a 760. But again, Zacharias well shy of that for the racer out of Surrey in the last round, but Brody Shirk red lighting against him, allowing Zacharias to move on. As John DeYoung over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane out of Abbotsford, his 1968 Camaro up against his old car in the form of Henry Zacharias. Zacharias getting ready to bring the vet into the staging beams and clearing out the motor once before he brings it up to the line to face off against John DeYoung. DeYoung will have to wait exactly 1 second. A 760 dial in for Zacharias, a 660 dial in for John DeYoung. Both lanes clean and green as they head down track, and at the finish line stripe, it's going to be John DeYoung getting around Henry Zacharias. Zacharias is going to break out, running a 758 with a 9 on his 760 dials, and John DeYoung still getting to the finish line stripe first, a 666 with a 2 on his 660 dial at 204 miles an hour for John DeYoung. So just making sure that everything's good to go down there at the top end of the racetrack as both cars clearing off one of the turnoff lanes is Mark Schuppener. Tower side out of Kelowna, and that 1995 Chevy Lumina up against Scott Robinson in the 1994 Beretta in the battle of the mid-90s GM products. So here we go for our next pairing here in round number 2 of eliminations in Canada West Doorslammers is Mark Schuppener, the racer out of Kelowna. Scott Robinson, just down the road in Chilliwack. Very experienced racer here at Mission Raceway Park. Mark Schuppener getting a look inside of the Beretta up there on the big screen as he purges the Nitro system. Scott Robinson, the naturally aspirated Beretta, is still going through the Nitro system, and ready to go now is Mark Schuppener. So a 768 dial in for Scott Robinson over there in the Lordco Auto Parts Lane Schupener leaving first by 0.03 of a second with a 796 dial in on the TCS side of the racetrack. Clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Pretty tight in the reaction time game, and a 770 with a 0 at 177 miles an hour is going to get Scott Robinson the win. Robinson again running a 770 with a 0 on his 768 dial and a 799 with a 0 on the 796 dial in for Mark Schupener. The margin of victory at the stripe, 5 thousandths of a second in favor of Scott Robinson. So it's Derek Shirk out of Langley, the 1955 Chevy Bel Air for the Titanium Auto Group and JS Performance, as well as Bubba's Speed Shop. So Brad Powell going to face up against him out of Linden, Washington. Again, doing the short burnout, so waiting for Derek to back up from his before he starts the burnout procedure. Brad is going to leave first with an 847 dial-in over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Derek Shirk, a 723 dial-in for your number 3 qualifier. Coming into eliminations, getting the win in round number 1. Again, evenly matched on the trees. They head down to the top end. It's going to be Derek Shirk running a 728 with a 9 on his 723 dial-in. Brad Powell runs an 852 with an 8 on his 847 dial-in. 016 reaction time for Shirk. 036 for Brad Powell. Two racers out of Victoria coming up next. One of them has an early opportunity to take a ferry after the end of this one. Grant Howell over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, the 1937 Chevy with a 766 dial-in up against Rod Leclerc, the Paradise Homes Camaro, trying to take his own money at the end of the day as the weekend sponsor for the Canada West Doorslammers in that nitrous-assisted machine, as we've mentioned, with that new look on the Camaro, courtesy of M2 Graphics in Victoria. So Rod Leclerc getting ready to go, and we pointed out that, you know, Rod's from Victoria. He's got the 2 cans of Lucky on the back spoiler. Again, Gerry Lucky getting no residuals from that. Grant Howell over there, far side of the racetrack, former Canada West Doorslammers champion. 632 cubic inches. Sunset Racing Engine underneath the hood of Grant Howell's machine, and a whole lot of nitrous for Rod Leclerc. 598 cubic inches for the Camaro as Leclerc is pre-staged. Here comes Howell. Howell's going to be leaving first with that 766 dial over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. And here comes Leclerc with the big speed top-end charge, and it's going to be Howell as Leclerc breaks out. 680 with a 5 on his 684 dial-in for Rod Leclerc, and a 771 with a 7 on the 766 dial-in for Grant Howell will move him on into round number 3 of Canada West Doorslammer competition as Darren Buick from right here in Mission, the Evans excavating machine up against Coldstream's Mark Thompson in the 54 Studebaker car that the early days of Pro Modified was a very popular choice for racers such as Scotty Cannon, who I know had a car especially made in Australia back in the day, and now has found their way into top sportsman and Doorslammer competition. And Darren Buick, again, the Evans Excavating Chevy 2. It's going to be leaving first with an 863, 761 for Thompson. So almost having to wait a full second. Again, both drivers even on the tree as they head down to the top end, and it's going to be Mark Thompson getting around the Chevy 2, 766 with a 1. And a 766 with a 1 on the 761 dial-in, 174.96 miles an hour for Mark Thompson. Darren Buick, an 864 with a 754 miles an hour. That 864 on the 863, but an 029 light for Thompson clinches the deal for a 082 light. In comparison, on the TCS side of the racetrack, for Darren Buick is Kathy Freeborn and Corey Stewart going up against each other. Corey took out the other Freeborn in competition in round number 1. Poe Freeborn looking to go 2 for 2 in that department. That purple and white 55 Chevy, the TCS side of the racetrack, up against Kathy over there from Courtney, the Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating Chevy Camaro, and an 857 dial-in for Kathy and an 817 dial-in for Corey. So 400ths of a second, the advantage that Kathy is going to get when it comes to leaving the start line. So Stewart from Campbell River and Kathy from about 20 minutes down the road in Courtney. Green lights on both sides. Either reaction time really what either driver wanted, but they're going to try and make the most of it at the top end. And Freeborn breaks out, so it is going to be Corey Stewart punching out both Freeborn family members with an 823 with 460 miles an hour for the 55 Chevy. As Kathy Freeborn going home with that 855.8 on the 857 dial-in is completing his burnout, Tom Katnick. And over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, Peter Lucanis, the Transporters Logistics Chevy Corvette. Again, waiting on Tom to back up from the burnout. Peter usually doing a shorter burnout, so not wanting to make Tom wait and sit on the line there and get that car up to temperature a little bit sooner than he would want it. So Katnick again backing up from the burnout. Of course, the assistance from the crew members. Lucanis starts his. We'll roll on up to the line as Katnick now backed up, ready to go. So here we go with Tom Katnick pulling into the beams. Lucanis already pre-staged over there in the vet. And Katnick, I know, with about 5 pounds of metal flake on that Camaro and the TCS side of the racetrack, having to do the chasing. So let's see if Lucanis can hold him off, and he will. 861 on the 858 dial, and Katnick runs 755.4 on his 747. So Peter Lucanis is going to go on into round number 3, and Jason Field back for a, looks to be a competition single. So Jason Field, since he didn't get a time slip on that little bit of a wonky pairing that we had with Mike Kenworthy, take her down the racetrack and take it into round number 3. It's Kenworthy, I believe, left before the tree was activated. So an 828 with a 6 on the 823 dial-in for Jason Field. That's going to put the racer from right here in Mission for Ritchie Race Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales, and Induction Solutions into round number 3 at Canada West Doorslammer for Paradise Homes. And that's going to do it for the 3rd round of Canada West Doorslammers, and West Coast Pro Modifieds are in the lane for their 2nd round of eliminations. Say the 2nd round for Canada West Doorslammers as they get ready to go on into round number 3 coming up next, which, again, West Coast Pro Modifieds getting ready to come up for their 2nd round. There you can see the pairings: Justin Bond versus Steve Horn, Jay Severston, Ryan Hayward, and it's Khaled Al-Belushi, Garrett Richards, Jordan Lazick, and Dave Kowalski on the other side of the ladder up there on the big screen as we get ready for round number 2 of competition.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible. Not power like a superpower with laser eyes. More like power with financial advice and spreadsheets. Oh yes. Because with great goals comes great responsibility. Something we've taken to heart for more than 80 years. When you have the freedom to live the life you want, that's when your possible becomes real. So let's talk. Gulf and Fraser. Power your possible. At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible.
You folks at home with the live feed.
The Blue Ford Rangers, the Vanishing Lord stunt team. And the win light position here looking for that outside.
Well, here we go with round number 2 of Pro Modified Eliminations here for the West Coast Pro Mods, and taking on the Corvette of Dave Kowalski is the 57 Bel Air, the Bunker Junker for J.R. Lazick. The racer out of Kelowna up against Kowalski from Fort St. John. In that C7 Corvette, Kowalski, the winner of a wild pairing in round number 1 against Tom Riethmeyer, who got into the fence on the right side of the racetrack. Kowalski able to pedal his way to a 497 with a 7 at 164 miles an hour. Lazick coming in, having run a 379.7 at 200 miles an hour in round number 1 in that 57 Chevy. The two supercharged combinations, slightly different blower for Kowalski. He's running the traditional root style supercharger up against a screw blown 57 Chevy of J.R. Lazick, who's going to try and take out this round 2 win. Kowalski, though, is going to have something to say about it over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, and running career best laps times all weekend up against Lazick, who's been consistently in the 370s. The finish line, it's J.R. Lazick, 382.6, 199 miles an hour, 393 with an 8. The advantage on the starting line was Dave Kowalski for Daycow Ventures, had an 023 light to J.R. Lazick's 067 and a 393 with an 8 at 185.41 miles an hour. Gets the job done for, well, was almost good enough to get the job done for Dave Kowalski. Getting the job done, though, on the TCS side of the racetrack. 382.6, 199 miles an hour for J.R. Lazick for the racer out of Kelowna. Moving on into the semifinals for West Coast Pro Modified. Tension in the pits, Pro Mod Bike, we need you to the lanes. Pro Mod Bike, we need you guys to the lanes. And attention to the pits, the Junior Street rerun. You guys are on standby. Junior Street rerun from round number 1. You guys are on standby. So we've seen J.R. Lazick move on into round number 3, the semifinals here for West Coast Pro Modified. But here comes Khaled Belushi up against Garrett Richards in round number 2. So Khaled Belushi, who came into eliminations as a number 2 qualifier, got lucky when Ryan Griffin red-lighted in the Mustang, went 006 red in his first round pairing as Belushi had to pedal the Camaro over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. And Garrett Richards, who has lane choice going into this second round matchup, electing to go down the Lordco Auto Parts lane in that Shelby Mustang, again with the Ford Boss Hemi with the massive injector sticking out of the hood for Richards, that screw supercharger, and it's also a screw supercharged combination for Khaled Belushi for the Bahrain Racing Team. And Khaled, a multi-time Bahrain Circuit champion in Pro Modified competition, and their drag strip in Bahrain directly beside the F1 track. A beautiful facility that they have that I believe is still NHRA sanctioned. Needless to say, it's the only NHRA sanctioned drag strip in Bahrain. So Garrett Richards out of Tacoma, Washington over there in the 2012 Shelby Mustang, getting ready to try and take out Belushi. Side by side to the stripe, and it is going to be Khaled Belushi getting to the line first. 378 with a 4, 203 miles an hour to a losing 396 with a 3, 197 miles an hour for Garrett Richards over there for the 2-time DOORWARZ winner. So Garrett Richards done for the weekend over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, and Khaled Belushi continuing on for Bahrain 1 Racing and moving on in to the semifinals, and his teammate is going to look to do the same thing here in this next matchup. So it looks like Justin Bond electing to take the Lordco Auto Parts lane, as seems like pretty much every other quicker car is chosen to go down. Bond coming into this round of eliminations, having run a 373.7 so far, low ET of eliminations. In round number 1, he had a bye run in that first round of competition by being, by virtue of being the number 1 qualifier in that Camaro, facing off against Steve Horn in the JS Power Sports 41 Willys. Horn having a competition single to get into round number 2, still put down at 396 with a 5, 191 miles an hour. Side-by-side smoky burnouts, and once again the 2 supercharged combinations and the TCS side of the racetrack. Horn running the conventional route-style supercharger for the 41 Willys that, again, has been extensively reworked from when Steve and the JS Power Sports gang first got this race car. And up against Justin Bond over there, a 6-time NHRA National Event winner in the NHRA Fuel Tech Pro Modified category, with 3 of those wins coming this year alone for the driver from Mission that's been on a roll. Of course, has run a whole variety of different race cars here at Mission Raceway Park. Everything from the, and a tractor. Throw that in. And again, getting some serious miles on scooter this weekend, running around, but I know Justin really enjoying racing at his home track. So it looks like something, again, weird happening with the Christmas tree as they are looking at sending Justin Bond down there. So Steve Horn idles down the racetrack, and it looks like Justin Bond is going to be on a single pass in the Camaro into the semifinals. And he's going to shut it off. So problems there. You could hear something a little bit funky in the motor department. 683 for Justin Bond at 61 miles an hour. And again, Steve Horn idling his way down the racetrack in the 41 Willys. And Justin Bond again moving on into round number 2. Rather, moving on from round number 2 into the semifinals of eliminations here as we get ready for what looks to be the final pair of Pro Modifieds. Just shy of the water box, it's Ryan Hayward over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, and in the TCS lane, Jay Severston in the 57 Chevy. So looks like we're going to get ready to go here for the pairing between Jay Severston and Ryan Hayward over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Again, Jay Severston punching out Scott Blake in round number 1. Severston with his best run of the weekend so far, a 4:04 with a 190 miles an hour for the 57 Chevy. Up against Ryan Hayward with the nitrous combo for the 69 Camaro out of Marysville, Washington. So Jay Severston getting ready to back that 57 Bel Air up from the burnout that is known as Black Betty, that Jay has had for just over 10 years now. Hard to believe that that car has been running here at Mission Raceway Park for as long as it has been. Is Ryan Hayward over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, the quicker car coming into this second round of eliminations. Hayward running a 385 with a 1 to take out Steve Goddard's losing 449 with a 6 and 143 miles an hour in round number 1 of competition. Again, Ryan recently converting from running Outlaw 10.5 into Pro Modified competition. As you can see, he's going to have to go through that whole purging process to make sure that the nitro system is primed and ready to go. As Jay Severston clearing out the motor, as both crew members looking across at each other, waiting for the signal to bring their respective drivers into the staging beams. As a few more spurts of the nitro system for Hayward, as Severston still waiting to bring it into the beams. Again, you're hearing Severston blipping the throttle, keeping that motor cleaned out and getting ready to bring the Spruce Supercharged 57 Chevy in for the final pair of West Coast Pro Modifieds in round number 2. Who's going to the semis? We're about to find out. Good drag race, but at the top end, it's going to be Ryan Hayward moving on to the semifinal with a 386 with a 295 miles an hour to a 395 with a 394 miles an hour for Severston, his best run of the weekend. Unfortunately, coming up about a car length short, as you saw that in the Rocket Coatings finish line cam up there on the big screen. So Hayward in the Rare Morrison nitrous-powered Camaro out of Marysville, Washington, the Code Blue Camaro going on into the semifinals here at Door Wars and still in contention for that $10,000 prize here this weekend, courtesy of the folks at the Titanium Auto Group at the Titanium Strip here at Mission Raceway Park. As Top Fuel Harleys are just behind the water box getting ready to go for their final round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need the rerun that we have from round number 1 of Junior Street to the lanes. Rerun from Junior Street to the lanes, and we need no box, non-electronics, to the back of the lanes to be laddered.
So Cole going to take a well-deserved rest of the vocal pipes, and I'm going to see who wins this Top Fuel Harley matchup. We were looking at the results from the previous runs, and it works out to Nate Gagnon running up against Pete Waugh. So I talked about this earlier, the track record in Top Fuel Harley, 6:24 at 234 miles an hour. There's a good chance we could better that here. Either one of these racers out of the Big Kids Racing stable, if you've been through the pits, you've seen that big trailer where all of Nate Gagnon's machinery is. There looks to be like 3 or 4 Top Fuel Harleys sitting in the pits there. So he's got quite a squadron of Top Fuel Harleys. Pete Waugh over here, Tower Side. Nate Gagnon from Qualicum over on the spectator side. Nitromethane in Twin V Harleys. And they are set. Watch the front wheels. All sorts of body English as Nate Gagnon goes through with a 654. 654, 214 miles an hour on, well, I was going to say 2 wheels, but a lot of it was done on 1 wheel. That's right, 1 wheel. Nate Gagnon goes 654, getting ever closer to that track record that was probably set evening in just perfect conditions. We got a hot track out there, so this is even more amazing. 654 for Nate Gagnon at 214 miles per hour. So that's a absolutely spectacular pass for Nate Gagnon. Pete Waugh, no slouch, 702, 182 miles an hour as they worked real hard to keep it in the groove. Pro Mod Bikes are here on the property as well this weekend, and so you can see they are here doing a little bit of testing, and that is what we're going to see next. So Matt Smith is over here on the tower side. These are Pro Mod motorcycles. It's a 2018 Suzuki 1300cc. He's a 4-time CMDRA champ. Matt is on the orange. He's a Pro Mod bike champion in a lot of other circuits as well. Jeff Petrie's in the other lane from Yellowknife. So quite a powerful bike for Matt Smith. He goes 686 rather, 686 at 201 miles an hour before he throws out the chute. So that is Matt Smith from Merritt. And next up of the 3 Pro Mod bike, Steve Abusini from Poco. Phoenix Racing Performance sponsored. High-performance engine builds, fabrication, TIG welding, tuning, custom wiring, general automotive repair, custom turbo kits, exhausts, all sorts of stuff. Phoenix Racing Performance sponsoring bike for Steve Abusini. Steve runs a 744 at 188 miles an hour, 744. And that's going to take care of the motorcycle portion here as we get set to have a couple of reruns in the junior street portion of the program where the electronics were misbehaving. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box, non-electronics. We need you to the staging lanes for round number 3. Non-electronics. We need you in the staging lanes. Bring them up. So just got the word from Brian, who's in charge of track preparation. The racing surface right now is 135 degrees. So it's a scorcher on the track. So if you're sitting in the stands thinking, hey, it's a bit warm out here, I always feel bad for the guys who are actually on the racing surface, scraping and doing all that work. They deserve a medal and certainly a good bottle of water as well, or some sort of libation. 135 degree track temperature right now as the sun is not having to deal with any cloud cover whatsoever. So we are rerunning a few of these junior street cars that had electronic problems up here. Richard Peterson is just coming up in the pickup truck that has the West Coast Pro Mod logo. Richard, of course, the son of Keith Peterson, who manages the West Coast Pro Mod Association. out of Grand Prairie. He's dialed in at 975. Remember, they run to the 8th mile. Isaac Nurchlow is in the Pontiac. Win light comes on for Richard, 978 on a 975. Goes 71 miles an hour. 1126, if you're keeping track for Isaac in the Montana. So here comes Tyler Smith and Taryn Monroe. We were talking earlier about how Tyler winning 6 straight, and that actually beats the record that Tyler Dobson set sometime back with, I believe, was 4 straight. So Tyler Smith looking to make that 7 here as he mows down the competition, or at least that's the plan, right? Taryn Monroe may have other plans over in the 94 Blazer. Dialed in at 11:45. Taryn will be leaving the start line first, but she turns the light red. So Tyler moving on to the next round. Tyler obviously intimidating everybody in the junior street category. And just to close out the category, Sophia Getz. Sophia from Kamloops. She turns on the red light, but of course, when you're on a buy run, that is fine. You're certainly allowed to do that. She runs through with a 10:15 at 69 miles an hour, that ragtop Mustang. We'll be back around for the next round. Once again, all no box should be in the staging lanes. No box, you should be in the staging lanes. So we are just doing that touch-up on the start line. Lay a little bit of gold dust, rosin. Some of us old-timers remember when that was the primary traction compound for all of the AFX racers and door cars of the day. Lay a little bit of gold dust with a broom and brush it in, and then run it into the pavement. So we use that for just some bald patches from time to time, and it maintains a certain level of stickiness. That's the technical term, stickiness. So National Tire non-electronics, $2,500 is up for grabs in this category. And they'll be racing out to the quarter mile. National Tire non-electronics, first pair. Round 3 in eliminations. Chris Stone and Krista Loudit. So Chris Stone, he is a perennial runner here at Mission Raceway in the pro bracket category. Chris out of Mission, the 68 Dodge Dart, sponsored by Willowbrook Chrysler, and Krista from Maple Ridge in the 1990 GMC Jimmy. We got Mopar Power on the tower side, Chevy Power on the spectator side. 13:55 is the dial-in for Krista, so she leaves first. And here comes Chris Stone in pursuit of Loudit. And Chris Stone gets around her. 10:13, 120 miles an hour. 10:13 on a 10:09 dial. Richard Love is next with Trevor McDonald in the other lane. Richard Love driving the black S10, and Trevor, that 95 GMC. Hey, attention in the pits. We need Rad Torque Electronics to the back of lanes for staging, for laddering rather. Electronic, we need you to the back of the lanes for laddering. As at the stripe, the win light comes on for Richard Love. He goes 10:76 in that black S10 to take the round win. That brings up Daryl Tippy. Daryl gets the bye run. Sponsored by Horizon Paint and Auto Body Supplies. Daryl making his way through the rounds here. Gets the bye run in round 3. How close will he be to the shoe polish? He goes 1080 on a 1074. Which brings up Jeff Bell and Ross Walker. Ross Walker driving the Chevy 2 on the spectator side from Langley. Has 10:09 on the scoreboard at the top end. And Jeff Bell, driving the orange Dart, has 9:62 on the top end leaderboard. So as you can probably surmise, that silver Chevy 2 leaves first. And he leaves 2 first. Goes 002 red. So the win light comes on for Jeff Bell. 9:63 at 137 miles an hour. And Katie Shirk driving the Jimmy over on the spectator side, and Rob Hodgson over here on the spectator or on the tower side. Rob from Mission, and we once again are calling electronic. Attention in the pits, electronic. We need you to the back of the lanes for laddering. Electronic, you should be rolling to the back of the lanes for laddering. This is your call. Bring them up. So Hodgson dialed in at 1084 here. Katie, 1340. So the Jimmy goes, and Rob waits. And then Rob goes. Now, you've got 1,320 feet to make a difference. And Rob gets around Katie. 1088 on a 1084 dial. picks up the win, advancing into round number 4 as Mike McMahon and Matt Warner come to the line. Now, in the old days, I'd say, listen, if you're looking to take a picture of the wheel stand, get your cameras out. Today, everybody has a camera. It's on their phone. So Matt Warner from Sumas, Washington, over here tower side, leaving with the wheels high in the air. The stacked injectors of Mike McMahon are in hot pursuit, not able to get around that board. Matt Warner goes 10:55 at 120 miles an hour for the win. Matt sponsored by Linden Service Center in Linden, where they have an abundance of windmills. So if you're a windmill aficionado and you know who you are, you want to go to Woods Coffee in downtown London. There's a Woods Coffee there for you in the windmill. So that is going to take care of National Tire non-electronics. Electronics, though, Rad Torque Electronics, you should be at the back of staging for laddering. And I see a bunch of you there right now. So that is where you're supposed to be as we get set for your next round of competition. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Stock, super stock. We need you to the back of staging for laddering. Stock, super stock. This is your call to the back of staging for laddering. And with that call, we're going to put juniors on standby. So juniors, you are on standby. Just looking at some of the activity in the pit area, I noticed that the folks with AFD, Apprentice Truck Driver Program, they're getting ready, packing up, and certainly want to thank them for their attendance here at DOORWARZ 11. Always fun to see lots of different types of things. We have the food trucks here for different types of eats, and we have the Truck Driver Program simulator. That's always cool. Hopefully you took advantage of their presence. Maybe did a test run. Hopefully you didn't crash. That's the plan. We have got Rad Torque Electronics coming out into the staging lanes and then under the bridge as we get set for their next round of competition. Before you leave the property, I do hope that you have a chance to visit the Badass Garage. They are on the property with all sorts of signs and vintage memorabilia. I neglected to mention that earlier when I was talking about all of your Christmas gift giving. That's right. If you've got a racer in your family, you can come to Mission Raceway and buy absolutely every single birthday gift and Christmas gift for 2023. Pretty much everything and anything that you need for that race fan or car fan or whatever in their favorite space. So you should check out what they have there. All kinds of signage. They've got some neon. You can even get some custom neon. Neon with your name, do not enter, that kind of thing. Tin signs, wood signs, and decals, or if you're from the U.S., decals. Die-cast, new and vintage arcade machines, gas pumps at their store, flags, antiques, and even some taxidermy. So if that's what you're into, boy, they can fix you up. The best in garage decor for your man cave, whatever, check out the Badass Garage. They're here on the property and also located on Shouck Road in Mission. So great folks to have on the property each and every race, just about. So check them out. They're located out by the half-track Snack Shack. So I took a gander in the staging lanes. You know what a gander is, right? I just took a look. And I see that the stock and super stock folks have rolled up into the staging lanes. I see that the Rad Torque electronics are rolling up to the head of staging as well. And so we have got cars that will be heading down the track for their next rounds momentarily here. Do not go far. If you're away from the bleachers, I would encourage you to direct your seats to your seats, because we are going to get going here as we have cars going in the water box. So Jan Christensen taking the dragster for another round. And George LeBlanc in the orange Chevelle. Big block Chevy power on both sides, looks like. 8:78 is the dial-in time for LeBlanc in the Chevelle. And the dragster 7:92. Jank says he's getting a lot more comfortable, getting a few more runs on the car, and getting a better feel for what the dragster is all about as opposed to his Chevy 2 or his Ray Skillman Pro Stocker. But he loves them all the same, like his children. So the Chevelle gets the handicap start here. We're in the electronics category, so a lot of these guys working off a button as opposed to a clutch. Some might have a delay box. Some electronics in play. At the stripe, it's a win light for George LeBlanc. 84 to 138 miles an hour. So he's taken out Jan Christensen, who actually took himself out, going red by, boy, just about 4/10,000ths of a second. So just a scotch, just a tiny little bit of a red light there. It's almost a perfect light, other than that pesky 4/10,000ths of a second. But George LeBlanc moving on. Here comes Mike Stewart and Kevin McNichol. Mike Stewart from Langley in the Chevy 2 and Kevin McNichol in the Chevy 2 Nova. Winlight comes on for the Lordco sponsored orange Kevin McNichol car. He goes 10:11. Reaction time 008 against a 006. So they were, wow, they were ready for that green light. John Brenning and Dan Parsons. Dan Parsons in the 1970 Duster and Brenning in the 1980 Camaro. So Dan Parsons has a dial-in of 1097 working in the 1090 category on a regular basis, and 903 for the Camaro of John Brenning. Parsons out front and wins with an 11 flat. Goes 11 flat at 118 miles an hour against a 909. And so Dan Parsons advancing into the next round. Brady Lowe and Cam Shantz now. Roadster versus Dragster. 27 Ford T Roadster with Chevy power under the hood. Sporting a silver finish. Cam Shantz dialed in at 880, and Brady Lowe in the Dragster is from Langley as well. JBS Equipment sponsored, dialed in at 781. So a little bit of a handicap will be going to the 27 Ford T Roadster. Not much, just a little bit. And the Dragster Brady Lowe will be in hot pursuit. Let's see, Cam heads out. Everybody's green here at the start. Win light for Brady Lowe, 790. 164 miles an hour. 017 to an 018 light. Hey, attention in the pits. Juniors, junior dragsters, Peden Industries, junior dragsters. We need you to the lanes, please. Bring them up, junior dragsters, to the lanes. This is your call. Al Quigley and Al Omond. Al from Abbotsford and Al from Aldergrove. Al Quigley's driving the red Mustang. Throttle stop in play. Launch button in play. At the stripe, a win for Al Omond. 923. 923 at 132 miles an hour for the motorcycle racer who is a 15 times champion here at Mission Raceway. Jeremy Soares now, Tammy Peugeot. Tammy from Abbotsford and Jeremy from Terrace. Tammy's driving the Dragster. Sponsored by Rad Torque with a 775 dial-in, and Jeremy in the Dragster over on the spectator side, 762 dial-in. So pretty much heads up. Tammy goes red. And that means the win light comes on for Jeremy, who goes 765 at 169 miles an hour. So Jeremy Soares moving on in Rad Torque Electronics. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers. We're going to put you on a 15-minute standby. 15-minute standby call. Canada West Doorslammers. This is your 15-minute standby call. Jeff Bell and Dustin Hunter as we move through this round of eliminations. At the stripe, win light for Dustin. Falcon Fast goes 9:10 at 143 miles an hour. 9:10 for the win as Richard Love and Warren Jacobson come into the staging beams. So Warren Jacobson dialed in at 1089. His delay getting in was because he saw that on the reader board it said 1084, and it is the responsibility of the driver. If they notice that there's a problem on the reader board, it's not the right dial-in, they are not to stage, and so he was right to hold off until that was corrected to a 1089, and Warren gets the win, goes 1091 at 135 miles an hour. Had he rolled into the stage beams with the wrong dial-in on the board, that would have been his. He would have bought it, and so he did the right thing, holding off, just not rolling into the stage beams until that dial-in time was corrected. We always encourage all racers, when you're putting your dial-in on your window, we're a left-side racetrack. Make it large, make it legible, make it so that we can see it from here in the tower 100 feet away. Otherwise, it just becomes an issue for both parties. So Warren Jacobson picks up the win, goes 1091, 135 miles an hour for the win, and that is going to do it for Rad Torque Electronics as we await the next racing category. It looks to be the Northwest Class Racing Stock and Super Stock category. Got Daryl Stobie coming up to the start line here on the tower side in that wheel standing Chevelle. If you're a fan of wheels up in the air launches, well, the Superstock category is for you. James Boyce over in the other lane from Duval, Washington. They work on a dial-in in this category as well. 1167 against a 1026, so the Blue Mustang will be heading down track first. Stobie will be trying to catch him. A lot of tire to grab in the Superstock category. 1032, not enough for Daryl to get around James, who runs 1168, 111 miles an hour for the win. As Ed Hodder brings his 2015 Camaro to the line up against that 1970 Cuda of John Bushinsky. Bushinsky dialed in at 1104, Hodder 1032. So the Cuda moves first. Everybody leaves on a green light, so it'll be decided at the top end, and John's way out in front, 1105, 109 miles an hour, and so John Bushinsky moves on into the next round of Stock Superstock. Junior Dragsters. That is what's coming up now. The program here, part of the NHRA Summit Junior Drag Racing League. It's an opportunity to offer kids ages 5 to 17 the opportunity to experience the thrill of drag racing in a very controlled environment. Many of today's Camping World professional competitors got their start in Junior Dragsters. You know, you can name Erica Enders, Sean Langdon, J.R. Todd, Leah Pruitt. That's just a few. And we here at Mission Raceway have our own racers who have graduated from the junior category into the big cars. In the case of the Junior Drag Racing League, well, they've got what are called half-scale dragsters, top fuel dragsters. And they use originally, they'll start with a 5-horsepower single-cylinder engine. And a junior dragster can go as fast as 89 miles an hour at 7.50 in the 8th mile. And the younger competitors are restricted to slower times and speeds. And just like their full-size top fuel counterparts, junior dragsters have to meet the NHRA stringent technical specs. And that also places speed and elapsed time restrictions on competitors based on their age and experience. So the Junior Drag Racing League, very successful here in 2023. We've gone from half a dozen teams to about, well, almost 30 in some race events. So lots of competition in the Junior Drag Racing League. And they may look tiny, but they are certainly not toys. This racing, they take it very, very seriously. And it's always a pleasure to chat with the junior dragster racers. They mature on a completely different level from the average kid. I am always impressed with the fact that they are so involved with the race team, doing the tune-ups, doing the, well, just about everything, looking for sponsors even. So it's great stuff. Emily White, first junior on the start line, gets the bye. White Knuckle Racing, sponsored by Lordco, Walco, and TNT. And Emily out of Mission rolls forward to just shallowly break the stage beam and gets the bye run here for her 8th mile run. Stops the clocks at an 8:96. 71 miles an hour. 71.87 to be exact. That's going to bring up Nate Green and April Bond. So Nate Green over here. We talked about the Green Brothers Racing family earlier. There's 3 in the family, and all 3 are participating in the program. There's Alex, there's Jack, who's the youngest, and there's Nate here, who is the oldest. He's actually in a junior dragster that was campaigned by Lincoln Shirk. And Nate liked the wrap so much that Lincoln had on last year's car that he said, I want something like that. So they did a wrap that's in that rusted patina look, but still green because of the family name. In the other lane, April Bond, well, what can you say? Her dad, Justin Bond, when he's not in a race car, not on a scooter, not on a tractor, not in his Super Comp dragster, he is tuning April and Nick Bond. So there he is behind that junior dragster, setting the RPM so that it leaves the line exactly how they want it to. And Nate getting the handicap start. He's dialed in at 12:10, and here comes April now. And Nate manages to stay out in front, goes 12:10, 52 miles an hour. So Nate had a reaction time of 0:19. April's 0:38, so a little bit of reaction time, and a 12:10, good for the win. Here's Natanya Peterson now and Adam Katnick. Natanya from Grand Prairie, Alberta. 2001 Mike Boss chassis dragster. Sponsored by Peterson Fabrication, Van Ross Services. 1268 is the dial. Scoreboard shows the time. 8:98 for Adam Katnick. So win light comes on by virtue of the red light for Netanya. 9 flat is the winning time for Adam Katnick, 73 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Jack Green and Owen Armstrong. So you got to think with three members of the family racing, that's going to keep mom and dad hopping. And certainly that is the situation here. Owen Armstrong in the other lane. Owen has sponsorship from Fountain Tire in Chilliwack. Lordco, Badass Garage People, Tabu Towels, all sorts of people like that. Jack Green, Global Container Terminals, and Bumper Stands. So Jack has a dial in of 1410. Owen 1526. So here's two of the younger competitors in the category. As you can tell by their dial-in times, they are tuned to run on the slower side, the 15-second range. But trust me, when you're sitting 3-4 inches off the ground, going 30, 40, 50 miles an hour, and you're their age, that's going to seem like a rocket to me. So they get to the 8th mile stripe, and it's a win light for Jack Green. 14:16 at 43 miles an hour. Takes out Owen Armstrong's 15:34 at 40 miles an hour. So Owen will be back next race, undoubtedly. Looking to return the favor, so to speak. In the water box now, Isabella Marshall. Here on the tower side. On the spectator side, Cadence Rodrigue. So Cadence dialed in at 12:03. Sponsors include Milron Truck Body, Ken Specialty Auto, Color Compass Corp. Over here, Titanium Racing. Getting major signage for Isabella Marshall. You can see other little logos and contingency decals on the junior dragster as well. Isabella having the quicker of the two junior dragsters. Cadence has a dial-in of 12:03. And so Cadence will leave the start line about 3 seconds ahead of Isabella Marshall, and this is where patience pays off. Green light's going to come on first for Cadence. It'll come down, and Isabella will sit waiting patiently for her green light. At the end, Cadence Rodrigue picks up the win. Goes 12:17, 51 miles an hour. So Cadence moving on to the next round. Again, pointing out that it's not always the quickest or the fastest that wins the round. It's the most consistent. And here comes our next pair, Lincoln Shirk as we slip into the Junior Lightning category. Lincoln Shirk and McKenna Thompson. Now, Lincoln's out of Langley, and McKenna is from Mission. So they get a little louder, and they get a little quicker, and they get a little faster. A fist bump from Dad to Lincoln, and Lincoln was working on that car earlier this morning. They had it all pretty much torn apart. It's back together, and they've been going rounds. He is staged and ready to go, as is McKenna. Pretty much a heads-up start for these two as they charge down to the 8th mile. The win light comes on for McKenna Thompson. McKenna goes 796 on a 795 dial at 78 miles an hour. Saeed Al-Balushi and Lexi Winterbottom. They are getting set for their run. They are both getting into the stage beams. Winner here gets a bye in the final, so certainly a lot riding. And the win light's going to come on here tower side, and that means Saeed Al-Balushi goes 8:09, 78 miles an hour for the win. Double 09 reaction time, so great reaction time for Saeed, and he gets the bye in the final. CL Gagnon. Pay attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers. This is your call. Bring them up to the lanes for your next round. Doorslammers, we need you to the lanes. Bring them up to the lanes. CL Gagnon goes 797, 82 miles an hour on that bye run. That will take care of Peden Industries Junior Dragsters. Junior Street is next. Semi-final round action then for Junior Street. 3 vehicles left in competition. So Tyler Smith over here, Tower side, already 6 victories notched in his belt. And Sophia gets in the other lane in the Ragtop Mustang from Kamloops. Tyler from Abbotsford dialed in at 1077. And Sophia 1010. So Tyler looking to get to the final and make it maybe 7. He's sponsored by Gerry's OK Tire and Zapstrap Racing. Win light comes on for Tyler. Had a superior reaction time, 0:35 against a 3:31. So Tyler's reaction time certainly played a lot into picking up the win. Goes 10:85 at 65 miles an hour. And by run here for Richard Peterson. Richard's going to be going into the final against Tyler, so that will be hotly contested. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, I see you rolling up. We need all of you who are left in competition. Next round coming up. Canada West Doorslammers, bring them up to the lanes, please. So once again, the gentleman charged with the task of track preparation. Taking a look at the start line as we are going to get set to have Canada West Doorslammers head down the track. So just want to make sure that the track is in as super shape as it's been all weekend long. And that means removing some of the rubber on the start line and just making it as smooth as possible for the fast door cars that we're going to see here momentarily. Hopefully you've been enjoying yourself here at Mission Raceway, not only with all of the action on the racing surface, but in the pit area as well. Take advantage of a lot of the merch that's available through the various vendors. There is no end of good stuff to take a look at. Badass garage on the property, and by all means, we always encourage you to head into the pro shop and check out all the wares that are available there. And I have been remiss by not mentioning the mini donuts. Mini donuts on the property, and I didn't say. That's a foul on my part. So if you're a fan of mini donuts, that blue booth underneath the grandstand is the place where you need to go.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention. knowledgeable efforts, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible. Not power like a superpower with laser eyes. More like power with financial advice and spreadsheets. Oh yes. Because with great goals comes great responsibility. Something we've taken to heart for more than 80 years. When you have the freedom to live the life you want, that's when your possible becomes real. So let's talk. Gulf and Fraser. Power your possible. At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible.
The folks at home with the live feed.
Ford Ranger, the vanishing one stunt team. And the wind light position here looking for that outside line. We are going to ramp it up big time from here. Expecting pro competition. A beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Share the replay and that about Valley Tech Production. This is just the beginning, folks.
Hey, attention, if Rebecca Burton is on the property. Rebecca Burton, we need you to come to the tower, please. Come to the second floor of the tower. Rebecca Burton, if you could come to the tower, please. We have something that you will need. So track preparation continues as we get set for the next round of Canada West Doorslammers. You see them rolling up through the staging lanes. They will be coming to the head of staging as we get ready for their next round of competition. We talked about some of the events that are coming up here at Mission Raceway, and just want to run down a couple of those while there's a quiet time. Of course, here we are, day 4 of DOORWARZ 11. We have got the TNT West Coast Classic that is going to be taking place at the end of July. So more door car racing action, outlaw racers, and that kind of activity. At the beginning of August, we have got the Langley Loafers old-time drag. So everything pre-1972, I believe they have. And then August 24th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, the one of the bigger events again, Lordco Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. And that's going to feature not only jet dragsters, some jet funny cars, and the Dark Side Top Fuel dragster. There's also going to be the West Coast Pro Mods back for another round, Canada West Doorslammers for another round, Outlaws, Junior Dragsters, Top Fuel Nitro bikes. So everything that you like about drag racing will be here during Lordco Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Then we have the Summit ET Racing Series, who continue their races 11, 12, and 13, and 14 through the month of September. And at the end of September, the West Coast Outlaw Shootout will close out the season with West Coast Pro Mods again, Canada West Doorslammers, the Outlaw Class 275, and Limited Street, and once again, the Top Fuel Nitro bikes. So those are some of the dates in the future. By all means, keep attuned to the Facebook page and or the website, missionraceway.com. So just to touch base, we are doing the track prep, which you probably see both tractors out there. They are dragging official old used slicks that the racers give to the racetrack, and so we strap those onto the pressure pads behind the tractors, and once we have cleared the track of any debris, we actually put more racing rubber on the surface. It also heats up the track, although on a day like this, where the track temperature earlier was at 135 degrees, we probably don't need any more heat in the track. But that goes a long way to making the track safe by having rubber all the way down the quarter mile, creating a wider groove, and then if needed, we have the sprayer out to put down different compounds of traction compound onto the racing surface, and that will change too depending on where the surface is at. So for example, you may see for certain classes the sprayer will go down with a very fine spray, and as it gets to the end of the racetrack it blossoms out quite a bit, and that's simply because we want to lay down a much larger sheet of traction compound at the top end for where the race cars are hitting 200 miles an hour. Gives them a little bit more stability at that speed. So that's where we're at. Just a few more minutes of track preparation. We thank you for your patience, but we have got a lot more racing to get under our belt before the day is done.
So you can see down there in the water box, we have a rerun from round number 2 of the West Coast Pro Modifieds. A little anomaly happening on the starting line that saw Steve Horn have to idle down the TCS side of the racetrack, and Justin Bond also clicking it off early. So both these cars coming back to rerun round number 2 and see who moves on into the semifinals. So Justin Bond, your number 1 qualifier, again running a 368 in qualifying. In that Bahrain 1 Camaro, the 1968 Camaro over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, and Steve Horn, the other half of this battle, trying to get into, and Horn is out of the car. Oh, another tough break for Steve Horn, who the car did the burnout, and then it did not come back. So Horn is out of the race car. They're going to have Justin Bond, by the looks of things, on a single over there in the Bahrain 1 Racing Camaros. So tough break for Steve Horn. As you get a look at the ladder, the winner of this facing Ryan Hayward in the semifinals is Khaled Al-Belushi and Jordan Lazick going at it. The other half of the ladder here for the semis. It looks like, again, Justin Bond having that single pass now into the final remaining spot in the semifinals. So again, Steve Horn has got clear over to a safe distance out of the race car, so they will run Justin Bond down the track as a single. Justin Bond straight down the Lordco Auto Parts lane with a 375 with a 202 miles an hour. So we'll get Steve Horn's machine retrieved from the TCS side of the racetrack. Tough break for Steve and the gang for JS Power Sports and that beautiful 1941 Willys. And Justin Bond will move on to the semifinals with a picture-perfect run over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. And a 375 with a 202 miles an hour. Semifinals for West Coast Pro Modified have now been decided. We'll get ready to go. The Canada West Doorslammer competition, round number 3 for Paradise Homes coming up. It's a tough break there for Steve Horn, who unfortunately is going to have to take the golf cart ride back to the pit area as we get ready for the first pair in round number 3 at Canada West Doorslammer. Hey, the Classic Bracket Race is coming up with the West Coast Classic at the end of July, and they're going to be giving away 2 weekend entries to racers here at Mission Raceway Park. Pause for burnouts. They've got one for the top bulb box weekend entry and one for a bottom bulb no box weekend entry. So we've had 2 racers drawn for that, John Jenkins and Cam Shantz. You guys can come on up to the tower to get your certificates. Again, that is John Jenkins and Cam Shantz. You guys have been drawn for the weekend entries for the West Coast Classic. Coming up to the tower to claim your prize. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. So once again, attention in the pits. Non-electronics to the lanes. Jason Field dialed in at an 828. 763 for Mark Thompson in the Studebaker, and it's going to be Thompson on a double breakout. 826 with a 2 on the 828 dial in for Jason Field, and a 762 on the 763 for Mark Thompson. So once again, non-electronics. We need you guys to the lanes, electronics, and stock, super stock. You guys are on standby. So both cars cleared off the top end. Looks like Grant Howell will get a free pass into the next round. in that 37 Chevy, getting the bye for the racer out of Victoria. So everybody trying to advance into round number 4 here for Canada West Doorslammer. Grant going 006 red, but again with the bye run, that does not matter. He'll get to the top end, run 772 with an 8 on his 770 dial in. Putting in a solid pass there. As up next will come Andy Hatton and Adam DeYoung. So once again, non-electronics, we need you guys to the lanes. National Tire, non-electronic, and Rad Torque Systems, electronics, and stock, super stock combo. You are on standby. Once again, non-electronics, we need you to the lanes. Electronics and stock, super stock. You are on standby. So it is Andy Hatton out of Langley in the Grinch 1969 Camaro trying to take on Adam DeYoung. Adam with a 300ths of a second, just over 300ths of a second, head start in the Camaro. Both sides of the racetrack are green as it is a battle between the two late 60s Camaros, and it's going to be Andy Hatton getting to the stripe with an 832 with a 7 on that 828 dial in as Adam DeYoung breaks out by 55 ten-thousandths of a second for the racer out of Abbotsford. So tough break there for Adam, and Andy Hatton getting lucky there in the green Camaro. So up next will come two seasoned Canada West Doorslammer competitors. Scott Robinson out of Chilliwack, the 1994 Beretta, up against Otto Schulte. Robinson dialed in with a 770. Schulte dialed in with a 750. 200's the advantage that Robinson is going to get on the starting line. So Schulte trying to track down the Beretta as they play the finish line game, and Schulte just breaks out by 2 thou. Side-by-side smoky burnouts from your next pair. A 773 with a 0 for Scott Robinson to get the job done in the Beretta. And Otto Schulte again breaking out by 2 thousandths of a second, running a 749.7 on his 750 dial-in. As backing up in the TCS side of the racetrack out of Campbell River in that 1955 Chevy. That is Corey Stewart. Coming into round number 3 up against your number 1 qualifier in Canada West Doorslammers, John DeYoung out of Abbotsford, his 1968 Camaro. Saw his son Adam head down the racetrack a few pairs previous. So John in that 200 mile an hour plus Camaro over on the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack is Corey Stewart lining up, getting ready to go. Over here, he's going to have the head start with an 817 dial. DeYoung with a 662. This one's going to come down to the stripe, rather, as a 666 with a 9 for John DeYoung is going to get the job done down there at the top end. DeYoung 666 on the 662 to the 829 with the 2 and the 817 for Corey Stewart in the TCS side of the racetrack. Derek Shirk backing up from the burnout in the 55 Chevy Bel Air, the Titanium Auto Group, JS Performance, Bubba's Speed Shop sponsored machine. And Derek getting that car back together here for Door Wars weekend after having an unfortunate incident right at the starting line a few weeks ago here at Mission Raceway Park, where some water got underneath one of the slicks and drove that car into the wall. As up against Peter Lacanis, and this is a replay, final round from Door Wars last year, where Derek took out the win on a race where the Doorslammers had 2 races within the weekend. Shirk having to wait with that 727 dial-in in comparison to the 858 dial-in for Lacanis, and it's going to be Derek Shirk getting the job done at the stripe. 730 with a 1 on the 727 dial-in. Better reaction time as well in comparison to Lacanis. An 048 light for Shirk and an 065 for Lacanis in the Corvette. So Derek Shirk will move on into the next round, round number 4 of Canada West Doorslammers. Tension in the pits, Rad Torque Systems Electronics, and Stock Super Stock. We need you guys to the lanes, to the back of the lanes to get laddered again. Stock Super Stock and Electronics. We need you guys to the lanes, and non-electronics, you guys have already been called to the lanes. So that is going to do it for Canada West Doorslammer. Round number 3 action is getting ready for round 4 coming up here, getting late into eliminations with that record field that we had for Paradise Homes, Canada West Doorslammer, also Winter Harbor Marine and RV. Canada West Doorslammers, the presenting sponsor for the series. So, big time weekend for them and big accomplishment for all these drivers going rounds with that deep of a field as they continue to mow their way through eliminations, and again getting some of the other classes here that are also getting deep into eliminations here on Sunday at Door Wars lined up and ready to go in the staging lanes. So it'll be an interesting afternoon to see who will be crowned a Door Wars winner here on the final day out of 4 here for Door Wars 11, presented by the Titanium Auto Group.
So moving on through the program here as we get down to the final rounds. We're getting closer all the time. Quarterfinals, semifinals. As we head into National Tire non-electronics, it looks like. So first pair, Rob Hodgson. Over on the spectator side, Jeff Bell over here. Winner goes into the semifinal and gets a bye run. So Hodgson dialed in at 1088. Jeff Bell, 963. Red light start. Rob Hodgson turns on the red light, so win light comes on for Jeff Bell. Bell goes 964 to 138 miles an hour. Over here, next up, Chris Stone and Richard Love. Richard Love In the S10, over on the spectator side, Reflections Guest House, SS Motorsports, supporting his racing efforts, dialed in at 1062. He got the handicap start. Everybody leaves clean and green. Chris Stone is in pursuit of that pickup. And is he going to get around him? No, he does not. Richard Love picks up the win, goes 1067 at 124 miles an hour. So Richard Love will be advancing into the next round. And here is our last pair in non-electronic, Matt Warner and Daryl Tippy. Matt Warner driving the Mercury Caliente. With the wheels up in the air, and sponsored by Linden Service Center. Win light comes on for Matt Warner. Taking the car into the next round, Matt from Sumas, Washington, so will advance. That takes care of this round of non-electronic. We are down to the semifinals with a bye run for Jeff Bell. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Juniors, we need you to the staging lanes. Juniors, we need you to the staging lanes. This is Stock Super Stock, Northwest Class Racers, Stock and Super Stock, doing a race within a race. James Boyce and John Bashinsky. Final round action here in this category. Handicap will be going to the Mustang here, Tower Side. Boys from Duval, Washington. Dialed in at 1165 against an 1101 for Brzezinski in the CUDA. This must be an old one. Right. So we slide into the Rad Torque electronic category. Kevin McNichol and Al Omand be the first pair heading down track. Al Omand, the 15-time track champion and 2-time Division 6 champion in motorcycle. He is dialed in at 920. And Kevin McNichol, 1010, is your 2014 Super Pro champion here at Mission Raceway. So the handicap goes to the Nova here on the tower side. So reaction times are going to play into this one. But wow, Al Omand still picks up the win, goes 920, dead on his dial, 920 with a 1. Even though Kevin McNichol had a 001 reaction time. So Al Omand just scorching the field as he goes one more round, picking up the win 920 on a 920 dial. So dead on. Margin of victory, 0.02 of a second. And here comes Jeremy Soares now and George LeBlanc. Dragster versus door car. Chauvel leaving first. Jeremy in the dragster. Gonna work around. Work around. No, sir. Does not get George LeBlanc. He is putting down the dragsters today. 876 at 154 miles an hour. So George LeBlanc moving on into the next round. Let's gain attention in the pits. Junior Street. We need Junior Street to the staging lanes. Junior Street, this is your call. Bring him up. So Warren Jacobson and Dustin Hunter. Red light for Warren as he takes himself out of competition. Dustin Hunter will be picking up the win, goes 908 on a 908 dial, so dead on his dial. 908 with a 3 at 147 miles an hour as Brady Lowe and Dan Parsons will be next up. Who goes into the final here to race LeBlanc? That is the question. Brady Lowe in the dragster, JBS Equipment sponsored, 789 dial. Dan Parsons, Quality Racing, Powell River, dialed in at 1097. So the Duster gets the handicap start here of this pair. Long wait for Brady Lowe. He was patient, but the red light was on. Dan Parsons knew he had to cut a good tree, but he went 004 red instead. Went 1095 at the stripe as well. 790 Brady Lowe for the win at 165 miles an hour. So Brady advancing into the next round, the semifinals in Rad Torque Electronic. We're moving right along in the program. Junior Thunder, Peden Industries Junior Thunder. I want to thank the good folks at Peden Industries for sponsoring the junior program. That's Thunder, Lightning, and Street. Semi-final round action then in the Junior Thunder category as Emily White and Nate Green get set to do battle here in this semi-final round action. Who goes into the final in Junior Thunder? Emily White from Mission, Nate from Mission. They've got a raft of sponsors. The junior drag racers have really taken their game up a notch with lots of corporate sponsorship, providing the impetus to get them from race to race. Handicap start for Nate Green. He's dialed in at 12:06. Here comes Emily, who's dialed in at 8:95. So Emily has to play catch up against Nate and gets around him at the 8th mile stripe. So Emily White going into the final of Junior Thunder. The question is, who will she race? So the youngest in the Green family is now on the line. That would be Jack Green. Cadence Rodrigue in the other lane. Now, both of these are younger competitors, and so that is reflected on their dial-in times. You see Jack Green dialed in at 14 seconds. Jack is the youngest of the three Green brothers racing, and Cadence dialed in at 12:13, so perhaps a few years older. The handicap will go to the Green dragster here, Tower side. By run here for Adam Katnick. Just like the Green brothers, the Katnick family has 3 in the junior dragster program. Adam from Maple Ridge getting the bye run, so they'll go into the next round. 9:01 is the time for Adam. 9:01 at 72 miles an hour. And we step up to Junior Lightning. So McKenna Thompson and CL Gagnon in Lightning. Junior Lightning, the quicker of the two categories. McKenna Thompson dialed in at 795, as is CL Gagnon, 795. So it's going to be a heads-up race. They'll leave at exactly the same time. Reaction time going to obviously play into this one on a heads-up race. Red light start for McKenna Thompson as CL. And McKenna charged down. 797 is the winning time for CL Gagnon. 797 at 81 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, electronic and non-electronic. You are on a 15-minute standby. We'll be needing you in the staging lanes in 15 minutes. Electronic and non-electronics. You are on standby, 15-minute standby. Saeed Al-Balushi now. By run, which leads me to think Saeed goes into the final and will race CL. Saeed has 8:03 on the reader board. That's the dial-in time for him. Bahrain 1 Racing and JBS Equipment supporting Saeed's racing endeavors. On and off the throttle at the top end there. 8:04 on an 8:03, 78 miles an hour. Hey, tension in the pits. Doorslammers, we're putting you on a 15-minute standby call as well. Canada West Doorslammers, 15-minute standby call. And we've already done that for electronic and non-electronics as we are working our way to final round action. Speaking of final rounds, here is the final in Junior Street as we complete our round action with the junior program, Junior Street. This one is a final. It's going to be Tyler Smith, who's going to try to make it 7 races in a row. And if anything has to be said about it, Richard Peterson might have something to say about it. So Richard in the West Coast Pro Mod pickup, belonging to his dad from Grand Prairie. He's driving the big Ford. Over here, Tyler Smith from Abbotsford. As I say, he has 6 consecutive wins under his belt in Junior Street. Going for, and he overstaged the truck. That is a challenge for any racer in the junior program. That is why they put the cones out there to help assist in the staging process to know where to line up and everything. So that unfortunately is his day. Richard Peterson is your winner in Junior Street, 10:06. So there's some discussion going on at the start line in regards to that last pair. Well, if I'm not mistaken, after that high-level summit conference on the start line, it was decided that they are going to rerun that last race. I won't get into the technicalities of how that came about, but it was decided. So this being a final round, everybody's, it's all on the line. So I want to make sure it's a fair race.
It looked like a United Nations meeting down there in the starting line for a junior street race, but
I just wanted to make sure I didn't see helmets flying, that's all. Hey, attention in the pits. We're going to call electronics and non-electronics to the lanes. This is your call. Electronics, non-electronics, bring them up to the lanes as Tyler Smith and Richard Peterson get set to do this all over again. The staging process is always a important element of any race, and so you want courtesy staging. You bump in, do the pre-stage, and then you bump in and stage them, and the tree comes down, and Tyler's off, and here comes Richard. So both of them have pretty much identical reaction times. It's going to be at the stripe with a win for Tyler. Tyler Smith goes 10.78 on a 10.77 dial, so he's about 100 off on the dial-in, and reaction was about 1,000th better than Richard. So it was a close race. Richard, for the record, goes 9.74 and 76 miles an hour. So he goes under his dial of 9.75 in an attempt to stay out in front or get around Tyler, that is. So that makes 7 wins in a row for Tyler. Tyler Smith carving out a record for himself. 7 wins in a row in Junior Street. So once again, we have called electronic and non-electronic back to the lanes ASAP, please. So we thank everyone for your patience and staying with us here on this Sunday. I have not mentioned the fact that this is our big Canada Day celebration weekend, and I have not mentioned that all day today. Although there were a lot of, hey, we had fireworks in White Rock, whole stack of fireworks going off last night. So unlike some communities who are afraid of fireworks, White Rock seniors are not. So I thought that was rather fascinating. But we love you out here joining us on this Canada Day Sunday. And we have got some more great racing coming up as we're at that time of the day where cars need to cool down. And so it's not as quick a matter of getting them around and around and around. They do need some time to cool off. And so we certainly appreciate your patience as we call cars to the lanes. And there will be a few gaps in the performance, but we still have rounds to run in Canada West Doorslammers and in the Pro Mod category. So you're not going to be short of any great racing, that's for sure. Attention in the pits. So we're calling juniors to the lanes. Juniors. We need juniors to the lanes. And also, we're calling Doorslammers to the lanes. I stand corrected. Juniors, that's standby. All right, juniors, I'm sorry. That's a standby call. But we are calling Canada West Doorslammers. So just want to make an announcement. If John McKenzie is on the property, John McKenzie, we need you to come on up to the tower. If you are still on the property, John McKenzie. Also, a personal request for Dustin Hunter to come to the lanes, please. Dustin Hunter, we need you in the lanes. Dustin Hunter, come down to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior dragsters. Now we're calling you to the lanes. Junior dragsters, we're calling you to the lanes now, and I'm positive about that.
So it looks like a test hit coming up for one of our Outlaw 275 competitors, William Woods, sticking around from last night. Of course, crowning our West Coast Outlaws winners in all their categories last night here at Door Wars. And the Saturday is Wood getting ready for an 8th mile test hit. Driving through that tire shake, shuts it off early, and he's going to coast his way to the top end with a 6:52 with the one at 82 miles an hour. And that'll commence test hit action. And again, congratulations to Jordan Brandon taking out the win last night. As you get a look at the instant replay, that thing waltzing right up into tire smoke and spinning the tires all the way up until the 330-foot mark, where William elected to shut that car off and coast his way to a 6:50 miles an hour as we get ready for round number next in no box, not electronics.
Richard Love and Matt Warner. So 3 cars left in this category. Matt Warner, Richard Love. First 2. Love in the S10 here on the tower side. And Matt Warner from Sumas, Washington in the Mercury over on the spectator side. Handicap start, a little tiny one, going to the pickup. Working the front end suspension. Richard Love takes the S10 through the traps for the win. 1070 on a 1068 dial. He was on the brakes, making sure that he got all of that. 107 miles an hour, and so Richard Love goes into the finals, and his competition will be Jeff Bell, who is on a bye run right now. Jeff electing to try and push the tree a little bit, and he does that, goes 958. 958 at 138 miles an hour. So that sets up our final then, as Richard Love and Jeff Bell will be doing battle the next time we see them on the track. Here's Brady Lowe now and George LeBlanc. Brady Lowe from Langley, and George LeBlanc from Creston. Now the orange Chevelle, he is a fast Chevelle, dialed in at 876. Sponsored by Kelowna Dental Clinic, Wild Wart Water Wall, and Java Group. JBS Equipment is the primary sponsor on Brady Lowe's dragster. 7:91 is the dial-in time. So we'll see the Chevelle head out the line first. Dragster in pursuit. At the stripe. Wow. The Chevelle picks up another round win. 875 on a double breakout, but closer to the dial-in. George LeBlanc picks up the win. 875, 155 miles an hour. Dustin Hunter now and Al Oman. Al on the motorcycle, moving through rounds here in the category. Category being Rad Torque Electronics. Red light start for Al Oman. That's a rare sight, but as he mentioned to me, working with the button on the bike is causing him to rethink a lot of the muscle memory that he has put into play in that motorcycle. He is a 15-time track champion, but this time it was a red light on his side taking him out. Dustin Hunter advancing for the win. 906, 148 miles an hour. So Dustin Hunter will meet George LeBlanc in the final round of Rad Torque Electronics. Peden Industries Junior Dragster. That is our next category. First two competitors will be Emily White, here tower side, part of the White Knuckle Racing team. In the other lane, Adam Katnick. Handicap start will be going to Adam. He's dialed in at 901. Emily, 894. So you'll be hard pressed to see the difference in the handicap start come down the tree, but it will be in favor of Adam. Emily turns on the red light, goes 006 red, handing this particular win over to Adam. Adam had an 046 reaction time, runs 899 on a 901. He saw that the green light was on his side of the win board, and so knew that the win was in hand. Was able to run under the dial. 901 goes 899 for the win, 73. Emily White turning on the red light, still runs 892, so still trying to stay out in front. And that brings up Jack Green to set up our final in the Thunder category. So Adam Katnick will be racing against Jack Green. 1408 on a 1407 dial. So that's calling it. Jack Green from Mission going into the final round. Speaking of final rounds, here is the final in the Lightning category. So we completed final in Junior Street. And now we have the final in Junior Lightning. We've set up the final in Junior Thunder. In this final, the Bahrain 1 JBS Equipment sponsored Junior Dragster, driven by Saeed Al-Balushi, up against CL Gagnon. CL, part of the Big Kids Racing team. Her dad, Nate. Man responsible for keeping Top Fuel Harley alive here on the West Coast. Qualicum Beach is home. 795 is the dial-in time for CL. Saeed, 803, consistently in the low 8s throughout the day. CL is a quick junior dragster. So the question is always reaction time versus hitting that dial-in. Do them both and do yourself a favor. This is a final. They're both pre-staged. Saeed goes in, CL is in, here comes the tree. Win light comes on for Saeed Al-Balushi, 799 with a 9 at 80 miles an hour. Saeed takes out CL. CL's reaction time not quite as good as Saeed. 042 against a 127. So CL goes 789, 82 miles an hour. And so our winner in Junior Lightning, Saeed Al-Balushi. Congratulations to him and that whole team for their hard work in getting into the winner's circle here today in Door Wars 11. Hey, attention in the pits. Pro Mod, West Coast Pro Mods. We need you to the lanes, please. West Coast Pro Mods, this is your call. Bring them up to the lanes. You'll be running after Canada West Doorslammers.
Attention in the pits. Jessica Armstrong, can you go to the starting line, please? Jessica Armstrong, we need you at the starting line. All right, so here we go with the next round in eliminations for Canada West Doorslammers. We got Scott Robinson over here in the tower side, the Beretta up against Mark Thompson in the 54 Studebaker. Mark out of Coldstream. Dial-ins fairly even on both sides of the racetrack. You can see down the TCS side of things, 769 for Robinson for the racer out of Chilliwack. The AFD Petroleum, Titanium Auto Group, Brad Torque, AccuCut Lasers, Beretta. Dialed in at a 769, and having to wait a whole 8 thousandths of a second is going to be, or 800ths of a second, I should say, is Mark Thompson over there. And then the Lordco Auto Parts lane in that 54 Studebaker for Marvel Racing. So here we go, still trying to go deep in the rounds department. Robinson versus Thompson. Again, the slightest of head starts for Robinson in the Rad Torque Beretta. Both of them dialed in on the tree, and at the top end of the racetrack, it is going to be Scott Robinson running right on that 769.6 with a 769 dial. And Mark Thompson breaking out, running a 759 with a 6 on his 761 dial at 181 miles an hour as you see the ladder. Moving on into the semi-finals, and Scott Robinson finds himself with a bye into the final round as we decide the other side of the ladder now with Derek Shirk and John DeYoung trying to go into the semis as well. Side-by-side smoky burnouts for two of the higher qualified cars here in the Canada West Doorslammer field. Shirk, the third quick qualifier, coming into eliminations and going deep into the round department. Again, trying to go into the semifinals. John DeYoung out of Abbotsford, the Artex Racing 68 Chevy Camaro over there on the far side of the racetrack. The #1 qualifier coming into elimination. Solid 660 player, and it shows in the dial-in with a 662 for the Artex Racing Camaro as Derek Shirk has a 729 dial-in. So Derek Shirk, who's been chasing down cars all day, now becomes the chase car for John DeYoung over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Again, another even race off the tree at the top end of the racetrack. DeYoung goes dead on almost, 662 with a 7th thou away from being a perfect package for John DeYoung in the dial-in, or running dead on the dial, I should say. And 0.22 on the reaction time for John DeYoung, and 0.15 for Shirk at the stripe. Shirk breaking out, unfortunately, with a 7.23 with an O on his 729 dial. So John DeYoung will go into the semifinals as Grant Howell and Andy Hatton will decide who will face up with John DeYoung over on that side of the ladder. So Andy Hatton out of Langley, the butt of his Bubba's Speed Shop, easy for me to say. Titanium Auto Group, Taves Roofing, 1969 Chevy Camaro. Grant Howell over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of things, the orange and purple 37 Chevy. Going to be leaving second with a 773 and 827 dial-in for Andy Hatton. So we'll see if Howell can try and track him down as they head to the traps, and it is going to be Andy Hatton on another double breakout. Hatton breaking out by 1/10,000ths of a second. 0.0006 quicker than the dial with an 827, and Grant Howell out by, well, needless to say, more than that. 770 with a 5 on the 773 dial-in. So Hatton will face off with John DeYoung in the semifinals, and Scott Robinson's got a free pass. All he's got to do is break the beam over on the other side of the semifinals for Paradise Homes Canada West Doorslammer is the West Coast Pro Modified semifinal. You can see at least one of the cars lined up and ready to go for that battle as they are lined up down to 4 cars from the qualifying field of 15. And here is your ladder up there on the big screen. It's going to be Khaled Al-Belushi up against Jordan Lazick. And then on the other side of things, Justin Bond and Ryan Hayward trying to decide who goes into the final. And there is that possibility that it could be an all Bahrain 1 racing final round, but not if Jordan Lazick or Ryan Hayward have anything to say about it in their respective semi-final matchups. got to say a big shout out to everybody for sticking around here to see how this one is going to finish out. And thank you again to everybody that's come out here to Mission Raceway Park over the course of Door Wars weekend, especially to the diehards up there in the stands. Again, seeing who could come out on top with that $10,000 win in Pro Modified. And again, the finals for the rest of our categories still to run here on the Sunday, the final day of Door Wars 11, presented by the Titanium Auto Group, is the first car rolling underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge for West Coast Pro Modified action. So that first pair getting lined up and ready to go here for the semifinals. J.R. Lazick in the Bunker Junker 57 Chevy up against Khaled Belushi in the Bahrain 1 Racing Camaro. The modern Camaro body for Khaled over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of things. Belushi running a 378 with a 4 at 203 miles an hour to take out Garrett Richards with a 396 with a 4 in his losing effort. Jordan Lazick beating Dave Kowalski. Kowalski running a 393 with an 8 on his losing run. Lazick running a 382 with a 6 at 199 miles an hour to get into the semifinals as we are fired up and ready to go. Two screw-blown combinations on either side of the racetrack. The Bahrain 1 Camaro and the 24/7 compression 57 Bel Air. You can see the two different approaches in the burnout department. Khaled sitting and letting the tires spin up before letting that thing roll as Lazick rolls straight through the water box and hits the throttle as they back them up. We'll see who goes into the final rounds. Both of these drivers have been in a Door Wars final before, with both of them ending up as the runner-up, and they want nothing more than to change that. As the Bahrain 1 team after last year, again bringing the NHRA Legal Pro Mods to the Outlaw Pro Mod format, and stepping things up big time this year. Khaled has made the tweaks as well as the crew and the crew chief down there for the Bahrain 1 racing team. They changed the gearing in that car to wake it up a little bit, changed the pulley on the blower as well to step things up in the boost department. And J.R. Lazick already has one win under his belt this weekend, took out the full-blown Frenzy from Pacific Raceways, again in that delayed final round in the fourth and final qualifying session last night here at Mission Raceway Park for the Titanium Strip, as both crew members getting ready to guide their respective drivers into the beams. Getting a nice shot up there on the Lordco Auto Parts live stream and the big screen here at Mission Raceway Park, the side of the Bunker Junker for J.R. Lazick, who has that wild patina wrap on that machine and is trying to take it into the final round. Khaled Belushi trying to stop him over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane with both cars pre-staged and ready to go now. Both cars sideways, and it's J.R. Lazick going to the final in a Pill Fest. So J.R. Lazick, watch the replay on this one. Both drivers getting up on the wheel. Huge tire shake for Lazick. Belushi doing a great job to keep that car in its lane, but having to shut off. Still 402 with a 776 miles an hour for Jordan Lazick, who is on and off the throttle, driving that thing around. That small tire racing experience coming into play there with the Big Tire Pro Mod is Khaled Belushi going out in the semifinals with a losing 443 with a 120 miles an hour, having to shut it off early. And now we're going to decide who Jordan Lazick is going to face in the final rounds of Door Wars. Ryan Hayward versus Justin Bond in the second half of the semi. So Justin Bond, again, has been on a roll so far in 2023. He wants nothing more than to win his hometown race for Door Wars here at Mission Raceway Park. And Ryan Hayward, who came up as the runner-up in the full-blown Frenzy final last night here at Mission Raceway Park. Two different combinations. We saw the two screw supercharged cars in the second half, or rather the first half of the semifinal. And in this one, you got the big cubic inch Nitro setup for Ryan Hayward, 959 cubic inches of rare Morrison power, and a whole lot of spray up against another screw supercharged machine in Justin Bond's 1968 Camaro. Bond over there, all the supporters with Bahrain 1 Racing putting their hopes on the car in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. A driver out of mission for JBS Equipment, Rad Torque Systems, S&T and TD Steel. Here we go. This time it's Hayward who shuts off, and Justin Bond is going to put down another 375. This one a 375 with a 5 at 202 miles an hour. So Justin Bond will go on to face Khaled Belushi, rather, to face the winner of the Khaled Belushi-Jordan Lazick battle. Jordan Lazick in the Bunker Junker 57 Chevy. Again, Lazick taking out Belushi, so it is Bond versus Lazick in the final round here at Mission Raceway Park for Door Wars 11. The two screw-blown cars going at it, the battle of the supercharged machines. That 57 Chevy, the Bunker Junker, going to go up against Justin Bond's 1968 Camaro to decide who takes home the $10,000 prize. And I know the racer from Kelowna, Jordan Lazick's going to be up on the wheel for this one, and so is Justin Bond as they try and take home the Door Wars crown. And one thing's for sure, we'll have a new Door Wars champion here in 2023. Both drivers looking for their first Door Wars win heading into the final round. One thing that Richard Peterson was just pointing out to me here in the tower, that is the second time a 24/7 compression car is going to face up with a Bahrain 1 racing car here in the finals for Door Wars. Last year it was Dean Bentonson in his own 24/7 compression Camaro with a Pro Charger on it, taking out Khaled Belushi in the Bahrain 1 racing Camaro. This year it's going to be the 24/7 compression 57 Chevy driven by Jordan Lazick up against the Bahrain 1 racing Camaro of Justin Bond. So switching up the drivers, but the team's the same here in the final round for 2023. So Bond will have lane choice going into the finals as Steve Abusini, one of the Pro Modified motorcycles, heading into the water box for a test hit. And Steve's company, Phoenix Racing Performance, helping him out with high-performance engine builds, fabrication, TIG welding, tuning, custom wiring, general automotive repair, and custom turbo kits and exhaust, and bring that CBR up to the line. A bike that is well capable of running 200-plus miles an hour, if everything goes well, and still running that thing on a street tire in the back of it. No wheelie bars. The large swing arm, the longer swing arm on the back of that machine is Steve getting ready for the rider out of Port Coquitlam as safety doing that one last check. Everybody clear the racetrack, and Steve Abusini gets ready to start the burnout and see what he can lay down here on what looks to be the only Pro Mod motorcycle coming up to make a test hit here as the day getting later on the final day of Door Wars. Steve trying to roll into the throttle there. He could see the turbo kick in, and that thing picked up the front wheel and lost the chain there down at the top end of the racetrack. Coasts his way through to a 1269 with a 2 at 60 miles an hour. And there you can see on the replay that the chain leaving the bike. And then Steve just has nothing to do but coast all the way down through to the top end, still running a 1269 2. Coasting pretty much from the 330-foot mark as Steve will make his way off of the racetrack.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible. Not power like a superpower with laser eyes. More like power with financial advice and spreadsheets. Oh yes. Because with great goals comes great responsibility. Something we've taken to heart for more than 80 years. When you have the freedom to live the life you want, that's when your possible becomes real. So let's talk. Gulf and Fraser. Power your possible. At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible.
You folks at home with the live feed.
Ford Ranger, the vanishing word stunt team. And the wind light position here looking for that outside line. We are going to ramp it up big time from here. Step and throw competition. A beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Share the replay and about Valley's up production. This is just the beginning, folks.
So as I mentioned earlier, we are just between rounds, and the cars that are in the finals, we are almost all finals. We are in finals in almost every category except in Canada West Doorslammers. We are in semi-final action there. So all the cars that you see on the track for future runs, it is going to be finals. And hey, we want to thank once again all of you diehard race fans for staying with us here on this Sunday afternoon for Door Wars 11. We do always appreciate. We know that there's lots of ways that you can be spending your entertainment dollar, and we are so pleased that you have chosen Mission Raceway for your entertainment this weekend. So hopefully that you've had a great experience walking in the pits, seeing the cars that are here. We've got some great racing that has happened and final rounds to come. We always ask that you pass on the word to your friends. Let them know the experience you had here, and we'd like to see you back again at future races. So we'll be calling cars to the lanes momentarily, but we're at that point where they do need to cool down, and so that's sort of where we're at before we start running a few more final rounds. So attention to the pits. We're going to make the call for finalists to make their way to the staging lanes. That would be electronics, non-electronics, and junior dragster. We need you to the lanes for your final rounds. We do have junior lightning completed. Your winner in that category, Sahid Al-Balushi. In Junior Lightning, that is done. So non-electronic and electronic, we are waiting for you to come into the lanes along with Junior Thunder. So we do have a word that needs to go out to Steve Abusini. Steve, we know that you lost a chain, and there are some links. They're available to you at the just behind the. There is a small little ATV that has picked up a bunch of those by the portable building on the start line. So if you are missing some of those links and you want them back, we can't use them. So Steve Abusini, we can return some chain links to you if you come to the start line. So the word I hear on the radio is that we are going to be running the final in non-electronics first here. And that is going to feature Richard Love and Jeff Bell. And we're going to, at this point, put Canada West Doorslammers on standby. Canada West Doorslammers, you are on standby. So here we go. Final round action. This is in the non-electronics category. Final round, Richard Love and Jeff Bell. Jeff Bell making his way to the final, taking out Ross Walker. And then Rob Hodson. And here he is up against Richard Love in the S10, 1989 black S10 pickup. Richard Love's pickup is dialed in at 1060. Jeff Bell in the 76 Dart, 958. So the pickup, as you can well surmise, leaves first. It will be tight at the top end. It's green here, and the wind light comes on for Jeff Bell. Perfect reaction time. Trip, zip, runs a 961 at 138 miles an hour, but has a perfect reaction time, and that's going to be hard to beat anytime. So congratulations to Jeff Bell and that whole team for all of their hard work getting into the winner's circle here at Door Wars 11. Now we go into the electronics category. Falcon Fast. It is Falcon Fast Dustin Hunter over here on the tower side. In the other lane, mowing his way through the field was George LeBlanc. Our final in the electronic category, Rad Torque Electronics. .906 is the dial-in for Dustin Hunter. 876 for George LeBlanc. At the stripe, wind light comes on, Dustin Hunter. 909. For 147 miles an hour, Dustin Hunter picks up the win, and he will be your winner in the Rad Torque Electronics category. So congratulations to Dustin Hunter. it. So, for the record, we are going to take a look at our class winners here so far today. We do have two finals. Well, we have a semifinal and a final to run. West Coast Pro Mods, their final is set. It'll be Jordan Lazick and Justin Bond. So that is going to be coming up momentarily. And then we also have the semifinal in Canada West Doorslammer action. Decided so far here on this Sunday at DOORWARZ 11. Our champion in the Junior Thunder category, Adam Katnick. In the Junior Lightning category is Sahid Al-Balushi. In non-electronic, Jeff Bell has the championship title. And in electronic, Dustin Hunter. So all of those classes decided. Finals are in. And we'll be taking pictures of those racers with their cars at the in the winner's circle. We can see the Top Fuel Harleys getting their photo shop. Get posted on Instagram and made famous around the world. So doing just a little bit of track prep in anticipation of the next cars in the program. So we are going to put Canada West Doorslammers on standby at this point as we anticipate getting you up next. Canada West Doorslammers on standby. So I see a number of people who are heading out. We do encourage you to drive safely on the way home. We appreciate you coming out and joining us here this weekend, and we hope to see you back another weekend. I also see people taking a look at the side of the tower where we have posted in large legible print all of the upcoming events here at Mission Raceway. So do take a notice of that as you are leaving the property, and we hope to see you back at a future occasion. We have got semifinals in Canada West Doorslammers and finals in Pro Mod yet to run here today. So we'll make the call for Canada West Doorslammers to come to the lanes, please. Canada West Doorslammers, we need you to the lanes. This is your call. Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes. As a matter of fact, we have just called Doorslammers to the lanes. Here we go. So I'm looking underneath the bridge, and in the ready lane, I see one of the Canada West Doorslammers already there. Now I see two. So there are three left, and there's the third one. So we're good to go. We have tractors on the surface. Not sure if they're required to make any more heat. We had a track temperature earlier of 135 degrees, and one of the crew members came up and said, no, it's 137 where I checked. So it does get to a point where the track is probably hot enough, warm enough.
I think I just heard over the radio that it's 138 degrees Fahrenheit right now, so it is 113. Oh, I was overblowing it a little bit for dramatic purposes. It's down now to 113.
113. Wow. Not Celsius.
Fahrenheit. Yeah, I don't think any of us would be alive if that was Celsius, but
I do recall one time a trip to Las Vegas in August, and the temperature was 104 Fahrenheit in the daytime, and then it cooled off to about the mid-90s, and I thought it was really weird that you could feel that it was cooler. That's my body playing tricks on me, that's for sure.
Well, you just got a glimpse at your ladder there, and you can see up on the big screen and on the live stream your first and only pair here in the semifinal of Canada West Doorslammers, and it's John DeYoung up against Andy Hatton. So DeYoung in the 6-second Camaro up against Andy Hatton in the 8-second Camaro.
That Camaro, I believe, used to be run by James Kennedy, and it's gone under a couple of different names. When it first appeared, it didn't actually look like that, and then it appeared, and it was all hulked out, and so it became the Hulk for a while, because the Hulk, of course, is green, and, you know, it made sense. And then something happened, and it became the Grinch. So but I have to talk to Andy Hatton, because we did have a conversation some years back, and he falls in the your car should have a name school. And so he's given us a name, but it's not on the car yet.
Well, here comes Andy Hatton, and for a long time that thing didn't have a hood. Now it's got the cowl scoop on it over here in the TCS side of the racetrack, and John DeYoung, who's your #1 qualifier, trying to carry that momentum all the way through what he hopes will be a final round appearance, and Andy Hatton trying to put the brakes on that. So Hatton, on the TCS side of the racetrack, an 825 dial-in, and John DeYoung dialing it in at a 661. So John is going to be waiting a little bit on the Christmas tree, almost as much as you can wait in Doorslammer competition, is again that 870 is what you have to run to get into the field. Andy Hatton dialing in an 825, and John DeYoung at the opposite end of the spectrum with that 661. But again, the thing that makes the Doorslammer class so great, Gerry, is that you do get that wide variety of race cars, and John DeYoung's going to have to be a very patient man at the starting line.
I was up at about half track when he made an earlier run, and that is one sweet-looking ride going by you at speed.
So there, John DeYoung finally unchained as he comes on with a top-end charge, and he is going to go to the final round. 663 with a 6 on that 661 dial, and an 826 with a 0 for Andy Hatton with that 825 dial in. John DeYoung 010 on the tree to Andy Hatton's 034, so good reaction times both sides of the racetrack there. But there you can see John was charging and definitely not getting off trying to save that dial, and he had to use up all the real estate.
I get this sense. I mean, every racer has a certain confidence level in their vehicle. he seems to be able to get in that car and it just sails. I mean, it doesn't often go bad. I know that he shattered one earlier in the week, but this car just is like on a rail and it's doing the numbers.
Here we go with your final competitor in the semifinals, and it is Scott Robinson out of Chilliwack, the AFT Petroleum, Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque, AccuCut Lasers, Chevy Beretta, and Scott again having that bye run into the final round to face off against, well, we now know his opponent, John DeYoung. TCS side of the racetrack, 769 has been Scott's dial in pretty much the entire day as he is ready to go. See how close he can get to that 769. Taking a stab at the tree, going 134 red, but that does not matter. He'll look at that time slip and heads down the racetrack. How about a 769 with an 8 on the 769? So I think both these guys know that these cars are capable of going pretty much dead on their dials, so should be make for an interesting race come the final round for Canada West Doorslammers and Paradise Homes.
Yeah, we'll look forward to that. They will obviously take the cars, have to cool them down, and we'll be seeing them back as quickly as they are ready. We have Pro Mod final yet to run, and then we'll have the final in Canada West Doorslammer action. I'm not sure that this is the best suggestion, but if you're comfortable in the stands waiting for the next rounds of action, that is cool. That's fine. You may want to take the opportunity, if you have not yet, head down into the pits and take a closer look at some of the vehicles that are still on the property. There's plenty to look at and plenty to see, but your choice. We will be waiting for a little bit here as the engines will have to cool off in the Canada West Doorslammers final round action, which is going to be John DeYoung and Scott Robinson. And so that's going to be coming up here momentarily. And then we've got the Pro Mod final as well. Always interesting to watch the winners have their photos taken at the Mission Raceway Winners Circle. So that is happening behind the grandstand right now. Everybody out there with their checks. It was a big payout weekend for a lot of these racers, and that's why they're taking the moment to memorialize that. I know that Doorslammers are racing for a $3,000 purse. The National Tire non-electronics had $2,500 on the line, and Top Fuel Harley, well, they were looking at a $5,000 payout. And in West Coast Pro Modified, it's up of north of $10,000. So there's a lot of money that was up for grabs this weekend, and that's why you saw the great action that you did, and also why they're so keen to have their pictures taken. They will be put online for future reference. Hey, attention in the pits. We were just looking at some information that we have here up in the tower, and we have some prize awards that have not been picked up. Jackson Dew and Lexi Winterbottom. If you are on the property still, we need you to make your way up to the tower. We have got some gift certificates of sort for Jackson Dew and Lexi Winterbottom. So come on up to the tower, and we'll have these here for you. All right, short of sounding like a broken record, I am just super impressed. We're up here in the tower thinking that all of you race fans who are still with us here at Mission Raceway, you guys need a medal. You are diehard fans, and we love you to bits. So we've got 2 final rounds that are yet to be run, and we're getting minutes closer to running. They're 2 of the fastest runs that we're going to see here this weekend. So we're going to make the call for Pro Mod Final to the lanes. Pro Mod Final, Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes. Yeah, we're not calling the Pro Mod Final quite yet, but Canada West Doorslammers, we need you for your final to the lanes, and then that will be followed by Pro Mod. But we haven't called Pro Mod yet. So this is what happens when you don't check your phone for messages. I just checked, and there was a note. Marcy is asking that all of those Doorslammers who are eliminated to go to her trailer for the payout. Now, that was some time ago, so you may have already resolved this issue, but my bad for not checking my phone. So if you're a Doorslammer, eliminated from racing, and that's most of you, need to go to Marcy's trailer for the payouts.
So attention the pits, the Katnicks and the Greens, your starter motors for the junior dragsters are sitting over on the wall and the TCS lane. Again, the Katnicks and the Greens, the starter motors for your junior dragsters are sitting on the wall by the water box in the TCS lane.
Why do I keep hearing Pro Mod? What's,
I think we're
one-track mind here.
Yeah.
You don't get that here.
What?
You don't get that here.
Okay. I'll ask for forgiveness. We are just moments away from the final in Canada West Doorslammer action. So if you have been wandering around, you may want to head back to the stands, seats. See, one of the pro mods is getting ready as well, so we won't be too far away from their final to close out the day. So, Cole, this has been quite the weekend, Canada Day weekend here at Mission Raceway. Door Wars 11, you were here last year, and what's your assessment of the event so far as we are just about finishing this year?
Well, a great event last year, and I think it's been topped by this year's with great car counts. Of course, good to see our U.S. friends back as they're now able to freely go across the border, and saw quite a few U.S. drivers taking part in most of our feature classes, Outlaw 275, Pro Modified, and so again, great to see them back up. Great Pro Mod numbers, great Canada West Doorslammer numbers as well, so we are going to get ready to go here with the second to last final round of the weekend with Canada West Doorslammer to see who gets the Paradise Homes weekend title here for Door Wars 11, and it's going to be between Scott Robinson and John DeYoung here in the final round.
Yeah, I like what you're saying in terms of car count. The car count this year was absolutely spectacular, and I love the division of the classes running on Saturday and Sunday, so you have a lot of heavy hitters on both days, so it really makes your weekend attendance that much more satisfying when you've got all that action happening over both days with different categories too.
Yeah, it's in any chance you can to double up on your wins in the weekend. Also is a little bit of incentive for the drivers in, no box or electronics. Again, those titles have already been decided, and after this one, the only final round that we have left are the West Coast Pro Modifieds is Scott Robinson in the water box against John DeYoung out of Abbotsford. So John DeYoung lighting up the rear slicks with one of his patented long burnouts as he gets ready to back up the Artex Racing Camaro, and Scott Robinson doing a little bit shorter burnout, so again, just waiting in the water box for DeYoung to get back to a reasonable distance to the starting line. Both these drivers, plenty of experience, again, in Doorslammer competition. John starting out with the car that his son Adam now races in Doorslammer competition before moving to a Corvette. As you get a look at the ladder, and well, I don't even think that was a complete ladder. I don't think we could actually fit the full 42 car field, or 43 car field on that ladder, and that is on the live stream there. Unfortunately, the big screen here getting packed up. It's still a great job from the Valley Tech production team as we bring you the final round of Canada West Doorslammers. 769 dial in for Robinson, 661 for DeYoung. Green lights both sides, and at the top end of the racetrack, it is John DeYoung getting the job done. 664.3 on his 661 dial-in, and a 007 reaction time for John DeYoung over there on the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. A 770 with a 4 on a 769 dial-in for Robinson. So Robinson slightly closer on the dial-in, but it was on the starting line for DeYoung. The margin of victory at the stripe, 9 thousandths of a second in favor of John DeYoung, getting the job done with that impressive 007 reaction time for the Artex Racing Camaro. So great final round there. Gerry, again, coming down to 9 thousandths of a second, as we have seen some great races here over the weekend.
Absolutely consistent racing from John DeYoung. A lot of racers very consistent this weekend, running on their dial. But John was sort of the star of the field, making it to the final round, and just a few thou off of his dial in every run, it seemed, and they were all in that 6.6 range. So congratulations to John and that whole team for the hard work. They had to go through a bit of carnage early. But they certainly are going to be happy with the results that happened here today. So that takes care of the Canada West Doorslammer final, and we are just waiting now for the final in Pro Mod. So I just heard on the radio that we are about 15 minutes away from that final in Pro Mod. There was a lot of thrashing that had to take place in the Lazic pit area, and so that is where we're at, about 15 minutes before the final run today in Pro Mod. That's where we're at, and so we will keep you posted if there's any change. This would be an announcement for you racers who are still on the property. If you were racing yesterday, made it to the quarters, the semis, maybe the finals, and you haven't picked up your check as yet, well, we have them up here in the tower. So if you are still on the property, we have some money that you have not picked up. If you were racing yesterday and you made it to certain rounds, well, come on up to the tower. We invite you to come up and see Shelby, and she will have some checks for you. Once again, we're probably about 5 minutes away from the final in Pro Mod. They are just buttoning up Lazik's Junker Bunker. That is in the process right now of being put together, and so we will have our final in Pro Mod for all of you diehard race fans who are still with us on the property. That is so cool that you are here. 7 o'clock on a Sunday night. That you had nowhere more important to be than right here to watch John DeYoung win that race. What a consistent race car you got, John. Driver's not too bad either. Actually, the driver's really good.
So we see that Justin Bond has arrived in the lanes, and the reason for the holdup, again, a lot of extensive work having to go on down in Jordan Lazik's pit area. I know they just were firing the race car and getting ready for this final round, and again, having to do a lot of work in between that semifinal and final pairings. So again, the Bunker Junker team just getting that all buttoned up and hopefully good to go, and they're going to be heading to the staging lanes in a few minutes. But again, Justin Bond already up at the head of staging and just waiting on the Bunker Junker team and 24/7 compression to bring her up to the line, and should have ourselves a good final to finish off Door Wars 11 here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Well, we see a turquoise 1957 Chevy Bel Air into the lanes, which means we are just a few moments away from the final of Door Wars 2023, the 11th edition, and Justin Bond getting ready to do battle against J.R. Lazik, the crew getting that thing buttoned back up and ready to go, and props to Justin for giving him a little bit extra time to make sure that we have this great race to finish off this weekend. And I know it's going to be a battle of somebody getting their first Door Wars win is going to be the end result here of this final round.
Interesting watching on the screen. If you're watching this on YouTube, you will be seeing this, the big screen here at Mission being disassembled right now. But you see the two teams sitting there having a chat between each other, and it's fascinating that, you know, there was a lot going on between rounds, and here we are. It's going to be settled on the racetrack in about a run that'll last under 5 seconds. So I see all the drivers getting their gear on and getting inside the vehicles, and so we're going to be racing here in just a couple of seconds. So if you're out and about, you make sure you want to head back over to your seat somewhere where you can see the racetrack.
Well, for those watching the live stream, you're going to get a look at the Pro Modified ladder here. We'll give you a quick run through as well. There you can see again the final round, Justin Bond versus Jordan Lazick, and Lazick in the semifinals taking out Khaled Al-Belushi, and then Lazick also taking out Dave Kowalski and Keith Korecki there in the Battle of Kelowna in the first round for Lazick. Then looking at Bond's side of the ladder, Justin having that bye run, still running through with a strong run, 370 seconds, been the name of the game there, having to rerun the second round against Steve Horn, again coming out with another 370 pass, and you guessed it, in the semifinals, another 370 for Justin Bond, taking out Ryan Hayward to get into this final round.
I get a sense that Justin Bond's car has been performing in sort of the same fashion that John DeYoung's car has. It has been pretty solid on every single pass, getting down track at a time that they are really comfortable with and sort of at the top of the field.
$10,000 on the line here, and it is going to be a battle. And as we pointed out earlier, the drivers might be different, but just like last year, a 24/7 compression versus Bahrain 1 racing matchup. Dean Bettinson, who has a part in the Bunker Junker and that 57 Chevy, was the DOORWARZ winner last year in his 24/7 compression Camaro, and he took out Khaled Belushi in one of the Bahrain 1 racing Camaros, and now it is a 24/7 compression Bahrain 1 matchup again. Again, the player's a little bit different in the driver's seat, but getting ready to go with Justin Bond electing to take that Lordco Auto Parts lane. Again, Bond having lane choice coming into it, with Lazick winning out in a pedal fest, a wild semifinal appearance against Khaled Al-Belushi, as Jordan Lazick preventing an all Bahrain 1 racing final round, but Justin Bond trying to put the Bunker Junker on the trailer and wind up in victory lane. And, well, Jordan Lazick's thinking the exact same thing. Love to see that Bahrain 1 Camaro up on the trailer and Jordan in victory lane as we get ready to finish off DOORWARZ 11 here at Mission Raceway Park. So here we go for the final time. Cars come to life. This weekend is Justin Bond and Jordan Lazick kick off their burnouts. Lazick has also been a 370 player throughout the weekend. 378, his best run. Running big speed, best we've seen in West Coast Pro Modified competition. 208 miles an hour on his first qualifying pass of the weekend in that turquoise Bel Air, getting backed up from the burnout. Again, Justin Bond, your #1 qualifier. Both cars coming from the top half of the qualifying ladder and working their way through the field. As in just a few moments, we will find out who's going to take home that 10K for the first time. Will it be Jordan Lazick, who's made it to a final round here before in 2021, or will it be Justin Bond over there on the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack? Bond has also made it to the final round as part of Shane Molinari, who came up here to Mission Raceway Park, made it to the finals, only to fall to Garrett Richards, and would love nothing more than to get this DOORWARZ win. And last person to come in his way is Jordan Lazick, as Lazick is pre-staged. Here we go, the final of DOORWARZ 11 for Pro Modified. And it's all Justin Bond, another 370 run. This one a 373 with a 6, 202 miles an hour to cap off a dominating weekend and a Valiant effort for Jordan Lazick and the crew out of Kelowna, coming up just shy with that 441.9 early shutoff, and they threw everything that they had at that Bahrain 1 racing team, but Justin Bond coming out on top and getting the Door Wars win.
Absolutely spectacular run, too. Straight, true, and consistent as always. That car has, under Justin's foot, been down track in just amazing fashion.
So that is going to do it for Door Wars 11. Justin Bond getting the win. You'll look on the live stream at the instant replay, and it was Justin, an 014 light in a Pro Modified. 099 on the tree for Lazick, so safe to say Justin was ready for this one, amped up, and got the jump on the tree and managed to pull away a .938 60 foot for Justin Bond and a 101 60 foot for Jordan Lazick, as Justin Bond will take the win. His first Door Wars crown, here to finish things off.
And that's going to bring our racing action, our day, to a close here at Mission Raceway. I want to thank all of you race fans for joining us. If you're driving home, we do urge you to drive safely, drive carefully, and we hope to see you back here next time. Cole, it's been a pleasure working with you all weekend long, and we look forward to seeing you back here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, I guess, is the next event that you will be with us. And so once again, we thank all of the racers for their participation here in Door Wars 11 2023, and all of you race fans for joining us. It was great to see you here. Great to see all of you hanging out even to the bitter end. So have a great evening, and we will see you next time here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway.